Pressed. Yay.
Don't you love how Chinchilla's head is shaped like Yakub?
Like a what?
Yakub.
Sure. Like a star and a fist.
No, like Yakub.
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what Yakub is?
What the fuck are you talking about?
He created white people?
Sure.
You've never heard of this?
No. Why would I?
Well, I know what we're doing Friday. We're learning all about Yakub.
Is it some black Nazi thing?
I wouldn't say
Is
Nazi.
Is it the Black Hebrew Israelites?
It's not. It's like
They're a very goofy group.
It is kind of like black nationalistic type stuff. Like it's because it's obviously like it's romanticism, right?
Mm.
But like it's like this. It's like more like Scientology.
Neat. A cult.
Right? Like yeah, well, the Black Hebrew Israelites are a cult too. But like for the most part, it's a meme.
Okay. Interesting.
I don't want to tell you anything else because now we have to learn about it.
Okay. I'm gonna close my music app because it keeps playing music.
Overseas now, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu made a surprise visit to Gaza today.
For that and for all of the other...
Just making sure the music's not coming through on the stream, is it?
I do not hear anything.
Great.
Today's headlines. We turn now to Stephanie Tsai in our Washington studio. Stephanie?
Thanks, Amna and Jeff. Just days ahead of his high-stakes trip to Washington next week, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu met with his IDF troops in...
Yeah, they threw to her the last time.
Rafah in southern...
Is she new, though?
Possibly.
Gaza. The city had been a vital crossing point for aid into Gaza, but Israeli forces invaded Rafah in early May in their effort to further destroy Hamas's military power, driving out many of the 2 million Palestinians who had sought shelter there. Netanyahu said Israeli control of the crossing is essential for ongoing hostage negotiations.
The military pressure they are exerting right here at Hamas's...
It's a pretty shit flag, isn't it?
I don't mind it. I think it's different, you know?
Sure, I guess.
Anything's better than U.S. state flags.
I don't know. Is uniformity in flags worse? Like the Commonwealth flag?
Oh, yeah, well, the British flag is disgusting. Okay.
I love that it's a combination of the 4 countries.
Yeah, and like that's cool and all. But like they can't
gross.
even like make them centered. Like one has more white on top, one has more red on top. You know,
yes,
it's like
yes.
It's like annoying to me. Okay,
yeah.
Like what's with that? Just square it out.
Completely understand. I completely sympathize. It's dumb.
And then but some of my favorite flags are in that region. So like for Israel, I think their flag is very on point. Like, have you know Lebanon's flag?
The tree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you know why it's a tree?
I have no idea. I think I've asked a Lebanese person before about it, but I cannot remember. It's like I need to be told things 3 times before I remember them.
But so like I really, really like Lebanon's flag, right?
Mm.
And you know, it's pretty similar to Israel's, right? But this is the national tree of Lebanon. It's like it's like a tree that's like, you know, if I type in Lebanon tree, watch, see. Boom. See, that's a fucking cool tree, man.
Looks like a tree.
I don't know, man. I think they're pretty cool.
Oh, it's a cedar tree. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
The Lebanese cedar tree. I think they're really cool.
Mm.
Look at they get really tall in the mountains and stuff. You know, like if California put a redwood on their flag instead of a grizzly bear, that would be appropriate, right?
Sure.
But then there's a Cypress flag, right? So Cyprus is also here. I mean, that's
yes,
not
it's
far
just
off
their
either.
it's just their land, right?
Yeah, and then Turkey also has the same motif as well.
Hmm.
You know, in Cyprus, you know, their little northern Cyprus thing. Right. So like I think for the region, Israel's flag suits them.
True. Okay. Fair enough. I don't know. I don't like the white space between the blue. I think it should be a complete blue bar instead of just a blue stripe. Capiche?
So an all blue flag with a white
No. Like Lebanon's flag, right? Where the red bar is solid to the bottom and the top with the white in the middle. But Israel has the blue stripe, does it not? Or is that just the patch?
Oh, they have a little extra white on top, you mean?
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Yeah. So that it doesn't completely go all the way out, the blue. I do not like this.
Yeah, that does kind of look stupid now that I look at it.
I do not like this. I think that they should redesign their flag.
There's also like a black variant of the Lebanese flag. That's cool.
They should make it brown like dried blood.
Israel or Lebanon?
No, Israel.
That way it will get real, because it'll be to symbolize the blood they've spilt, right? But that'll get blood and soil real quick. Like any flag with red, it's like, oh, the red is the blood of the martyrs, and you're like, okay, pal, all right, we're gonna move on.
From insistence on our just demands to promote the hostage deal. This double pressure does not delay the deal, it promotes it.
Hours earlier in Jerusalem, Israel's far-right national security minister made a notable visit of his own. Itamar Ben-Gvir walked through the Al-Aqsa compound, sacred to both Jews and Muslims. Palestinian officials condemned the visit, calling it a provocative intrusion. It comes a day after Israeli negotiators landed in Cairo to continue work on moving peace talks forward. A Russian court says closing arguments in the trial of Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich will take place tomorrow. It's a sign that the legal proceedings against the 32-year-old are moving quickly. Gershkovich faces espionage charges that his employer and the U.S. government say were drummed up. Just today, the State Department called the entire process a sham. Gershkovich has been held in Russian custody for over a year. He was arrested in March of 2023 while on a reporting trip and has pleaded not guilty. Ukrainian forces have retreated from the village of Uruzhan in the eastern Donetsk region, surrendering more frontline territory as Russian forces wage a relentless summer offensive. This as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky met with European leaders today in the English countryside to seek further support for his nation's defense. He called this a tough period for Ukraine and said he hopes allies will allow longer range strikes into Russia.
The more effective our air defense is, the more helpless Putin will be. The fewer restrictions we have on the use of effective weapons,
the more shadows into Russia. That'd be neat.
Russia will seek peace.
Seek peace. I think so as well. Piss on his face. Fuck that guy. He comes for peace. Piss on him. I agree. Huh?
Oh, now it's back. Nothing. My microphone.
Oh, yeah, your mic is not working.
NATO members have taken different positions on how Ukraine can use the weapons they've provided. The U.S., for instance, only allows American arms to be used to hit Russian targets in order to defend the city of Kharkiv. And the flow of munitions from the West has not been enough to repel Russian advances, especially in the Donetsk region. The Department of Justice has accused employees of the country's largest housing provider for unaccompanied migrant children of sexual abuse and harassment. Southwest Keys has nearly 30 facilities in Texas, Arizona, and California, with room for more than 6,000 children.
Damn.
In its lawsuit, the DOJ alleges severe, pervasive, and unwelcome abuse and harassment of the minors in its care. It details at least 100 reports of misconduct dating back to 2015 that included touching, soliciting nude images, and even rape. The suit says children were threatened with violence against themselves or their families if they reported the abuse. New data shows that so far, 2024 has been the world's hottest year on record. From January to June, global temperatures have soared. That's the top line you see. The other 10 lines beneath it represent the hottest year since records began. Those high temperatures have already helped fuel $15 billion weather disasters in the U.S. in 2024. And that's not counting Hurricane Beryl. On Wall Street today, stocks dropped as investors turned sour on.
In the day's other headlines, the UN's top court says that Israel's rule over the Palestinian occupied territory.
Because I actually unplugged it and replugged it in, it really didn't like that. Now it's not even recognizing the microphone.
Excellent.
Territories is, quote, unlawful. In a sweeping condemnation, the International Court of Justice in The Hague said Israel's policies impede Palestinians' right to self-determination and violate international law. The 15-judge panel pointed to the building and expanding of Israeli settlements in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, areas that Israel captured in the 1967 war, and called on them to be withdrawn.
L'utilisation abusive.
The sustained abuse by Israel of its position as an occupying power violates fundamental principles of international law. Israel has an obligation to bring an end to its presence in the occupied Palestinian territory as rapidly as possible.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reacted swiftly online, writing, quote, "The Jewish people are not occupiers in their own land. No absurd opinion in The Hague can deny this historical truth." Meanwhile, in Israel, an Iranian-made drone rumbled downtown Tel Aviv early this morning, killing one man and injuring at least 10 others. Houthi rebels in Yemen claimed responsibility for the attack, making it the group's first lethal strike into Israel. Footage circulated overnight of the explosion. By dawn, police swarmed the scene to survey the damage. The Israeli military said they're investigating how the drone bypassed the country's air defense system.
We are in a multi-front war. We work on all fronts and defend the country every day.
Whose fault is that?
Some of these fronts are close and others are far away. In this event, we are talking about an error. There was a detection. We are investigating all the chains, but it is known there was no interception.
All this as Israeli bombs continue to fall in Gaza. Families mourn today after 12 people were killed in airstrikes on 2 refugee camps in central Gaza. The government of Bangladesh has announced a nationwide curfew as deadly student protests escalate. Earlier today, security forces used live rounds and tear gas to disperse the crowds. Security on the streets of Dhaka remains tight amid ongoing skirmishes between police and demonstrators. A day earlier, local media said that 22 students were killed. Protesters are calling for changes to a system that reserves 30% of top government posts for relatives of the country's war for independence. They insist the jobs be based on merit. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky urged Britain's new government to let his forces strike deeper into Russian territory. The UK, United States, and others have placed restrictions on Ukraine's use of Western weapons in Russia. Zelensky met with Prime Minister Keir Starmer at 10 Downing Street today and delivered a rare address to a UK cabinet meeting. He was the first foreign leader to do so since Bill Clinton in 1997. Zelensky said he was grateful for Britain's leadership, but that more needs to be done.
Right now, we are missing the main answer to this question, and that is our long-range capability. By defending Ukraine against the Russian advance on Kharkiv in May, June, we have proven that we can stop any Russian attempt to expand the war.
In the meantime, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said that Ukraine is on its way to being able to, quote, stand on its own feet militarily. Those comments come amid concerns that a Donald Trump victory in November's presidential election could impact America's commitment to Ukraine's war effort. Hundreds of mourners said their final goodbyes to Y2k24 today, the firefighter who was killed during the attempted assassination of former President Trump last weekend.
It's literally
a fire engine carrying
not even
Comparator's
recognizing
flag.
my microphone. Like it's like I hear the little doot-a-loot when it connects a device.
Weird. This is very weird. Where do we want the Ghost Kibitch story? I'm just gonna put it somewhere. I don't give a shit.
Draped casket led a procession to the Pennsylvania church where he was a longtime congregant. Officials say Comparator lost his life while shielding his wife and daughter from the gunfire. The 50-year-old worked as a project and tooling engineer. Last Saturday was the first time he attended a Trump event. Alan Weisselberg was released from Rikers Island today. The retired chief financial officer for the Trump Organization served 100 days of a 5-month sentence for perjury. He was released early due to good behavior. Weisselberg was convicted during the 2023 civil fraud trial against the former president's real estate company. His release comes after Peter Navarro made an appearance at the Republican National Convention just hours after walking out of prison himself. The former Trump White House advisor served a 4-month sentence for contempt of Congress. And on Wall Street today, stocks ended lower after that global tech glitch added.
Good evening. Troubleshooting actually helped me.
President Biden
I just Googled it and somebody was like, try to use different USB port. And I'm like, fuck,
the list of Democrats calling for him to get out of the race grew longer today as California Representative Mark Takano added his name. Mr. Biden and those speaking publicly for him insist he's in it to stay. In today's daily medical update, presidential physician Kevin O'Connor said Mr. Biden's symptoms continue to improve steadily. The president was at his Delaware beach house, while at the White House, a group calling on him.
Yeah, these are the news wraps.
I know.
To pass the torch held a rally. Meanwhile, the new Republican ticket of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance is holding a rally this evening.
The RNC itself took attention off Trump's assassination, and then him pulling out right after it also took more attention off of it. So now nobody cares.
That's very funny.
In Grand Rapids, Michigan,
people
it's
have already
the first since the convention and Trump's first since the attempt on his life. Airports, hospitals, and offices are still trying to get systems fully online after yesterday's global tech outage. Microsoft put out new numbers saying that more than 8 million Windows devices were affected, or less than 1% of customers. But many big hub airports are in disarray for a second day. According to the tracking site FlightAware, there have been more than 1,600 canceled flights today, both foreign and domestic, and more than 4,000 flight delays.
People really
Israel said it carried out airstrikes in Yemen.
That like
insane,
a massive like tech outage is going to happen, and that was going to. We had one. That's fine.
Yeah, I didn't even know.
Exactly. Some billionaires lost some money that day.
Oh, I'm supposed to feel bad for you? Oh.
Yemen in response to Houthi attacks, including yesterday's deadly drone strike in Tel Aviv.
I do want to comment on
this. Yemeni officials said Israeli fighter jets hit fuel storage facilities and a power station.
Some Mujahideen had some interesting takes on this.
Okay.
Right. So, I mean, you learned about the Palestinian camp that based in the Syrian war, right? You know, so there's, there's obviously Palestine, and even though that started with a PFLP on Assad's side, they eventually went to a neutral zone because of how bad it was on Palestinian refugees. But there was tons of Palestinian groups within the Mujahideen fighting at the time. So there was just a Muslim holiday. I think it's Ashura, right? And I'm pretty sure it's like when the prophet dies, if I'm not mistaken. Is that's what? And so like Shia, because you know how they get real mourny at like funerals and stuff. Yes. So for Shia, this is really important. It's the holiday where you see them phalangate, right? But normally it's just like a little whip, right?
Yeah.
And so like they were making all these posts showing that they have rockets, like, oh, Shia on this day, Sunni on this day, like, like it's all this like they try to like hype it up like they're better for being Shia, you know how it goes, right?
Yeah.
And like for the most part, as unless you go into ISIS, all the Sunni Mujahideen just hate the IRGC Nexus people. They still like the Houthis though, right? So like they're just talking shit about like you're making yourself look worse. Like you sit here and you flash all these rockets you have, but you have two fronts on the Zionists, right? Because they have the Golan Heights and the Lebanon front with Hezbollah, right? So you have two fronts with the Zionists, and you've made 0 ground, no significant damage, and you only do it, like these strikes when Iran tells you to within Iran's interest. Like you're pathetic. And then then the Houthis do this, which it's like, it really goes to show that the Houthis are not part of that IRGC nexus, like they're like wrapped really into, because the fact that they were just think about this though. If the IRG actually cared about Palestine, what Houthis just did on Israel would be happening every day since the beginning of this war. The fact that it took Yemen is very far away, and they got a good hit on Israel. It's fucking pathetic from a strategic perspective that Hezbollah actually tries to LARP. And this is why I say, and people are like, why am I cringe for liking Hezbollah, right? Because I'll be like, nothing's more cringe than somebody who likes Hezbollah. Or like even Assad is less cringe. It's Hezbollah specifically, because at least Assad fucks and kills people, right?
True.
It's like being like Saddam. He kills people. Hezbollah, what do they fucking do? Drink tea and stand next to fucking rocket launchers.
Amazing.
And then fucking get on their fucking Harley motorbikes and go beat protesters.
They're aesthetics, bro.
It's just like the Basiji. They love those fucking motorcycles.
Yeah, aesthetics. They're badass.
Yeah. And let's fucking inject synthol.
Hodeidah, which is a Houthi stronghold. The Houthi spokesman called it blatant aggression. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said his nation has the right to defend itself.
The Houthis attacked us over 200 times. The first time they harmed an Israeli citizen, we struck them. And we will do this in any place where it may be required. The blood of Israeli citizens has a price.
Earlier in central Gaza, Israel struck refugee camps. Palestinian health officials said in central Gaza,
Israeli citizens has a price.
Oh, I saw the
shit.
Earlier in central Gaza, Israel struck refugee camps. Palestinian health officials said at least 13 people were killed, 3 of them children. And longtime Texas Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee has died. In the nearly 30 years she represented her Houston district, Lee played a key role in expanding the Violence Against Women Act to specifically address Native American, transgender, and immigrant women. She was also the lead sponsor of legislation making Juneteenth a national holiday. She said just last month that she'd been diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. Jackson Lee was 74 years old.
See, I don't think they're even aligned with Iran. Like they're almost like anarcho-jihadi pilled, Like everything they do is within their own interest. They work with the US when it's in their own interest. They fight the US when it's in their own interest. I would not be surprised if they like end up like attacking Iranians who are fucking around doing something they don't like. Right? Because they're like our Israel, right? They're the wild card, we can't control Israel. Iran can't control Yemen. Well, the Houthis, I mean.
Which is basically Yemen.
I mean, they did just strike that Russian oil tanker. That was fucking hysterical, right?
Because was that a Russian one, was it?
Yeah, because it wasn't tagged. Because it was smuggled oil.
That's so funny.
Best News Weekend. Why some social conservatives are now turning their focus to divorce and the life-threatening. There is
religious
other news.
Nationalism.
New details are emerging about
anarcho-jihadi. Because like there's because they say like Order 9 Angels, they're anarcho-fascist, which doesn't make sense, right?
That's what we would jokingly call ISIS too.
Well, no, ISIS is. I do identify them as anarcho-fascist. Right? I mean, ISIS. The thing is that ISIS can't act in their own interest. They're just too stupid and too fascist. Right? It's so funny. They're so like, what are y'all doing?
Assassination attempt against former President Trump as the House prepares to interrogate the head of the Secret Service. A week after denying it, the Secret Service
Yeah,
acknowledged
they
that
are
it
fire
had
on the
turned down
mic. That is
requests
true.
from the Trump detail for extra federal resources over the past 2 years. Now, lawmakers in both parties are demanding answers, with many Republicans calling on Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle to resign.
Honestly,
we need the Secret Service to do one simple
she should
thing:
have right
protect
away.
our presidents and former
right away.
presidents in these.
Like you resign as this is any corporation, anything like that. You resign as the investigation goes in, right? Because especially with corporations, resigning immediately appeases shareholders.
Yep.
And you just become the CEO somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly. In a completely unrelated job that you've got no experience in. What's the problem? Although she is the director of the Secret Service, it's a bit different, I think.
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be the director, but whoever was in charge of operational security directly there.
Mm.
That would be like Hillary retiring after fucking Benghazi.
Yeah.
Which people called for. Those people are stupid.
That's not happening. And the initial excuses that she has given for the lapses that happened last Saturday are just unbelievable. I mean, the Democrats are just as concerned as the Republicans are about this because the agency is not a partisan agency.
Speaker Johnson said he also has questions for Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, whose department oversees the Secret Service. Tensions in the Middle East are escalating.
Wait.
The Israeli military.
Mayorkas, the guy they've been taking up the time from, constantly pulling Secret Service resources to constantly pull up these inquiries that they've been doing. You think that might have potentially weakened the Secret Service itself to get to a state? We can literally blame this on Marjorie Taylor Greene, is what I'm hearing.
Military said it intercepted a missile fired today by Houthi.
What?
So, I got a soundbite that I made. It's a brand new. It's probably going to be my favorite soundbite of all time. Okay. And I want everyone, including you, to try and guess what it's going to be. If I exported it right, I might not have.
I don't even know what it is.
Hang on, I gotta check my exports. Because it's not in there.
The rebels in Yemen.
Yeah.
The Houthis said they were trying to hit the Israeli resort city of Eilat on the Red Sea. In recent days, Israeli fighter jets hit the Yemeni port of Hodeidah in response to a drone attack that killed a man in Tel Aviv. Nearly 2 weeks after Hurricane Beryl made landfall in Texas, more than 1,000 people are still without power amid stifling heat. More than half of the 23 storm-related deaths are now being blamed on heat. CenterPoint Energy, Houston's power provider, faces 2 class action lawsuits, including from restaurant owners who say they've lost income and paid for food that's now spoiled.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. President Joe Biden announced Sunday he's dropping his bid to seek re-election in a move upending the presidential race just 4 months before Election Day and a month before the Democratic National Convention. In a letter posted Sunday, Biden wrote he was stepping aside, quote, in the best interests of my party and the country. Biden endorsed his Vice President Kamala Harris, who quickly received the backing of many powerful Democrats, but still face a challenge for the party's nomination. If elected, Harris would become the first woman to serve as U.S. president. She made history in 2020 when she became the first Black person, first person of South Asian descent, and first woman to be elected vice president. The 81-year-old Biden faced tremendous pressure to drop out following a disastrous debate with Donald Trump that raised questions about his physical and mental health, as well as his ability to beat Trump. Biden announced the decision while at his beach home in Delaware, where he has been isolating after testing positive for COVID. Biden's decision makes Trump, who is 78, the oldest presidential nominee in U.S. history. Questions about Biden's candidacy have been growing since at least last year. The activist group Roots Action launched a campaign called Don't Run Joe 20 months ago. During the primary season, more than 500,000 voters chose uncommitted instead of Biden to protest his support for Israel's war on Gaza. Biden's decision comes just 4 weeks before the Democratic National Convention begins in Chicago, August 19th, though the DNC is considered holding virtual roll call vote to lock in a nominee before the convention. The DNC Rules Committee will meet on Wednesday. The last open Democratic convention took place in 1968 in Chicago after Lyndon
riots.
Johnson decided not to seek re-election. On Sunday, Harris wrote, quote, "I am honored to have the president's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win this nomination." Kamala Harris has already picked up endorsements from 32 senators, 153 representatives, and 10 governors, as well as former President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. New York Democratic Congressmember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez endorsed Harris, writing, quote, "It's crucial that our party and country swiftly unite to defeat Donald Trump and the threat to American democracy."
Everyone
AOC had warned against the
over AOC and Bernie Sanders. It just shows like a majority of people who identify as the left are also fucking stupid. Like, it's embarrassing, honestly. And again, you know, Jackie, only one who's absolutely right about something. She was the only one who's, like, again, had the same take I did. For some reason, she's the only rational person I see on Twitter where it's like, of course they're going to fucking back Biden and not, like, do y'all, like, I don't understand people. You want them to take positions that will end up making things fail. Like, this is the whole Jimmy Dore segment where he constantly was like, force the vote for healthcare, force the vote. And that was like, he literally did that for like 4 years. That was his grift that he was able to get by on. It's just that. Like, I don't understand it. Of course. Like I said from the start, like fucking even like TLDR, they were framing it as a left-wing coup to push Biden out. It's like, where's the actual left? Like, they're like, because in Europe and shit, that's the only way they can process it, is like a further left person in the government pushes them out. They're like, wait, it's the same people who are like also marginal on things. Like, they don't understand. Like, imagine if it was focused on her and Bernie saying that it's the commie plot to take over the government. Boy, that would sure hurt the election once Biden dropped out, which he was obviously going to do after the RNC. No, he did a fucking few interviews where he barely got through, right? So my question is like, when are the Republicans actually going to pull out the narrative where it's a whole conspiracy from the start? Like, they knew Biden was going to do terrible in the debate. Like, he did terrible on purpose. You know, not even on purpose, because he obviously is like, you know, not doing great, right?
Yeah, clearly.
And the whole thing was to build up to the panning of the torch over to Kamala Harris, right? How do we know? How much planning is there? Like, obviously they were able to see Biden's fucking cognitive decline. Like, and like, honestly, you should, like, an auto at the last minute is dangerous regardless. So it couldn't have been planned much in advance. So it's like, it's either after the debate they started thinking about it, or before the debate they knew what was going to happen. It's one of those two things. It can't be both.
The effort to push Biden out, saying the demand was being driven by wealthy donors. Meanwhile, former President Barack Obama and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi have yet to make any endorsement. Neither has independent Senator Bernie Sanders, who praised Biden as, quote, the most pro-working class president in modern American history.
It's just
unquote.
A fact. It's
Many
just
Republicans, including House Speaker Mike Johnson and Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance, responded to Biden's announcement by calling on him to immediately resign as president.
Now we don't even
we'll
have
more
to
on
worry.
Biden's decision and the Democratic race after headlines. In Gaza, Israel's killed at least 39 Palestinians so far today.
Yes. He would have won in 2016. It was already close, right? And like, the only advantage Trump had is because people like were exposed, you know, literally he was working against himself, putting himself out there constantly, right? Like, now everyone just fucking hates him. Like,
yeah, there's no way he's winning.
You're either like on the like, I love Donald Trump, or you're like, I fucking hate him, but still support the Republican Party.
And Khan Younis, one Israeli strike hit a tent used by journalists near Al-Aqsa Hospital. Israel began attacking Khan Younis just moments after it ordered 400,000 Palestinians to evacuate the area. The official death toll from Israel's war on Gaza has topped 39,000, with over 90,000 wounded, though the true total is believed to be far higher.
They thought that they were like,
the International Court of Justice has ruled.
We can do the same thing again. You know, we were woke and got the black guy. Now we're going to get the woman, right? I understand why they went with Hillary from the beginning. It's almost like the obvious move. But when you got down to that end goal, nobody fucking liked her. Like the fact is, at that time, Hillary Clinton was more hated in America than Donald Trump. It's just a fact.
You could have picked anybody else. Literally anybody else.
Israel's 56-year occupation of the West Bank and East Jerusalem is illegal. In a major decision announced Friday, the court ruled Israel, quote, is under an obligation to bring to an end its unlawful presence in the occupied Palestinian territory as rapidly as possible. The court also said other nations are obligated, quote, not to render aid or assistance, unquote, to Israel's settlements in the occupied territories. Palestinian Foreign Minister Riyad al-Maliki praised the ruling.
All states and the UN are now under obligation not to recognize the legality of Israel's presence in the occupied Palestinian territory and to do nothing to assist Israel in maintaining this illegal situation.
Question, is assisting Israel assisting the settlements? I would say yes.
I was reading chat because I was thinking about this right here.
I would say yes.
Yeah.
Are directed by the court to bring Israel's illegal...
You know, that's what we were talking about, like with on the Bangladesh special, or even with Pega as well, right? Like, you make something illegal, but then you continually fucking have your agents do that thing, right? And you acknowledge that it's illegal, but you just don't enforce it. You know, it's just like how everyone but the United States has banned child soldiers. And the United States is really the only one that openly deals with child soldiers. But, you know, some reason nobody wants to report on that except us.
We do have a thing on that.
Like, it's very obvious. They're like, they literally put out a list of here's the child soldiers we're turning a blind eye to every year, because it has a cap. Like, you can only have 10 child soldier countries that you can get sanctions around under, and it's directly coming from the federal office. The president himself decides what child soldiers are okay.
Amazing.
Occupation to an end.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is heading to Washington, where he'll address a joint session of Congress Wednesday. Dozens of Democratic lawmakers plan to boycott the speech. Netanyahu's visit comes 2 months after the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, Karim Khan, announced he's.
So I
hyped it up for nothing.
No. I have it. I exported it now. So, like, I assumed before, like, I named the file and everything, but then I actually didn't press the export button.
Very nice.
So.
Seeking an arrest warrant for Netanyahu. The Center for Constitutional Rights has urged the Justice Department to investigate Netanyahu for genocide, war crimes, and torture. Israel attacked the Yemeni port of Hodeidah on Saturday. Torture. Urged the Justice Department to investigate Netanyahu for genocide.
He has to use this dude as a crutch to get off the tank.
War crimes and
Too
torture.
Fat. Okay, so
Israel attacked the Yemeni port.
Any guess on what do you think the new soundbite is?
I'm not gonna guess.
You know, what would be what would be the great? I bet you didn't think of this, right? You ready?
Sex is only for children. Sex is only for children.
I told you it's good, bro.
That's awesome. That's so good.
Port of Hodeidah on Saturday, killing 6 people and injuring 83. The strike came a day after Houthi fighters launched a drone strike on Tel Aviv that killed 1 person. The attacks raised fears Israel's war in Gaza could spark a broader regional conflict. Israel's also continuing to launch strikes in southern Lebanon. In related news, Lebanese photojournalist Christina Assi of Agence France Presse carried the Olympic torch in Paris on Sunday
when she got injured
to honor journalists wounded.
Isn't this the one that was they literally mortared journalists on the border of Lebanon, right? And one guy died, and she got like her leg, like chunks of her leg blown off.
Oh, was that this woman?
It was like day 1. Remember that?
No, actually, I don't.
It was like like they mortared their position. They were like on the Lebanese border, filming the border. And it was Al Jazeera, and they mortared them, and one guy died, and I'm pretty sure that's her.
Well, because Al Jazeera, that makes sense.
That's the only like Lebanese like journalist being injured I remember, because I remember it was pretty significant, and there's uncensored footage of it, and you can see her leg meet up on a curb, basically.
Cool.
If it's the person I'm thinking of. It also looks like she might have a prosthetic hand, or is her hand just like sitting on her lap?
I think it's just sitting there.
Or killed on the job. Assi lost her leg in the same Israeli attack that killed Reuters videographer Issam Abdallah. Christina Assi spoke Sunday.
That's what it was.
Of course, this is all for my best friend, Issam Abdallah, and all the other journalists who we have lost this year. This is all for them, and to pay tribute and to honor them, to honor their memory. And I will keep Issam's memory alive in everything I do. It's all for him.
In Bangladesh, the government rolled back but stopped short of abolishing its highly contested quota system for public sector jobs after massive student protests that killed 160 demonstrators amidst a brutal crackdown. This is a lawyer for the students.
The Supreme Court, according to Article 104, gave a final solution to this quota system. That is 93% quota for general people, 5% quota for freedom fighters and their kin, 1% for the ethnic minority community, and 1% for third gender and physically disabled.
Over 500 others.
Third gender? Interesting.
Have been arrested since Bangladesh's high court reinstated the quota last month, which reserved up to 30% of the coveted government
and like we
jobs
reported on our special, these types of quota systems are not uncommon for the region.
Yes.
Relatives of soldiers who fought in Bangladesh's independence
look at India, how ethnically diverse India is, right? So the DEI policies, right?
Against Pakistan in 1971, but students are vowing to resume the now suspended protests until the new rule is implemented. A curfew fully lifted, schools reopened, and detained students and protest leaders released. In response to the student uprising, the government of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina ordered the army to use deadly force against protesters and imposed a nationwide curfew and a communications blackout. At least 40 people have died after a boat carrying asylum seekers caught fire off the coast.
We did it again.
Haiti. Another 41 were rescued. Aid groups warn a growing number of people are attempting to flee Haiti amidst a spiraling.
This time it wasn't Europe.
Really?
There was
security and humanitarian crisis. U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas Greenfield, is traveling to Haiti today to show support for the Kenya-led international military mission that is now operating on Haitian soil. In related news, over 40 Haitian gang leaders, police, and officials were charged last week over the November 2018 massacre in Port-au-Prince, which killed dozens of civilians. The police officers involved had been working with the UN.
I love this. This is my favorite video ever.
Mission. One of those.
Just boys being boys.
Yeah.
It's literally
charged last week over the November 2018 massacre in Port-au-Prince.
Your boy's got a looks like a shorty fell. That's cool.
which killed dozens of civilians. The police officers involved had been working with the UN mission. One of those charged on Thursday was notorious officer
Foregrip.
The boys.
Turned gang leader Jimmy Barbecue Chalissier, who is accused of financing the operation.
It's not a CZ?
Consumer and digital rights groups are...
Nah. I'm not sure what it is, honestly.
Calling for big tech monopolies to be broken up following Friday's global Microsoft outage that grounded flights and caused chaos at banks, media companies, and mass transit around the world. The advocacy group Next Gen Competition said, quote, for decades, Microsoft's pursuit of a vendor lock-in strategy has prevented the public and private sectors from diversifying their IT capabilities. Sure. Millions are feeling the consequences of the greed and need.
Oh, you mean that monopolization and capitalism is bad? Wow.
Go of one of the most egregious offenders in big tech, unquote. In Illinois, a former sheriff's deputy has been charged with first-degree murder for fatally shooting Sonia Massey, an unarmed 36-year-old Black woman, in the face inside her own home.
Seen the video for this
Sean
yet?
Grayson, who's white, was responding to a 911 call from
She
Massey
was literally
on
joking
July
around with them, and he shot her in the head.
What?
Yep. Sheriff, bro. What do you expect?
Who reported a prowler near her home. But instead of helping her, the officer yelled at her and shot her 3 times, despite no signs of danger, as she held her hands up in fear. He also...
Amazing. Incredible.
Yep.
What's going to happen? Nothing?
He's charged with first-degree murder. He's incarcerated.
Oh, so it took a literal, actual, like...
No, this came out because he's on trial. The video that just came out.
Oh.
It came out because he's on trial.
Okay.
Nah, they gave him like the fact is like, I don't know, like first degree, like they're gonna have to prove that he intended to kill her before he got there.
Sure.
Right. So like
we get off.
I don't know. I doubt it. It was pretty egregious. I put the video. It's censored, but I put the video in the US list.
Mm.
It didn't give me an age gate on it, so
okay.
It's censored, because like you can definitely see the shooter in the head, but
they
also, like in Only the Dead, how that guy got shot in the head and it took him a while to die. Mm-hmm. That's what the cops end up doing. Like she's still breathing, but because she's shot in the head, they just choose to like let her die there because she's gonna die anyway.
Very cool.
Yep.
Also told his partner not to render aid to Massey after shooting her. The police killing has prompted community outrage and protests calling for justice.
We got to get rid of
Sonia
sheriffs,
Massey.
bro. We got to get rid of sheriffs.
Disarm the fucking police.
Sheriffs,
they clearly aren't responsible enough.
It's sheriffs specifically that are the real problem. Like I'm for disarming. I'm just, I'm being diplomatic here. Like let's start with getting rid of the sheriff department.
I mean, how many fucking people need to die in a first world country, a fucking country in the global north, at the hands of the police before it's unacceptable? Like, the police here are fucking shit, but they don't kill people.
This was
how is this an
this was like
acceptable thing?
Especially egregious too.
But like just in general though, I'm not even talking about just this. Like it's taken this
exactly. But I'm
to come to this point.
The other ones, all I'm implying is like the other ones. So like a great example is the one where they were responding to a shot thing, and the kid was throwing a gun behind the fence. The cop fired one shot and like was trying to render aid to the kid, and the cop was like, "Fuck!" The cop was like clearly acknowledging that he should not have shot the kid, right? So like. That situation, you can have tons of people being like, "Oh, it was justified. Had a gun in his hand." Like I don't think that cop faced consequences for it. There's other things where like, "Oh, he had a knife. He had this. He had like the guy they just shot by the RNC who had a knife." Right, out of town cops. Immediately, people didn't care because he had a knife. Right.
Yeah.
But like,
I think that people who survive police shootings should have their life paid for by the cop that shoots them.
Especially sheriff's department. Like getting called and then killing the person that called them for help in the first place. Like, why does sheriff's department continually have this issue?
Like it's clear, it's obvious that the people who are looking to become police officers are not mature enough, or there's something fucking wrong in the selection criteria that lets these people in. So either fix the fucking problem or scrap the entire system and start again.
This video
there is no other option.
Is one of the most offensive, atrocive police killings I have ever seen. Obviously, George Floyd is probably number one, right? You know, this one, if I thought hard enough, there's probably another one that's like really, really bad, but like potentially number two, you know, at least top five. How egregious
I think one of the craziest one I've seen is they were walking up to a house and the person had called them again, right? And about an intruder or something, and they had a shotgun, right? Down on their side, not even like raised, because they knew it was the police. Police shot them through the fucking window. They told them. They knew, but they still shot them. Like it's that kind of shit.
Yeah, that's still like one of those things where they're holding a gun, you know?
It's still unjustified. It wasn't
I know.
raised,
what I'm saying is the most egregious.
No, I'm saying that's one of the worst ones I've seen. I also don't go searching for police.
Yeah, neither do I.
People.
George Floyd is by far the worst, though.
Yeah.
What the fuck was I doing in this tab? That's right.
And longtime Texas Democratic
list.
Congressmember Sheila Jackson Lee has died at the age of 74. Jackson Lee was a tireless fighter for civil rights and progressive causes throughout her 3 decades in the U.S. House of Representatives. She announced last month she had pancreatic cancer. In 2002, Congressmember Jackson Lee was an early and outspoken opponent of the disastrous and illegal invasion of Iraq. She was also an impassioned advocate for reparations.
People in America are the descendants of Africans kidnapped and transported to the United States with the explicit complicity of the U.S. government and every arm of the United States lawmaking and law enforcement infrastructure. The dehumanizing and atrocities of slavery were not isolated occurrences, but mandated by federal laws that were codified and enshrined in the Constitution. The role of the federal government in supporting the institution of slavery and subsequent discrimination directed against Blacks is an injustice that must be formally acknowledged and addressed.
Sheila Jackson Lee also led the charge to establish Juneteenth as a federal holiday, which was finally signed into law in 2021, making it the first new federal holiday in nearly 4 decades.
Damn.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, War, Peace, and the Presidency.
Whoa, she said something different for once.
Strikes tore through buildings in and around.
Okay, so this is important, but I also have
for the first time
the video.
So it's on local news, and it didn't get flagged, so... You know,
we are seeing body camera footage from a deadly
they take us out,
shooting
it's
in
only an hour
Springfield.
in, right?
Yeah.
Oh, hurt you. You called us.
Okay.
So what'd you hear?
Somebody keeps outside my house, y'all.
Is this your car over here?
Please, God, please, God, please.
Is this your car over here? Oh.
Back on July 6th, Sonia Massey called police to her home over a suspected prowler. 2 deputies with the Sangamon County Sheriff's Office entered Massey's home, and one of them shot her while she was holding a pot of water. Deputy Sean Grayson has since been fired. He's been arrested and charged with first-degree murder. Now, we just got this footage in the last few hours, and we will be breaking it down further tonight on News 8 at 10. We will have the full body camera footage posted to our website, WQAD.com.
They might just be talking about it. They might not even show it. Okay. There you go. That's why it wasn't age-gated. Probably can't show it if it's the full footage, since even they are putting it on the website.
Hold on.
So she's like sitting on the couch, and they're like, "Oh, is the stove on over there?" And she was like, "Yeah, I was boiling some water." Not even that it is boiling. They're like, "Why don't you go turn the stove off?" Right? And then she says something like, "What, are you scared I'm going to throw it at you?" or something while she's putting the pot in the sink.
It's censored.
Yeah, I wouldn't though, because if it's not even if they won't even show it on live news, I would not show it. People who want to see it can go look it up. I'll just describe what happens, okay?
I will post the link.
She said, "Yeah, go ahead and you can throw it in chat too." So she says like something like, "Oh, you think I'm going to throw it at you?" She's clearly joking. You can hear it in the tone of her voice. And he goes, "I'm going to shoot you in the fucking head." Right? And she said, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Right? Like, jam. Okay, bro. Like, calm down. Right? And then, boom.
I'm going to watch
And
it.
then he also flags his partner twice.
Oh, very cool. Oh my God. She says, "Can you grab that Bible, please?" Just before. Great. I'll play this.
And in just the last 30 minutes, President Biden released a statement on Sonia Massey. He says, quote, "Sonia's death at the hands of a police officer reminds us that all too often Black Americans face fears for their safety in ways many of the rest of us do not."
We're now joined by the founder and CEO of Crowdstrike, George.
Sorry?
I said, based Joe. First Black president.
Kurtz. George, it's good to see a lot of people woke up. They saw that blue screen of death. We've been hearing all about the messes at the airports. A lot of broadcast channels, Australia, even ours here. We had those blue screens everywhere.
I'm at the point. I'm just going to pause it for a second so I can hear it clearly. Dude, what the fuck?
Atrocious, right?
Okay, I'm gonna show just not like as soon as he draws the gun, I'm gonna take it away. But I just want to show this.
You better fucking not. I swear to God, I'll fucking shoot you right in your fucking face. Okay, I'm sorry.
Right? What the fuck? What reason?
Well, listen. He said. Listen to what he says after.
Fucking crazy.
He tells you why he did it right after.
Happen.
Incriminating himself on camera like that, right?
Dude. Unfucking believable. Hold on, I need to hear it clear. What did she say? She repent you in the name of what?
She's talking like holy water.
Right.
Like she's making a church joke. She's clearly a very religious woman.
She literally because she literally asked the guy to get the Bible before as well. Like not 20 seconds before this. This is fucking. At this point, wouldn't the other cop be like, "Dude, drop the fucking gun and pull the gun on the other cop"? Surely that's what you would do.
I mean, meatheads.
So she's literally hiding from them. And then he peeks the corner and just executes her. Very cool. We love this. This is why cops are great. This is why they definitely should have guns. These people are very responsible and totally rational. Very level-headed individuals.
Listen to what he
So
says.
what did
he
happen?
says, listen.
Yeah,
right
so
after
first,
he
thank you.
shoots her, he says more stuff. That's the incriminating part.
Which bit?
Right after he shoots her, he turns to his father. He's like, "I wasn't gonna get my eyes wet or something." Just a total bitch mode response right after he shoots her, and he gets flagged twice.
Hold on. How far into it?
Right after he shoots her.
Right after?
Yeah, like 3 seconds or so. Right after he turns to his partner and says, like, he doesn't want to get water on his face. Maybe that one cuts off right after, and it doesn't show that last part. I don't know.
I didn't hear that ever. That didn't come up ever. I don't know what you're thinking about.
Well, I'll go check the one that I saw earlier because that one might not be the
36 minutes of body cam footage unedited.
Okay. Well, let me find it, and I'll get back to you.
Okay. Apologies
for giving me the opportunity to chat with you first on air. And I want to start with saying we're deeply sorry for the impact that we've caused to customers, to travelers, to anyone affected by this, including our companies. So we know what the issue is. We're resolving and have resolved the issue now. It's recovering systems that are out there. And essentially, as you've talked about in the statement I put out is...
We got to talk about something here.
Mm.
We got to talk about something here. Look. It may not be a fucking black sun, and it's not necessarily a Nazi tattoo. Okay? Really, bro? You got the fucking Norse tattoo?
Sorry, say it again. I'm still listening to the video.
The Norse tattoo on the cop's
on his arm? Yeah, what about it?
See that? Just, it's sussy. I'm not saying it's a fascist tattoo or anything. It's just like, I'm white. I'm going to get this tattoo. It kind of goes with a certain type of person. And sometimes those types of people are fine, but sometimes they're not, is all I'm saying.
Sure.
The system was sent an update, and that update had a software bug in it and caused an issue with the Microsoft operating system. And we identified this very quickly and remediated the issue. And as systems come back online, as they're rebooted, they're coming up and they're working. And now we are working with each and every customer to make sure that we can bring them back online. But that was the extent of the issue in terms of a bug that was related to our update.
So,
Mr. Kurtz,
it's one cop, he says, you good? Fuck. Well, what else are we supposed to do? I'm not taking a pot of boiling water to the face.
Yeah, I just found it. It's like 50 seconds after they shoot her.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, look, it came right to our feet. Yeah, no shit. It's a pot of water. You shot the woman. You psycho.
Waki, I mean, you're in the cybersecurity business, and I certainly don't even pretend to understand this, but according to your statement, it was a single content update that has managed to shut down air travel, credit card payment systems, banks, broadcasts, street lights, 911, emergency around the globe. Why is there not some kind of redundancy or some sort of backup? How is it that one single software bug can have such a profound and immediate impact?
Well, when you look at the complexity of...
Not a single hint of aggression at all.
Yeah, and I just love the fuck. What are we supposed to do? You can, and also if you listen, I mean, you've seen enough people in near death over those videos that we have on our Patreon, right? You can hear that breathing from her.
Yeah.
If you listen, it's hard to hear over the running water, but I could distinctly hear, oh, that's a dead person. Right?
Yeah.
Walking dead person, you know?
Yeah.
That's the death rattle sound.
Cybersecurity.
It's like the migrant that I sent you the video of. I'm like, what the fuck's happening here? That video, same sound.
Oh yeah, she was dying of dehydration.
She was just dead. She was dead already.
Yeah, she's already dead.
Yeah. It's the same sound.
They're always trying to stay one step ahead of the adversaries.
You got a little heartburn there, pal?
1 second.
Oh man.
Hold on.
Stress really killing this CEO, huh?
I can hear it. Actually, he says the hot boiling water thing here as well.
Well,
yeah, this is the part that I was telling you.
I'm not taking hot boiling water.
You could hear it right as they both stopped talking. That sound is what we're talking about.
In fucking face, and it already reached us.
This is him knowing he fucked up and him coping because he knows that he's no longer going to be 1 employed or 2 free or 3 probably alive for much longer. I don't think these people would do very well in prison.
Anyway.
But yeah.
Take a drink of water.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm sure it's been a long night.
It's been a long night. We're always trying to stay one step ahead of the adversaries. And in this particular case, always looking for the latest attacks from these adversaries that are out there. So there's content.
Well, this is true. So this is actually this is a whole sector. Like if you want to make money in open source intelligence, this is what you do, right? So the quickest way is to get access to one employee's email, right? So you get one employee's email, and then you can send out emails from that email and spread your virus embedded into that email, and no one will know it's there, right? So these companies actually have grabbable bounties, right? So like they'll say like
0 days and shit, right?
Yeah, for like breaches and stuff like that. If you can identify different breaches or find this, like depending on what it is,
up to and over $1 million sometimes.
On some, on some, right? So that's the thing is the reason updates happen is because some hacker was able to breach and get paid. And like in theory, I think it's a pretty smart theory to like and solution to like it makes a capital interest that should avoid breaches where ransomware is going to cost you way more money, like if you actually get taken for ransom, which means that a majority of people out there, instead of like, because you need a whole crime group to actually pull off one of those breaches and then get away with it, right? So it just incentivizes the white hat hacking.
Yeah, with having such a massive bounty for them. It's a really good dissuader for it, honestly. It's a great way to do it.
For many years. Obviously, we've got a robust team that's looking at the safety and security and the quality of these updates, and we have to go back and see what happened here. But if there's a negative interaction with the way some of these operating systems work, in this particular case, it was only the Microsoft operating system that was impacted, you'll see a reaction like this, and this is what we've seen here.
Yeah, I think a lot of people woke up and wondered if something nefarious was afoot, if this was some kind of a cyber attack. But you're saying that it was just something within your own system. So now, as we sit here, I was watching the news out of Australia. They were trying to get their television stations back on the air, their hospital software back up and running, the banks going. How long does it take to get everything back up and running?
It's funny.
Well, yeah, first and foremost, again,
it's funny how my feelings about essentially a similar video of watching someone render or not really render aid to somebody who's dead or dying, right? How my emotions are different depending on the situation. Like the military one. The other one
Only
is
the
where
dad?
where he was with the Rangers.
I'm
I think
sure at the end there.
it was American though, right? They were
Yes.
definitely American.
Yes.
And they took out, I think, like the last fighter in that area that they saw.
No, he literally was not a suicide bomber, but he had the bomb detonator and stuff on him.
Yeah.
And he was armed. He was an insurgent.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the point
Like
was that they weren't rendering
unarmed.
aid.
And that's what I'm saying is like a different situation, but basically the same video. Is the journalist filmed this guy for 45 minutes dying, and the soldiers did nothing. And it's like it kind of makes you angry, and it made the journalist angry as well. It's like, dude,
it's such a good ending. All the emotions
really
he goes
is.
over and stuff.
It really is, but like,
that one
be a
I'll put up
fucking
soon.
human.
But the other two, if you've been to Patreon and seen these two documentaries, really good shit. And one of them you're not going to find anywhere. Literally, you can't. Actually, both of them are pretty fucking hard to find. You're not going to hear about them. Like I guarantee you, both of those videos that are up there already. Did you put the second one up, right? The Mondo one?
No, I haven't put the second one up yet.
Well, Jack will put the second one up after this.
Yeah, I'm also gonna I got to download a couple of the LTEX and schedule them for Rumble too, and make more thumbnails.
And just to reinforce what you said, it wasn't a cyber attack. You know, it was related to this this content update. And
it was a cyber
suicide. You know, with our customers all night and working with them.
It was a cyber accidental poisoning,
and it's coming up, and it'll be operational because of you know, we fixed it on our end, and some of the systems that aren't recovering, we're working with them. So it could be some time for some systems that just automatically won't recover. But it is, you know, it is our mission, is why we're here, to make sure that every customer is fully recovered, and we're not going to relent until we get every customer back to where they were, and we continue to protect them and keep the bad guys out of the system.
These people are honestly worse than politicians.
The CEOs, awful. Honestly, awful. Truly awful.
What was the fucking line from the Boeing thing? A quality leak or something? How did this happen? It was a quality leak?
Okay.
Something like
I don't
that.
know what
Last Friday, lapse in quality.
I don't know what this video is, but I added it because it was about it.
About the Y2k experience it
And
deserved.
it had a
when
funny
millions
title, like Real Men Test in Production. It's like, okay.
Windows machines went down thanks to a bad update from cybersecurity firm Crowdstrike, 8.5 million to be exact. But now the plot is thickened, and multiple theories for why this actually happened have emerged. A, was it just a silly mistake? B, was it actually a cyber attack being covered up? Or C, was it a false flag planned centuries ago by our multidimensional lizard overlords? In today's video, we'll try to find out what really happened by taking a deep dive into the technical details. But first, here's a crazy detail you need to know. On April 21st, 2010, at approximately 1400 hours, a McAfee antivirus update accidentally removed the Windows.
Okay, just checking. That's what I thought.
Service host file and knocked millions of computers running Windows XP off the internet, causing many of them to go into an endless reboot loop. The blue screen of death shut down critical services around the world. That was 15 years ago when Justin Bieber was only 16 years old, but it's nearly identical to the CrowdStrike disaster going on right now. Here's the crazy part though. The CTO of McAfee in 2010 was none other than George Kurtz, the CEO of CrowdStrike today.
You're fucking
Oh my god,
me.
that's fucking
You're
awesome.
fucking kidding
That's
me.
so good. That's so good.
That's quite the example of failing upwards. Now, he did just lose $300 million
I
in
fucking hate
paper wealth.
CEOs, man. I fucking hate it. The fail
Every
upwards
fucking time. Oh my
the
God.
reason, honestly, here's a hot take. The reason meritocracy doesn't exist is because of CEOs specifically. Like, get out of here. This guy should be fucking, you know, after CEOs fuck this up, I got, you know how like Britain was like the civil service thing where you can do the military or you can be like a garbage man, basically.
Yeah.
That's what needs to happen. You have to go into a timeout as a CEO. You get a fucking CEO dipshit penalty, right? Where, you know, you won't have to go to prison for collapsing the economy, but you will have to put on a fucking reflector vest and be humiliated on the side of the highway while you pick up
And you
trash.
also have to
Do it in
donate
clown paint.
80% of your wealth to charity that you don't like.
Oh, that's too extreme. That's too extreme. I think clown makeup. See, I'm big on
Take
shame.
their fucking money as well.
I'm big on
Take their fucking money
shame-based
too.
cultures. Shame-based cultures are better.
But take their money and redistribute it. Fuck these people. That's the real shame. Watching their money feed people while they pick up shit. That's funny.
The CEOs aren't necessarily the ones that have the money. It's the company itself.
Sure, but
The
they're a
CEOs still have
representative of
money.
it.
The CEOs still have money, but you know.
Yeah, Boeing CEO got $45 million
Yeah.
per year, and then like $100 million payout. Ridiculous. And he's just going to get another job at another CEO company, or a company as a CEO, I should say. It's just ridiculous. Fuck these people. Because they're just going to get another CEO job. They can build that money again.
See,
'Cause
but
they can just go
on
get a
my
$50
system,
million job.
we can make them be park rangers, and then potentially they get mauled by bears, and that will be really funny.
That would be funny.
In
But
clown
most
paint
importantly,
too.
we now know the embarrassing.
Their clothes have specific scent on them that attract the
Yeah.
bears.
Well, that's the clown paint is meat based. It's got a meat additive in it, you know.
Truth
Or like,
about
you
how
know,
the
it
CrowdStrike
uses
disaster
fish
actually
oil
happened.
in it.
Yes, perfect.
Almost. It is July 22nd,
You know, like how we
2024, and
smeared
you're
that
watching the Code
sardine
Report.
oil
The
on
creator of
Joe
C++,
Exotic
Bjarne
shoes.
Stroustrup, once said, C++ makes it harder to shoot yourself in the foot,
Wow.
but when you do, you blow your entire leg
This
off.
guy's
And we should have
cool.
listened to him. CrowdStrike released an official statement explaining what happened.
Come on, you guys. There it is, right there in front of you the whole time. You're dereferencing a no pointer. Open your eyes.
The CrowdStrike Falcon sensor is software that sits in the background on your machine, looking for potential security anomalies. It contains a driver, which is the thing that actually executes code, along with a bunch of channel files, which are basically just config files that contain rules about new potential attacks that the sensor can look for. These files are not kernel drivers and can be updated on the fly. And when CrowdStrike pushed an update to channel file 291, a logic error caused the entire system to crash. Now, normally, when an application crashes, it only breaks that application running in user land or ring 3 in the CPU protection ring. No blue screen of death required. But CrowdStrike is a unique piece of software that runs within ring 0 or kernel mode, the most privileged zone around the CPU, usually reserved for process scheduling and direct hardware access. Ring 0 is an area that normally only Microsofties are allowed to touch, and in order for any third party to run code here, they must receive a WHQL certification from Microsoft to verify that your code won't break 8.5 million devices and shut down the global economy. The CrowdStrike driver was WHQL certified, so it sounds like it's Microsoft's fault. Well, not so fast. What's unique about CrowdStrike is that they can make updates to those config or channel files dynamically. In this case, the driver had some kind of issue reading channel file 291, causing the entire system to fail. That's pretty much all the detail we have from official sources, but luckily there's a guy on the internet who's a professional C++ programmer and provided a breakdown that went viral. His hypothesis was that this was a skill issue where some engineer coded up a null pointer trying to access a memory address that doesn't exist. A simple rookie coding mistake that could have been fixed with an if statement. This tweet got a lot of traction, but since then it's been community noted.
It's not a null pointer issue. Security table in a loop.
I mean, the guy who's voicing over will tell us.
Security researcher explains that this code is reading pointers from a table in a loop and some are invalid. Perhaps an error parsing the configuration file left some entries uninitialized. What's kind of crazy here is that it looks like the driver code has actually been broken for a long time, and this one config file was the straw that broke the camel's back. We may not know the full truth until there's a congressional hearing, but it looks like some developer there wrote some bad code, said works on my machine, but then made the horrible mistake of deploying on a Friday. But we can't blame this one person. Programmers write bad code all the time, but a failure like this should never reach production. The Falcon sensor is not just some crappy to-do list app. When software operates in the critical path like this, there should be multiple layers of protection, quality assurance, continuous integration, staggered rollouts, and so on.
So this is a much bigger fuck up than I initially thought. Interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting,
by some
right?
automated process before it killed 8.5 million computers.
I didn't even know what this fucking video was. I'm like, this is just a funny title. Let's see what this is about. This seems great.
Well, make sure you like the video and subscribe to their channel.
But it's not the person who wrote the code. It's an organizational failure, and it's not the first time Colonel Kurtz has been connected to a worldwide outage. He knows that real men test in production and is willing to die on that hill. The thing is, this company sells a very expensive product that very few people understand, and if you want to have an exotic car collection like this, your enterprise sales team is your highest priority, not your software engineering team. Those nerds. Therefore, the most likely root cause of this disaster is just a lack of quality control at the company CrowdStrike. But another theory floating around is that this wasn't an accident, but actually the work of a foreign spy who infiltrated the company, or perhaps a rogue employee who wanted to send a message that it's time to switch to the Rust programming language for Windows driver development. But the conspiracy theories...
His thumbnails are pretty good. I like them. The black background is an interesting choice.
It's very techy, because that's like NVIDIA style.
Yeah.
Go even deeper, and some think this failure is so egregious that it was actually pre-planned in advance. The World Economic Forum has made predictions about a worldwide cyber attack, and CrowdStrike is a World Economic Forum partner. This was all just a test run for the real cyber attack, scheduled to happen on August 12th, 2026. Most of us will already be dead by then, but if your goal is to write robust kernel drivers on Windows, you'll need to know how to problem solve like a programmer, and you can start doing
right into an ad. Flawless, bro. The joke ending into an ad. Flawless execution on that ad.
Very good. I'll make sure I like that video. Did. I also subscribed.
The outage causing chaos worldwide today. Airlines, hospital systems, businesses, and banks all reeling after an update from cybersecurity giant CrowdStrike causing a major disruption. Yahoo Finance's tech editor Dan Halley is here with more. Dan.
Great.
Yeah, Josh, this really kind of just comes down to a single update and more or less a single point of failure for this entire
I don't think this is going to be
internet
anything
backbone,
new.
basically. Just to kind of give an explainer of how this all seemed to come about, CrowdStrike sent out an update for its software. CrowdStrike is used by a number of Fortune 500 companies.
This might.
CrowdStrike's routine update of its cybersecurity software caused global computer crashes on Friday apparently didn't undergo proper quality checks before being deployed. That's according to 3 security experts. The latest version of its Falcon sensor software was meant to make its clients' systems more secure against hacking. But faulty code in the update files resulted in one of the most widespread tech outages in recent years for companies using Microsoft's Windows operating system. One security expert said companies like CrowdStrike update their products frequently against malware. But that frequency, he said, is probably why CrowdStrike did not test its product as much. Air passengers worldwide face delays in flight cancellations as airports and airlines, along with banks, hospitals, and government offices, were caught up in the IT outage. This family from Paris was stranded at the airport in Edinburgh, Scotland.
Every hotel in Edinburgh were fully booked. I phoned to 20, 30 hotels and no, we're booked. I'm sorry, we're booked. So we decided to sleep in the airport, on the floor. It was a tough decision with kids and family, but we have no other solution.
Microsoft on Saturday said nearly 8.5 million of its devices were affected, or less than 1% of all Windows machines. CrowdStrike released information to fix affected systems, but experts said getting them back online would take time as it required manually weeding out the flawed code.
Well, to Bangladesh now, where there's some semblance of calm on the streets of the capital after several days of protests against a controversial job quota system. A curfew, though, remains in place indefinitely, and a telecoms blackout continues to affect internet and mobile phone services. Now, seen as a partial victory for protesters, the Supreme Court did scrap most government job quotas on Sunday. The reinstatement of the policy in June initially sparked these student-led protests that have since spread elsewhere, too. More than 140 people have been killed and thousands more injured after a crackdown by the police and the military. Well, let's bring in our correspondent, Tanvir Chowdhury. He joins us now from the capital, Dhaka. Tanvir, protesters are saying, though, that this isn't over.
Yes, you're absolutely right. They're saying, look, one group of protest leaders who met with the government saying that we will withdraw the protest for 48 hours and then we'll continue again. And our 8 points demands remains. That includes the resignation of the police chief and the home minister. On the other group, those who are talking to on the phone and on the run, they're saying we don't agree with them. Our protest still remains. We'll have a mass funeral all across the country honoring those who were killed. The situation is very eerily calm. It's not over. The biggest problem will be people who were killed and injured, those not accounted for. Many were picked up and they're not accounted for. Two prominent politicians who were student leaders also, Junaid Saki and Nurul Haq Nuru, who was picked up and not accounted for. And the other person, Junaid Saki, who was mercilessly beaten by the student wing leaders last night, he's now into hiding. This sort of things are going on. There's a combing operation going on. Students are picked up and detained. So they said they will continue the protest and those bodies unaccounted for, because the journalists are saying that we can't get these bodies out. Their families going there said those were with bullet injury, we cannot get them out. These are concerns that will have the fallout in coming days and weeks.
Well, we'll continue watching very closely. Indeed, Tanvir Chowdhury there for us with the latest from Dhaka.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Verify your age.
Age gate.
What was it?
Sky News.
Our top focus we're on right now. Bangladesh has announced the imposition of a curfew and the deployment of military forces after days of clashes and demonstrations against government job quotas.
So I'm just looking for something to eat.
Across the country. And these demonstrations in Bangladesh has killed at least 100 people. The demonstrations have left a trail of destruction. Student demonstrators stormed a prison and set fire to the state broadcaster's building, among the dozens of arson-related incidents this week. The busy streets of Dhaka are absolutely empty, with burnt vehicles and bricks strewn across the roads. The High Commission of India, in coordination with BSF and Bureau of Immigration, is helping Indian students who are traveling back to India from Bangladesh. According to reports, the border crossings between India and Bangladesh that are Darshana and Akura Agartala will remain open for students and Indian nationals to arrive in India. 245 Indians, of which 125 are students from Bangladesh, have crossed over to India through West Bengal. They were helped by Indian High Commission in Dhaka in coordination with BSF and Bureau of Immigration. Indian state of Meghalaya's chief minister has also given an update regarding evacuation of Indian students.
Almost close to about 405 students from India have been evacuated from Bangladesh through Dauki, and out of them, about 80 are from our state of Meghalaya itself, and then the rest are from other parts of the state of the country. We also have the students from Bhutan and Nepal also were there, and some tourists who were stuck, who again crossed the border from.
The India-Bangladesh border has been calm amid the fresh violence. People crossed the border in Agartala in India's northeastern state of Tripura. India has urged its citizens in Bangladesh to avoid local travel and also limit movement.
As you are aware, there is an unrest. There are protests which are happening there. We have around 8,500 students and somewhere around 15,000 Indian nationals resident in the country. We have issued a travel advisory for people to be in touch with the High Commission and for us to render any assistance that they may need. External Affairs Minister is himself monitoring the situation. The High Commission will be giving regular updates on the situation there. We will also be giving regular updates, and we urge all family members of Indian nationals who reside in Bangladesh to be in touch, follow us for regular updates. We remain committed to provide all possible assistance to our nationals.
Massive violence and arson has raged in 26 districts of Bangladesh over the last 3 days. National broadcaster Bangladesh Television is offline after hundreds of demonstrators set its building on fire in Dhaka. A complete internet and telecom shutdown is in effect in a move to curb the violence in the country. A jailbreak has been reported in central Bangladesh's Narsingdi district. Student demonstrators are reported to have stormed the jail and freed hundreds of inmates before setting it on fire. Earlier, angry demonstrators took to the streets in a few pockets of the country ahead of pro-government counter-demonstrations after midday prayers. Fresh confrontations between police and demonstrators are reported around the capital city. Hundreds of students blocked roads in the upscale district of Banani, forcing police to fire tear gas at them. After this, the Dhaka police banned all public gatherings for the day.
This must be a cut from their live feed because that seemed weird.
Mm-hmm. Pause protest. I'm gonna have audio VOA.
I guess not.
I'm in Spain without the S.
Low effort.
I just meme that I just saw. Because like there's all these like Let's Go Brandon stores, right?
Mm.
So it's like just in time for Spirit Halloween. I'm not sure if you have those where you are because you probably don't do Halloween, right? So like
We do, but it's not like
so Spirit Halloween is a national chain, but it only operates in the fall season, right?
Okay.
So they have logistics where they're able to dispatch all their trucks and like the setup for it, like you'll be hired as a manager and like it's like pretty fucked up labor. So they like send all the trucks out and they'll like literally just buy an empty, like if something goes out of business, it'll be a Spirit Halloween that season, right? So they'll buy up a location in towns all across the country for a season and then ship all their Halloween logistics all around the stores and unpack it in a day.
That's insane.
They make you do like a 10-hour shift where you unpack and set up the store, shelves, everything, right, in a day, and then break it down too and set it all the way back once the like season is over, right? So like all these fucking Let's Go Brandon stores are gonna be Spirit Halloweens this season, which is amazing. Fucking hysterical. Whoa, those helicopter blades weren't moving. Clearly fake.
More. Only text from VOA. They mustn't have Bangladeshi contributors.
Yeah, and they're just using footage that we've seen from other outlets too here.
Mm-hmm. Man, if this was Syria, this would be a dangerous place to be.
Or Israel.
Or Israel, yeah.
The Levant in general, not a good place for funerals.
To be at a funeral, no.
Mm-hmm.
Bangladesh's Supreme Court on Sunday scrapped most of the quotas on government jobs that had sparked deadly student-led protests, killing at least 114 people in the South Asian country. Bangladesh Attorney General A.M. Amin Uddin said the jobs should be open to candidates on merit.
Only one person described it as
Supreme
this, and
Court's
it was like their
appellate's
first
division,
day of
according
coverage.
to
But
all-
they said the protests are pushing for a more meritocracy, right? Which is like on merit. That's what they're saying here too. But I think specifically phrasing that as like asking for more meritocracy is like definitely a modern way to describe things, because that's like, I don't know. I need to interact with people who touch grass and ask them what they think of the meritocracy and see what they say, if they even know what it is.
Article 104 gave a final solution to this quota system. That is 93% quota
what
for general
solution?
people, 5% quota for freedom fighters and their kin, 1% for ethnic minority community, and 1% for third gender and physically disabled.
Nationwide unrest sparked following student anger against the quotas that included reserving 30% of government positions for families of those who fought for independence from Pakistan. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's government scrapped the quota in 2018, but the lower court reinstated it last month. A dean told Reuters by phone that protesting students had said they were not involved in violence, and the government
I said yes, it was.
I figured.
Would find those responsible for it. Witnesses said that the capital of Dhaka's streets were quiet following the decision after local media had reported scattered clashes earlier in the day. Demonstrations have also been fueled by high unemployment among young people, who make up nearly a fifth of the population. Military were patrolling with army checkpoints set up as the government had extended a curfew while bracing for the judgment. Internet and text message services in Bangladesh have been suspended since Thursday, cutting the nation's 170 million people off as police cracked down on protesters who defied a ban on public gatherings. Bangladeshis trying to leave the country crowded outside an airline office in Dhaka on Sunday. Mohammed Kosar told Reuters he was trying to return to Saudi Arabia. His flight was cancelled and a new one cost him over $200. He says if he is stuck in Bangladesh for 2 more days, he will need to beg in the streets. Local media reported the curfew was to resume for an uncertain time after a 2-hour break for people to gather supplies.
Oh, you can have 2 hours where we won't shoot you. Make sure you're back home before that expires. Those types of breaks and curfews don't work. They do not work. Especially if you're Israel.
During the streets of Paris ahead of the Olympic Games, according to NGO Le Revers de la Médaille, or the other side of the medal. It says they've expelled 12,500 people from tent cities and squats in the past year. A 40% rise from the same period
when they
2
say
years
squats,
ago.
Because like I've seen a lot of videos specifically of entire Roma families being like arrested by police and taken out of houses coming out a lot lately. So I wonder if by squats they mean that, like these people may be considered squatters, right? So they're cracking down on squatters.
That's what sparked the riots in Leeds.
That might have been Britain. It might have been Britain is where I saw that video that I'm thinking
it was the
of.
removal of a Roma family.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking of.
No, it wasn't the removal. It was the state taking their children.
Yes, that's what I was thinking of.
It was the state taking their children, and I only noticed because I saw a hashtag, right? And I'm like, oh, that's weird. So
I retweeted it. So
I made a comment with the actual 5th gen page. And I'm like, it appears that the racists have taken over the narrative. Here's the video. Here's the event that sparked it. Here's the longer version. And I'm like, sourced from Tommy Robinson, hence downloaded the video, posted without him. Because fuck him. So, the fact that Tommy Robinson was there and all the notorious British Nazis also commenting about how it was, this is what immigration does, is the general sentiment that I got from reading through Twitter.
Well, like, I think Roma especially take a lot of shit because they don't integrate into the local economy.
Yeah.
Sorry to put on my commie hat on blaming capitalism here, but I just wanted to say that, like, there is certain traditions that I don't agree with. There's a lot of like arranged child marriage. but like it's like two children marrying each other, which I guess is a
Yes.
little better than an adult marrying a child, right? But like they're getting married, and already the adults are like, "Where are our grandchildren? Give us our grandchildren," you know? And it's like, okay, guys.
I understand though. Like from the like how they live, it makes sense.
To have kids fucking and having babies.
No, to just like have a big family quickly.
Mm.
And it's not like kids aren't fucking. You know what I mean?
That is true. That is true. It's
Sex
not,
is
yeah.
only for children.
That is true. Like I
mean, think about all the stories that you hear. A 12-year-old parent, kids are fucking. Like, you can't stop it.
Yeah.
You can't lie to yourself that it's not happening.
I like fucked a lot 17, 18
Mm.
while still like in high school. But like
In a press conference
New
in
York is like the age of consent's like 17. And it's specifically so people like that are like younger aren't getting like, because it's a grace period. Like it's understandable, like, you know, like when you're in high school, right? And like you're dating somebody, whoever turns 18 first, you know, then it's like fucked up.
Yeah.
You know, like other states don't have those
What do they
protections
call
if
it?
they cut.
The Romeo and Juliet laws or whatever.
Yeah, yes, something like that.
Yeah. I find a lot of pedophiles use that as an excuse.
Yeah, yeah. But like
this has been coming up a lot, actually, the whole age of consent thing, because of the Tanner and Cody Co thing.
Yeah.
It's very like online brained,
Mhm.
but like that's been coming up a lot. And surprisingly, people siding with Cody. Very weird. Very weird.
Paris on
Like, there
Tuesday,
was
migrants
people
and
who were like it was funny because like I remember being that age and like being concerned if somebody was 17, right?
Mm.
And like I don't necessarily think it's that appropriate if like it's different if it's a freshman or a senior.
Mm.
But like generally like kids are gonna have sex with each other. That's just what they're gonna do, right?
Yeah.
But it's just like
It's why sex education should be taught earlier. They
I
should
think-
know if they're going to do it anyway.
I think it's kind of like it's all kind of like states that are like the age of consent is 16. It's like predators celebrate that, and it's like then
You're
you're
talking about Shea Casino.
yeah, they say 900. Yeah, she killed 900 students. Is what they're trying to say. Sure.
Roma shared their experiences of forced eviction. Laura is a Roma mother of 4 living in Paris.
I'm with my children in the park. I sleep with them outdoors, and it's very difficult for me.
Jocelyn, who declined to be on camera, is from the Democratic Republic of Congo.
I have 2 children, and because we're living on the streets, one fell ill with asthma. So it's very difficult for me with the Olympic Games.
Hey, Mohawk.
We do all of our activities in
Go back,
Paris.
go back.
What will become of us now?
Might be too. Yeah, it's right. Is that a Mohawk?
This one? Yeah. I think it is.
The total non-binary
We do
haircut.
all of our activities in Paris. What
That
will become
person,
of us
I
now?
didn't know what gender they were.
Can anybody find a solution for us?
The clearing up of squats was facilitated by a new law passed in 2023, which also imposes large fines and prison sentences for illegal occupation. At least 3,000 people were affected by squat closures last year, according to a Reuters investigation. Authorities have denied the squat evictions were connected to the Olympic Games.
Of course they did.
Many were offered places in other parts of France, following a push by the government this year to clear the streets
you can
of
go
the
to
Paris
these
region.
camps.
Yeah, yeah. You know, human
There's
trafficking.
no homeless people in China.
The NGO spokesperson Paul Allozi says tourists this summer will experience a, quote, postcard Paris with new cycling lanes and rebuilt sites.
Gross.
However, he says
That's
They
so
finally,
gross.
they
That's
finally
such a
did
gross
it.
thing to say.
Yeah, they finally did it. They've been wanting to do this in Paris for years.
That's why they bid it so hard on the Olympics, I guess.
Maybe that's something to look into. The Olympic effect on the
Oh
homeless and the
no,
poor.
not research on France, anything but that.
No, not
Kidding.
France. I'm talking about the Olympics.
Yeah.
The impact of homeless people every time the Olympics is being built up.
My godfather,
Mm.
my late godfather, he was a sports journalist before he was an English teacher, and he went to the Olympics in China, and his assignment was literally to like find a place that was surfing dog.
That's hysterical.
And he did find one.
I don't think it would have been that hard.
But the whole article is like how it was hidden away because of the Olympics.
Oh, okay. Yes, okay.
Because it was like they're trying to clean up their reputation. It's just funny to get like it's almost like a blatantly racist assignment, right? Because you're like a sports
Olympics?
writer and they got you hunted for dog meat, right?
Was this a 2008?
No. This is like it was to be in like the 80s, 70s, 90s. Like it's when he was young. He has a book too, but like obviously it's outdated because it's a sports book.
Yeah. How many times was chosen? 2 occasions, 2008 and 2022. That's what Republic of China. China compared to PLC. They only hosted it twice.
Maybe it was another country like Korea or something. I don't know.
Maybe. Oh. Rip. Guess we're not hearing about the
Iran-backed Houthi rebels claimed responsibility for a deadly drone attack on Tel Aviv on Friday. The explosion, captured in this video clip, killed a man and wounded several others. Phone clips show ambulances and police rushing to the scene. No air raid alarms preceded the explosion, and Israeli authorities.
Yeah, no, they've only hosted it twice, which is why I'm like,
what was the earlier date? 2008. I mean, I don't know. It might have been that long ago.
That was when Xi Jinping cracked down on protests and shit.
I mean,
that
maybe
was
he was. Maybe he was still going out on assignment at that time. I don't know. I think he would already be teaching by then, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, because 2008 is super interesting. How much it actually contributed to his rise in the Chinese Communist Party.
When is North Korea getting the Olympics?
North Korea?
That would be fucking amazing. You got to admit.
That would be epic, yeah.
How many people would starve just for them to show off like the greatest Olympic ceremony of all time for their own propaganda?
I didn't realize Lake Placid was a real place. That's funny.
Yep. That's where Betty David feeds the crocodilos. Right? No, what's her name?
I have no idea.
Betty White. It's where Betty White feeds the crocodiles all the cows.
Sure. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's the plot to the movie Lake Placid.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Betty White is feeding the crocodile cows, and that's why they're giant and able to eat people.
That's very funny.
Because she's conditioned them to eat and stuff. So it turns out she's like the killer the whole time. She's so funny. She's been feeding the people to the crocodile.
Yeah, I've never seen the movie. That's funny as.
I haven't either. I just know that's what happens.
That's very funny.
That was the case. The attack came hours after Israel confirmed it had killed a senior commander of the Iran-backed Hezbollah militia in southern Lebanon. Police spokesperson Dean Elston
This country right now is in a state of war, but we are not going to allow terror to dictate our lives. Our police forces, together with emergency personnel, MADA, all the emergency personnel are working together to ensure the safety of our civilians.
Chief, did you just say we're not going to let terror dictate our lives? What did you
The attack is likely to fan the flames of the ongoing Gaza war, as the Houthis and other Iranian proxies side with the Palestinian group Hamas. A military spokesperson for the Houthis, Yahya Saraya, said in a televised speech that the group attacked Tel Aviv and will continue to target Israel in solidarity with Palestinians. Israeli military officials did not confirm the claim from the Yemen-based Houthis, but they say they're not ruling out any possibilities.
The Houthis are the only ones who actually, they do it, even though they can't do much. They still do it. They don't give a fuck, Down
to the Middle East.
I appreciate them for actually doing something instead of just running their mouth all the time, like so many fucking people who wear berets like that and lead things do.
On Houthi targets in Yemen, days before Prime Minister Netanyahu is set to visit Washington due to meet with President Biden on Tuesday. Britt Clennett has more from Jerusalem. Britt, good morning.
Good morning, Whit. Yeah, Israel says it intercepted a missile fired from Yemen. The Iran-backed Houthis confirming the first attempted strike on Israel after the IDF bombed a port held by the rebel group.
Overnight, Israel launching powerful strikes in Yemen, targeting areas controlled by Iran-backed Houthi rebels. Clouds of smoke and fire blanketing the Houthi-controlled port city of Hodeidah. The Houthis saying at least 3 people were killed, 87 injured. Israel's airstrike is the first direct claimed attack inside Yemen since the start of the war last October. Israeli officials saying the airstrike is in response to the drone attack in Tel Aviv on Friday.
F-15, F-35.
Great.
I believe.
They couldn't even give us F-15s. Fucking what a joke.
Yeah, Israel. Not only that, Israel gets their own variant of all those planes too.
What the fuck?
Right?
And we get hand-me-down Super Hornets from the Navy. Super Hornets are cool, but they're not an F-15.
Well, Israel needs them. They're constantly under threat.
Uh-huh.
They need to be able to bomb Iran.
The IDF saying it struck military targets that were being used as a main supply route to transfer Iranian weapons from Iran to Yemen.
I believe them.
These weapons sent by the regime have been used to attack Israel in recent months. The Israeli strike escalating tensions in the region, with the Houthis now also saying they won't hesitate to strike back. Following the attacks, Iran-backed Hezbollah said Israel's actions herald a dangerous new phase. This all comes as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu heads to Washington, D.C. tonight, his office confirming a meeting with President Joe Biden will take place at noon on Tuesday, amidst the growing pressure to call for a ceasefire agreement and hostage deal.
We're inside the 10-yard line and driving toward the goal line and getting an agreement that would produce a ceasefire, get the hostages home, and put us on a better track
to trying to build lasting
peace and stability.
This time it will happen for sure.
Ceasefire talks will top the agenda when Biden meets Netanyahu on Tuesday. Now, the Israeli leader will be accompanied by released hostage Noah Argamani in the U.S. As he faces intense pressure to reach a deal and get those remaining hostages home. Rhiannon?
All right, Britt.
Can't do this. We'll get banned. Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, God, no! Oh, God!
What are you trying to do to us, Hindustan?
It's like the Mad Max drummer,
Awful.
Wow.
No, banned.
Did you put this on there?
Who do you listen to?
I did. I was looking for stuff to fill out the
Hindustan
Houthi
Times.
strike.
Hindustan Times blows.
Yeah, they suck.
Personal issues like the decisions whether to stay in the race or not.
So a council of one, President Biden blocking out other points of view on whether or not to stay in the race. But Democrats' concerns over his age and fitness to serve, they are not going anywhere. Let's bring in our panel.
What
Charlie
was
Hurt,
the
Washington
actual
Times opinion
question
editor.
asked there?
Mary.
That really was a zinger. That was a curveball for Biden.
Personal issues like the decisions whether to. Who do you listen to on deeply
Okay, that's what I
personal
thought it was.
issues like
Who
the
do you listen to?
It's pretty funny.
Like that was a long time
wanna-
to respond to be like, "Oh, I'm the boss."
To bring this up, the unity that you feel here at the RNC, and you can kind of feel it across the nation for the Republicans, right? Coming together, they feel like this is their candidate, this is their moment. They've got the moment.
So, like, the Republican status quo is already rolling out words that ultimately mean nothing but virtue signal to their own audience, right?
Yeah.
But them trying to just be like, unity, 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 like. They literally criticized Joe Biden for 4 years now on his platform of unity. And then someone gets shot in the ear, which potentially may not even have been a bullet that hit him. It could have been like the shockwave around the bullet or a grazing shot, right?
Yeah, definitely.
We don't know until we see the ear, right? And we didn't have a clear photo on that day. Somehow, all those professional photographers there, none of them took the time to zoom in specifically on the injury, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But you know, then there's like, is it Kenosha where Kyle Rittenhouse killed people? By the way, I found my archive of that. You know how I always was talking about, I deleted it because I'm not going to use it because I was clear space. But you know how I was always talking about how I can't find that one angle that clearly shows the second kid killed himself? I found my archive and it was in there. And I was like, oh, there it is. And then I deleted it because who cares?
What the fuck?
I might still have it. I don't know. Maybe I deleted it. Maybe I didn't. I definitely came across it. I just don't.
I wanted to see that. But I haven't seen him pull the gun towards him. Like
maybe it's on Facebook. I was looking at my own Facebook and I found a post there because I definitely posted all the angles. But like I also like I got a clear photo of the guy who got shot in the arm. Right.
Yeah.
So like I could get a clear injury photo from that event, but I couldn't fucking get a clear photo of somebody who was shot in the ear. Like all those professional photographers there. Yeah. But I guess the guy was sitting there screaming, my arm for a few minutes. But the photo is so
I think he was specifically yelling medic, I believe.
He was a medic too. He had his own tourniquet and like he was watching the guy put it on. He's like, you're not using it right. And he's like, I don't want to do it. He's just freaking out.
Fine, you can fucking do it yourself.
Yeah.
The opposite is true for the Democrats. We just heard Bill Maloogian say that Vance talked to Kamala Harris. He's like, yeah, okay, we'll debate. I don't think I would debate August 12th with Kamala Harris.
He looks like half his bicep.
I love how they're already conditioning for dodging a debate with Kamala Harris. They're that scared.
Yeah, that's what I said to my friend. I'm like, Kamala will decimate Trump. He's not ready. And I also qualified it with that's if he doesn't back out.
We've seen him in court. Somehow he keeps being fine in court in our equal justice system, even though he's out there incriminating himself in the court.
Harris, because she might not that might not be the ticket.
It is crazy. We have no idea, and and I get it. We're at the Republican convention, so obviously
Jackie posted a short list
on display here, but you know,
and I asked her, she didn't respond.
How?
And it was all four of the names on the VP shortlist. I had no idea who they were.
How long after the DNC convention is the debate?
Maybe a week or two, because the DNC and the debate are in August. I think.
I think it would be smart to.
There you go. Those were the ones.
I think it would be smart.
Josh Shapiro is the only one I kind of know, but that's the short list right there.
I think it would be very smart for them not to put their weight behind anybody but Kamala, just in case she doesn't win. Keep it a surprise, so if she doesn't win and it's somebody else, Trump can't prepare.
the whole plan for Democrats is to portray Donald Trump as chaotic, divisive, and the party is disunited. What we've seen here is the opposite of that. And meanwhile, you have the Democrat Party where you have not only top Democrats in the media, you have top Democrat leaders talking about how terrible their nominee is. And so we have no idea but who's going to be the nominee or the number 2 on the ticket. But the one thing I will say that I'm grateful for is that I think it's unified the whole country. The whole country wants to see a J.D. Vance, Kamala Harris debate. Democrats want to see it, and Republicans want to see it, and I want to see it.
Okay, but before we get there, are Democrats going to put his name in a nomination at a very early date?
Well, there's a letter from a number of Congress people that's going to come out pushing back on the DNC for doing that. The rules do not mean that they have to do that early roll call vote. It's really manipulative. There's a very funny fight going on X currently between Nate Silver and Jamie Harrison, who's the head of the DNC, where Nate Silver is just saying, you're being disingenuous about this. And I think at this particular moment, and this links back to the Lester Holt interview where he said, I'm listening only to myself, that whether Joe Biden ends up the nominee.
They shouldn't move to moderate. They should move to the youth, and the youth want healthcare. Fuck business. Like, honestly, fuck business.
Or not, and at
this point,
you know what?
You should be voting on consumer protection.
I did see there was coverage specifically of the governor of Kentucky endorsing her. Yeah, so like the only one I heard of is Josh Shapiro. More conservative Dem, open to big business. They don't need that. That's already Kamala Harris. Former astronaut. That is cool. Risk of a seat going. They won't do that one either.
I will eat your leftist ass.
He is our nominee, and he is our nominee who beat Donald Trump and has overseen a slew of elections where Democrats have overperformed. But you don't want to make people who have legitimate concerns.
These people have nothing to say.
All right, let's just turn. We got a couple minutes left here to the assassination is going to change the narrative around Joe Biden, but I don't see how. Here is Jason Crow.
So when you say decide together the best path to go forward, you are not completely closing the
Oh, well, don't you fucking worry. Joe Manchin's going to run for president.
Oh, he already said he won't.
I kind of hope he does. Fucking moron.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's like it's definitely going to be a white guy, right? But like the Silicon Valley donors, they're already back in on Kamala. Right. Kamala is like big business loves her. Big business is already like in those donations. Those shareholders love her. Right. She already has California. Like JD Vance, like it might have been a shitty pick, but at least it was a swing state. Right.
Yeah.
So like
maybe a double woman ticket would be a strong pick.
They're not going to do it though. It's going to be one of these white guys for sure. I think a Kentucky governor is an easy one, but I want to say, yeah, but that's what I'm saying is like, like I said, it was literally the worst pick he could have chosen. A guy with a year of experience in the government. I guess they're going to put 2 people in there who don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah, why not?
The door on the conversation about a change at the very top of the Democratic ticket.
Well, ultimately, that is the president's decision. We can voice opinions, and I don't make decisions without full information, and I don't yet
so
have
Shapiro is the governor
very
of Pennsylvania.
Definitely
that one.
Well,
definitely Pennsylvania is a good state to fucking secure your candidate from, because Pennsylvania was the state that was that basically decided the last election.
Yes, it was. Yes.
So.
And they've been pushing hard in Pennsylvania too. But Trump also got shot in Pennsylvania, so even more reason, maybe?
Again, I cannot speak for the president. All I can say is what I believe in the concerns that I have. And I've been very clear about those concerns because that is my duty to Colorado. That is my duty to my constituents and to my country. That is my oath. My duty is to make sure that we can address the challenges before us and we can win this campaign.
But you are, to be clear, still concerned that Joe Biden is on a losing path.
I do believe right now,
So this before he dropped out,
unless there's a major change, that there is a high risk that we lose this election. You know, that group of Democrats on that call, again, we were the majority makers in 2018, and we will be those that will help us lead to the majority again.
Oh, I
this
know
fall.
Gabby Gifford.
We know how to fight. We know how to win
recognize.
these tough elections. In reading the tea leaves,
Probably because
it's very
she got
troubling
shot.
for
That's
many of
probably-
us right now.
Oh,
so we want to see a change.
She's like pro-gun,
that's what
isn't
the question.
she? Like the day she got shot was the day that she left her gun in her glove box, and she was like shot at a restaurant, right?
Seriously?
I think so.
That would be such a fucking funny story. Good God.
So she's like pro-gun, I want to say, like pro-open carry.
Questions that we're asking are about.
It is unclear to me when the DNC is actually going to have their roll call vote for the nomination. Originally, they had changed the date from the convention to, I believe it was early August or late July, because Ohio was messing around and essentially was threatening to keep Joe
Parking
Biden off
lot
the
of a
ballot because
Safeway
his nomination
store.
as the nominee.
Shot her
Classic
in the
Safeway.
head before proceeding to fire on other people.
Fucking hell. She die?
No, she survived. She was shot through the head at point blank range, and her medical condition was initially described as critical.
Okay.
So
He
she
was
18
coming-
others were shot. At a, so it was,
Jesus.
that he was insane.
Crazy.
After a filing date in Ohio, then the Democrats basically, pegged a non-convention roll call of the
There was someone
delegates
else who
prior to that date.
It might have been just like a judge or something. But I'll try and find who it was.
Go into that. The Ohio legislature changed their law and basically provided a waiver, more or less, for Biden. Yet the Democrats maintained that date for their roll call, and then floated the idea of pushing it up to the 21st of July. I don't know if that's still a definitive date. It's unclear to me. Bradley, have we seen anything else about that? And so that's where we're at right now.
And it would be one thing if, I think a lot of our assessment of Hillary's viability in 2016 was based on the politics of the year and the situation.
Oh, you're a moron.
Versus the numbers, which were still tight, but more mixed. As I've said, Biden's down in basically every swing state. And it also appears that RFK is making a significant impact on his polling numbers. But it's basically every elected Democrat behind closed doors at this point. Like over the weekend, there was a meeting with senators, and Fetterman reportedly asked the senators in this meeting if they still want Biden on top of the ticket, and only 3 to 4 said that they did. It was Chris Coons, Tammy Duckworth, and John Fetterman. And Chris Coons and Duckworth, Chris Coons in particular just works for the Biden campaign as one of their top surrogates. So the thing about this and why it's so different is that if Nancy Pelosi's running around making calls, interested in at least keeping some power for the Democrats, if Chuck Schumer's concerned, if these moderate Democrats are concerned, this is not about policy, about who is better in terms of, Trump versus Biden or what kind of campaign Biden's going to run. I was encouraged to see all those progressive rhetoric he espoused at the rally.
Why isn't he doing it right now?
Like 5
Put
minutes.
that aside for a moment, because we want to analyze why he's saying this.
I'm going to start by laying out the first 100 days of my second term.
You can find it at Project 2025. Y'all are fucked.
Here it is. The first bill I'm going to introduce will restore Roe v. Wade to make it the law of the land.
Oh, so now we're not getting that because the libs didn't want Biden to run.
I will will sign the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. We're not only going to stop Trump and the MAGA Republicans from cutting Social Security and Medicare, we'll expand and strengthen Social Security and Medicare. And here's how we're going to do it. Press always asks how. Listen, press, by making the rich pay their fair share of Social Security. And we're gonna end medical debt. By that I mean we've already made sure medical debt can no longer be put on your credit report.
Really?
You can wipe out.
Is that really a thing? That's fucking crazy.
What?
That it could even be put on your credit report
Medical debt
in the fucking first place. Yeah, that's insane.
Medical debt for pennies on the dollar. We're going to raise the federal minimum wage.
Pause it for 1 second. I just want
to $7.60.
Okay.
To match inflation.
Okay. I found who I was thinking of. Okay. It is this lady right here. So, after surviving a 1991 shooting at the cafeteria, she became a leading advocate for an individual's right to carry a concealed weapon.
Nice.
She's 5 consecutive terms. Should not seek a seek. You know.
Good for her. She's probably loving life now. She won.
Yeah, literally a massacre. So the guy drives his car in and then started shooting people. So she reached for her weapon, but then remembered it was a few hundred feet away in her car.
Fucking hell.
So, like, she later exposed to regret for deciding to remove her gun from her purse and lock it in the car. So, yeah. So the law had the law had just changed or something. But she literally was like, "Oh, it's going to be illegal if I bring this in."
Yeah.
Occupation chiropractor. Already, that's untrustworthy.
the idea of literally the U.S. government buying medical debt, because you can buy it in secondary markets for, again, like he says, pennies on the dollar. That is an idea that I have never heard articulated by a presidential candidate. Let's just finish this out. I think there's just another half a minute or so.
But if it's debt, why do we have to pay full price if you can buy it for pennies? What if I buy my own debt for pennies? Does that mean I can just wipe my own debt because I'm the holder of my own debt?
I think if you have your own debt, you should be able to also, like, give loans against your own debt too, just to really fuck yourself, you know? Like, they already do that in a lot of places, right?
Mm-hmm. I don't give a fuck. Nobody should be using credit anyway. Credit is the reason that everything is so fucked. Speculation is credit. Essentially.
I like turtles.
Like, housing is literally expensive.
I think we should have an economy based off acorns.
Because they literally go, this
Think
house
about it. If we do an economy based off acorns, then cops will be scared of the economy.
I don't give a shit about acorns.
But the jokes that I'm telling in the background here were pretty funny.
But you know what I mean? Like, they're literally selling houses based off what if.
Like, imagine if cops were afraid of currency because we use acorns as currency.
So it's just absurd that we have this this notion of using credit. And the rich people just use credit to build money, to build wealth. That's how they do it. They have capital to put up.
Isn't that cheating the public?
Lose.
Isn't that betraying the public's trust? Isn't that cheating the public? Isn't that immoral?
Which makes them the more money purely because they start with more money. But you know.
So I'm just putting it out here.
Raise the federal minimum wage.
We haven't technically picked a candidate yet. And Jimmy Carter can still run another term.
We're going to pass the PRO Act ending union busting once and for all. And I'm going to ban assault weapons again. I did it once. I'm going to do it again.
No, you didn't. You never banned shit.
I think banks shouldn't be for profit. I think that interest is criminal.
The ban,
to be completely honest,
was on the specific rifles that were used in the LA shootout. Like, what is an assault weapon ban? Like, you think that will stop mass shootings in this day and age? Go ahead, ban them. See what happens.
We're going to keep leading the world. We are on climate and clean energy.
Yep, and I'm with a credit union.
I also use a credit union.
Yep, everybody should use credit unions. Because the banks don't give a fuck about you. They never will give a fuck about you, and they will fuck you over just to make their interest back. So fuck banks.
We care about you, though.
When I signed the American Rescue Plan, the law expanded child care tax credit to cut child poverty in half in America, and it did. Republicans let it expire. I'm going to make child care tax cut permanent. And by the way, it increases economic growth, doesn't increase the deficit. People can work.
If you're rich, you instantly get out of debt.
I'm serious. Yeah. That's the deal. We cap the cost of.
Okay. So, all right, put it.
Okay. There's 18 minutes left, and it's just them talking, so we're going to move on.
Dozens of vulnerable Democrats are now calling on Biden to drop out of the race, fearing his support will affect them in their hotly contested down-ballot races. So let's take a look at who's pulling back from Joe Biden. These are the 34 congressional Democrats who have joined those calls, some of the most notable being Congressman Adam Schiff of California recently calling for Joe Biden to step aside. Also, Montana Senator John Tester yesterday, and vulnerable Ohio Senator Sherrod Brown announced that he wants to see the end of the campaign.
Old news. I'm telling y'all, like I said before, the King Jew is the reason why it happened. Nancy Pelosi didn't do shit. The Republicans want to blame Nancy Pelosi. And I kind of, we did do Bangladesh. I kind of find it insulting, right? That, like, they won't give Chuck Schumer the credit he deserves. You know, Fox News always has a scapegoat to Nancy Pelosi. They couldn't do a white Jewish man unless it's Bernie Sanders.
Campaign for Joe Biden as president. Now, these are some of the Democrats who haven't yet joined those colleagues, but they could make a huge difference in the landscape given how competitive their reelection bids are.
Old news. I don't know why this.
It's Monday.
Yeah, but this is like outdated news, not stuff.
This is 2 days ago.
I know, and it's outdated.
I know. I'm giving the full story.
There is no full story. It's just fucking news filler.
It's just context.
There is no context. He pulled out. It doesn't matter who pushed him to pull out.
All right, President Biden begins the day in Nevada, where he is looking to court Black and Hispanic voters. In a pre-taped interview with BET, he spoke about some policies supported by the GOP and how he plans to address them.
Okay.
Cool.
All right.
Thanks, CBS.
Republicans in the Supreme Court, as you know, have banned or are trying to ban affirmative action, the teaching of Black history, dismantling of DE&I projects, and they're promising to roll back even more with something you and I talked about before we started here, and that's Project 2025. How do you stand in the breach?
I stand in the breach by making it clear we're not going to let that happen. For example, if you look at what happened with George Floyd, we didn't get the legislation, so I took executive action. Made sure these guys got to wear cameras and everybody has a copy. Everything's on. It's changed.
Well, that sure stopped them.
Not what we should have, as far as it should change, but it's changed things.
Okay, CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang is joining me now from Las Vegas. Weijia, good to see you. So we're learning more about the DNC presidential nomination plan. What have you learned?
That's how we're going to show from that hilarious
RNC
BET
this week
interview,
in Milwaukee.
guys.
We saw all those delegates formally nominate former President Donald Trump and Senator J.D. Vance to be their Republican ticket. Typically, that's what would happen for the Democrats as well, and their convention begins in Chicago on August 19th. But this year, they actually moved up the date to sometime before August 7th. Why is that? Because they wanted to make sure they were going to get on the critical state of Ohio, and Ohio's law required them to have a nominee by August 7th. And so that's why the DNC also moved their date up. And the plan is to have this virtual roll call to officially nominate Joe Biden sometime before August 7th. Well, they could have done that anytime between July 21st and August 27th, August 7th. Why does this matter, Vlad? It matters because, of course, the background conversation that for now is private, because they're trying to allow the president to have his space to respond to the shooting. There's still calls for him within his own party to step down as the nominee, right? So if they were to have this roll call in about 4 days, which they could, that would close the door. It would shut down all those conversations.
Which doesn't matter now.
Joe Biden is officially our candidate. And so this just buys more time for them to have conversations, for them to, if they attempt to try to convince Biden to step down. But I do think it's really interesting, given they have the option of moving it up to stop those conversations.
Yeah, so let me...
No wonder people think that he was fucking stepping down and making Kamala president. These people are morons. He's not stepping aside. He's not accepting the nomination. He's not stepping down from the presidency. We're talking about the race, the election. He's not stepping aside, stepping down. Why the fuck are they making it such a big deal? It would just be like if Trump didn't accept the nomination. That's all it is. It's not a big deal.
I asked you about those conversations before we...
But now, I did see this meme as a meme, but it's like, it's kind of true. Official acts are immune, and he's a lame duck president.
True.
Go crazy. Go nuts.
Let's get to him
Really
already
fuck with
stepping down,
Trump.
because, like, I know it's last week's news, but it doesn't matter. It's not like any new details. Everyone knows he's already stepped down.
Sure. Fine.
We don't need
We'll do
any
this.
lead up for it. This is better.
Oh, God damn it. Hell.
God
damn it.
I don't want to have to do this, but we are going to have to go into an emergency podcast. Gretchen AI, please secure the connection. We're going into emergency.
You know what the joke is
Securing
about the
internet
emergency
connection.
podcast? You know what he's making fun of right there?
Tim Pool, probably?
No, he's making fun of PBD because they're like emergency podcast, and it's like them just like talking out their ass, filling time after time Trump was shot.
That's very funny.
Now for f***ing emergency podcast mode, goddammit. In 3, 2, 1. The secure encryption has been completed using McAfee Antivirus, the paid version. The connection is now secure. Thank you.
Okay, guys, we are now in secure podcast mode.
What a fever dream.
I forgot what I was going to talk about. I'm sorry. I f***ed up. I f***ed up, man. I f***ed up, man. Oh, shit. I f***ed up, man.
Everything is in context.
Exactly.
My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, I don't know what's wrong with you young people. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context, something like that, of all in which you live and what came before you.
So I just wanted to explain what's going on.
Shut up, guys. Come on.
So some guy dropped out of the presidential race. So now there's two political parties that are competing. The Kissmaster Generals and the Coconut Boys.
So now those are the two parties, and they're one of them's trying to be the president.
Hold on, let me zoom in on this. Let me zoom in and focus on this. What does this say? Oh, it's from 3 hours ago. The Kamala Harris coconut tree meme. Explained as best we can. Hey, do better, man. Okay, so now for clarification on this little bullshit, we have on the line a coconut expert. What the hell is the guy's name? Tommy Bahama.
Tommy Bahama, thanks for joining the show.
Yeah, it's a real honor to be here, Mr. Rogan. I'm a huge fan.
Okay, awesome, Tommy. So what can you tell us about this quote? Because a lot of people are making fun of this lady.
Okay, yeah, a lot of people are misunderstanding this. We did extensive testing on coconuts.
Oh, fascinating.
And what we found is that she's actually right. Coconuts are wholly, I mean, frighteningly unaware of context, their surroundings. These motherfuckers don't know shit. These son of a bitch coconuts don't know shit about shit. Back to you.
Okay, I'll do that back to you kind of stuff. So what, you like went to school for coconuts or something?
Yeah, maybe I did, man. You want to start some little bullshit right now?
So what kind of testing did you do to find this out?
Okay, well, if you must know, we basically showed the coconuts different, like kind of crap, like, Tim Dillon, let's say about Bill Burr, and they didn't laugh once. They had no idea what the hell those guys were talking about. I mean, these things, they got no idea what the hell was going on. So she's actually right. They have no what we call contextual awareness.
Okay, so I have to say, Tommy Bahama, you got no shirt on. You look a little too cute out here. What do you have to say about that?
Well, there's not much to say. I think it pretty much speaks for itself, if you know what I mean.
We'll be right back.
Ineptitude, the cackling idiocy. But mark my words, this is a dangerously race-obsessed neo-Marxist politician whose voting record is
Well, watch the mic there.
Whose voting record is among the most radically far left in the Senate.
Exactly.
Equity. When you hear that word, red flags should go up.
Oh,
that's pure Marxist doctrine, the pursuit of so-called equity, of equal outcomes for all. That's led to millions dead. It's as idiotic as it is evil.
Right.
And let's not forget.
How many views on this? Whoa!
Amazing.
800,000. Okay, so things are getting really interesting. That's a lie. Things are getting really interesting.
Not just Sky News, Australian Sky News. It's another level. I think in a couple days, we're releasing a video of one of the. People who were here for the stream would have seen it, but it was the dark-haired Australian woman who was like freaking out over nothing. Just complete psychotic break on screen, basically. Just Sky News Australia is something else.
Two parties are now competing for who's going to be the president. The CCA, the Coconut Communists of America, versus what's the other one? The KPI, the Kissing Party Internationale. What's their platform? Kisses for all. Everybody gets one kiss per month. So today on the beautiful program, I thought we'd take a look at the media reaction to whatever the hell this crap is. Thank you. Wait a second. Let me zoom in on this. Let me zoom in and get complete focus on what this is, right? Megyn Kelly gets 1.5 million views on this crap.
Hey everyone, I'm Megyn Kelly. Welcome to the Megyn Kelly Show. Hi. It is Sunday afternoon at 3:30
really
p.m.
like
Eastern.
It is.
And
No, it's not.
we knew it was coming.
You know,
no, it's not.
So like anthrax is really not that big of a deal. It's like extremely treatable. Yes. You're able to detect it early and stuff. The thing is that the anthrax is one of those agents that's been experimented on for potential weaponization. And honestly, I don't think those trials went well.
Anthrax, in the sense of like biosafety levels at biological laboratories, COVID's level 4.
I was just about to say, Vermin Supreme beat Biden. We're waiting for him to respond for a date for an interview as well.
So like COVID vaccine, like the COVID viruses and shit are level 4. Anthrax is level 2. Just so you sort of, it's really not that bad.
Now that one I would not take. I would do Sky News over mustard gas. Fucking mustard gas does not sound fun.
No.
Midnight where I am. So
it almost sounds
already
worse than Nerve Agent.
But what a moment in U.S. history.
Because I imagine Nerve Agent
officially,
like you get hit with enough Nerve Agent and you're just fucking dead. You know, like I imagine like mustard gas is more agonizing for a longer period of time, even if nerve agent might hurt more. Which sounds like it does, considering what nerve agent does to you.
Dropping out of the 2024 race for the White House this afternoon, ending his bid for re-election only when we saw it with our own eyes.
Whoa,
what a mess he was.
Easy.
Also,
debate.
Also, Vermin Supreme is running in a new party with a new platform this year, which is why hopefully we'll get that. I need to ping our agent to him and say, tell him to fucking do the interview. It'll be the best interview he has of the whole season. We're amazing.
I've been trying to fucking message him.
Yeah.
He doesn't respond.
Because he's so busy with his new political run. Where's that agent?
It's been 11 days.
Where's that agent?
With the hand motions there. All right, what does Megan's guest have to say? Let's check this out. Boom. Go ahead.
Seriousness, like that's about to go into hyperdrive because we are now in the post 2020 DEI backlash. Like companies have been reacting to it, and you can bet that Kamala Harris is going to be, whether the media does it or her campaign does it, I would guess both.
Right.
This is a candidacy that would be the first female presidency ever, the first Black female president ever. It is going to have that air of history crammed down people's throats. And with a lot of voters, especially male voters, that are already in the Trump camp by huge margins, it's going to be irritating and it's going to backfire. There may be some people that it works with. It didn't work for Hillary Clinton.
Right.
I think, and that was before 2020 and before things sort of came to that fever pitch, which turned so many people off that now even companies are reacting to the market in ways that they're trying to hide their DEI initiatives.
Okay, Megan?
The anti-woke backlash is real to the point where I was listening to a podcast with Jonathan Swan and Ezra Klein the other day, Rich, and they were both saying like, Americans have had enough of the woke DEI stuff.
Exactly.
That's really fallen apart.
I've been saying that.
So even the New York Times reporters and columnists are admitting it.
Totally.
And
Okay. It's an interesting analysis there. What was it? What did they say? It's like, this lady Kamala Harris, she's going to be like, I'm a woman. I'll be the first woman president.
Well, I think they're still ponies, but we have to hear what this new party wants to bring, and hear and see if we can break them down, see if we can get them to really actually start breaking character because, just the curveballs we throw them about Al-Qaeda and stuff. Ask him what is Aleppo.
Good God.
What? Why are you covering your face?
I'll vote.
I don't think her fucking I don't think that America is that misogynist and shit. Like fucking there's no way America is so far behind other countries. Like Europe doesn't care what gender the president is. Right? Like there's no way that so much of America would be like, can't vote for a woman. Like that's just so crazy. Yeah, and that's why he literally said this to us when we before he signed up with this new party. He said this to us, like he didn't want to do an interview because of how burned out he was from last year, right? And so like early on, he was like, okay, I'll do it now because he mainly because he's promoting this new party. He's mainly platforming the other guy who's going to be with him, right? So that's what I just messaged our agent is like, he needs to understand that the interview is going to actually be like not a nightmare and he won't take psychic damage, even though it may not be the most viewed. Like it'll be like one of the better ones that he has to do this election cycle. Plus like I was promoting him on camp when I was running Campus News, and people always wanted, like they always were doing like politics stuff, and whenever it came to me, I'd start talking about Vermin Supreme because I wasn't about there to talk actual politics. on fucking with campus news with these fucking shit libs, you know? Can't unmute screen. They aren't capturing audio. There's no audio from the video. It broken.
These macho men, Randy Savages, are going to go.
You know, whatever,
I think
you nerd,
if they try to push this whole she's a woman, and that's why, so like the misogyny we've seen is like blowjob jokes, right? So like that's the misogynist angle they're doing, is they couldn't do that with Hillary because like that's how misogyny works. Hillary was too gross to the men to make these types of jokes about. Right. So because like the same with AOC, like it's always like, you know, they draw her with boobs and stuff and like put some porn star who looks like her in there, who's got her nipples out and stuff. Like it's fucking weird. Right. And Kamala Harris looks good and is young enough that it just goes with them, where they can just make all these fucking blowjob jokes, say that she fucking got this far by sucking dick. You know, and so that's the narrative that the misogyny on Don't Vote for Women will be cloaked in. Before it was like Hillary's a bitch, right? Which is a different type of misogyny. So I definitely agree that there will be weaponized misogyny, but anything that's direct, like we can't vote for a woman, I think people will respond negatively to that. Because most people have wives, you know, and like as long as they're, you know, a normal person. You know, cops, they're definitely, you know, they're the ones who are going to be like, women suck, right?
Might be interesting to look at another country who voted for their first woman president just a month ago. Let's check it out.
Claudia Sheinbaum is the first woman.
We have different people from the hearing today, and MTG was probably one of them. It depends how quickly we get worn out, you know, because we'll look at a few and then eventually I'll be like, okay, I don't care anymore.
Jewish person to win the presidency.
Never heard of her.
CBS's Enrique Acevedo reports tonight on what Americans can expect from Mexico's next president.
Okay.
Claudia Sheinbaum's victory was an absolute landslide.
Claudia Sheinbaum's victory was an absolute landslide.
Okay, so she won in a landslide. What's the deal with this Mexican president? What is this? It's an interview. Let's check out what she says here.
What do we think is right? Education, health.
Okay.
Household or dwelling.
Go ahead.
Pension for all the elders.
Okay, so this was just a month ago. How did Claudia win? How did she win in Mexico? Sorry. A closer look at exit poll results reveals how the victory was constructed. Sheinbaum won 56% of women and 62% of men, belying the machismo. Belying the
I like women, not men
label, so beloved by the foreign press.
Okay,
and the correspondents who swooped into the
There's
country.
There's a reason women voted this low. Okay, there is a crisis of femicide in Mexico. Okay, and this admin has not really done anything to address it. She's part of that. So it doesn't matter that like this is too like this analysis already is way too flawed. It has way too much context missing of what's been happening in Mexico. Like this is the thing where people get, it's like they're voting because she's a woman. They're voting because they're black, right? But at the end of the day, like if Obama was like awful for black people, like he was the Clarence Thomas of the you know, out there, or that one other crazy guy in like North Carolina or something. The crazy guy who's like a preacher, you know, like he would probably get like a way less percentage of the black vote in that case, right?
You would think so.
Yeah. So I think this reflects how upset women are at the ruling party in Mexico, if anything. It's not about this machismo thing. One running for the governor of North Carolina. That's right. He's not elected yet. It's a runoff, I believe, right? So
in days before the election in search of easy sound bites. She went across age ranges, income strata, and educational levels. carrying those with no schooling, and also the people who went to college, and blah blah blah. On
yes,
and on.
current lieutenant governor. Yes,
okay, so how did she get elected? I mean, the party that she's a part of ran on, what is this? Disability benefits, doubling of the vacation days and minimum wage, and then a bunch of public transportation stuff. And people were like, oh,
that public transportation stuff is not
voted
good
for her.
Good,
her being the first female president, that's good. That's great. That's an added benefit. But it seems like probably that's a lot of it too, right?
What's crazy,
the party that she's a part of,
like,
I think
it's like surface level, like woke politics, right? Public transit, they're building trains, right? Even though the trains are like displacing people and shit like that. And like, it's not a good policy whatsoever. And their fucking water infrastructure is failing, right? But like with Biden's bipartisan infrastructure act, it's like not surface level politics. I mean, I'm sure there's still surface level politics inside the like checks that go out to the individual governors and senators and shit like that. But like, it's just wild that they like are like, this is what we run on. And it's like, do you though? Let's look into those policies, There's not really a Biden policy, I guess, besides his latest immigration blunder, where I was pointing out the bad side of it is it's just causing child separation. And I guess the Afghan withdrawal. Anything than that, it's like, what do I have to criticize Biden on?
it's not even that old. It's like 10 years old. So, it's kind of funny to see that and then see these ding-dongs, these weirdos, getting 1.5 million views. Like, I don't know. People get annoyed. People are going to get annoyed that this lady's like, I'm a woman. Then you look at Mexico and they're like, oh, they just did things that people wanted that helped people. And now they're landslide winning. That might be something to look at.
When it comes to Kamala Harris, who's sitting in the meetings with
Betty
him, and she's known all of this.
Okay.
But the entire playbook is going to have to be shifted to a new candidate.
Is that
if
a
it's Kamala,
dog behind him? That like a Chihuahua puppy jumping towards the camera behind him right above his head?
I don't think so. I think it's a painting.
There's plenty to attack on.
Again, jumping out at a camera that's like out of focus.
I think it's just like a really bad painting.
Anyone else see a dog?
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. I just think it's a really bad painting.
Watch our series, Scamala, is the 3-part series on Kamala Harris at Daily Wire Plus right now. Remember, subscriptions 47% off with promo
Still
code
can't afford
FIGHT.
it.
You need to know everything
Still
you
too
need to know about
expensive.
Kamala, because she's very likely.
Hey, goddamn you! Am I allowed to speak, or are you just gonna keep doing this? I said it's still too expensive. What the hell did he say that the thing's called? Scamala. I hope it's SKAMA. Well, how do you spell it? LA. Hold on a second, guys. Sorry. Let me go to my AI music generation website. Okay, these are my creations. Let's press play on this one.
Coconuts. Coconuts.
Hey.
Salty and sweet.
That really
for dinner, it's coconut meat. Coconut. Coconut.
Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. I said pick it up.
By dailywire.com.
Bro, all that for a fucking ska joke. Like, that was a lot of build up for a fucking ska joke.
I dropped my pen and I couldn't reach it.
I don't think it was a very good setup or joke, but like, I appreciate it. I appreciate how far he went to make that joke happen.
It's an effort, and that's what matters.
He made a whole
Continue
song.
this fight together.
Okay.
The truth matters. With your help, we'll make sure it's heard.
I'll do
Now,
my best.
Let's dive into Scamala, Kamala Harris unmasked, and see what the left doesn't want you to know.
I think they're fine with it. Okay, I watched this whole Scamala thing. How many views on this goddamn thing? Almost 1 million. Whoa! Whoa, it just changed. Whatever. It's obviously pointless. He's trying to say she's a leftist or something. She's a coconut communist or something, but you get it. But there is some funny details in here, some funny little.
How worshipful was the press to Kamala, this new rising star? Maxim magazine named her the 54th hottest woman in the world in 2013.
They're so desperate they have to do a whole series where they're going to do
Amelia Clark,
attacks on her. Episode 1, not just a standalone. That's
Jessica
awesome.
Chastain. Obviously, Kamala was on the rise.
Okay, and calm your ass down, man.
Brooklyn Decker should have been at least 40 on that list.
Believe me, I know babes. And believe me, they know me too.
Because here's the ugly truth.
Okay.
Kamala Harris is utterly and radically inauthentic. A person without any central conviction except the desire for power.
Okay, so you do like her. You do. Kind of sounds like somebody this guy would like, though. I don't know.
It's weird.
Okay, not to be a
pendejo.
But let's check the Las Vegas betting odds for who they think will be the next president. Oh, Trump. Okay, this guy.
It's weird.
He's the favorite. How accurate are these stupid betting odds? Of the last 35 U.S. presidential elections where there was a clear betting favorite by the odds, that favorite has won 27 times, or 77.1% of the elections. Whoa. Yikes.
Yikes. Yikes.
Yikes.
Mic test.
Who's that guy?
Yeah. You know why?
Who the hell is that?
Because
What's that lady doing?
Biden may be incompetent, but he was able to fucking gaslight them that he wasn't going to drop out.
Okay.
What does that say? I can't read it, man. What the hell is this? Oh, whoa. This got 1 million views in 12 hours. This is that guy, RF.
Okay.
What's the guy's name? RF.
Okay.
RF.
Dead.
You know, I
got
don't
a
care about
whale
this
on
guy,
his
but
front door.
you get, this speech has some good stuff in it.
An oil lobbyist to run the Interior Department, a coal lobbyist to run the Environmental Protection Agency, and so on. And only today, President Trump has announced that in his new administration, should he win this election, that Jamie Dimon will be his choice as Commerce Secretary.
Never heard of him.
And that Larry Fink, the director of BlackRock, will run the Treasury Department. This is the swamp. These are swamp creatures.
Hey, take it back, R.
And
okay, so there we go, guys. That is the Emergency Podcast. I do consider this a podcast. If you're not listening on an iPod, that's illegal. That's illegal, and you will get one of these. And then you get one of these. But anyway, guys, it's Monday. Sorry about that. I have zero control over that.
It is Monday. Next.
Good evening. I'm John Yang.
Hi,
With
John.
support from Democrats eroding by the day, President Biden says he's dropping out of the presidential race and endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris to be his party's
I
nominee.
really think the
letter
Republicans were
posted on his account-
blindsided by this, and that's what's funny.
That is funny.
Like the way they're reacting, they really were not. Like, the only people who prepared was that Reason TV. Right?
Yeah.
So, like, their fucking echo chamber must be that defective.
The right wings.
Yeah. Like, they really didn't like even like I said it, a lot of political analysis said this. I would say, like, the broad line, the people who are normally correct about things, okay? I can't give you a list or anything, but these people were all saying Saturday. It turned out to happen on Sunday, which is like basically the same thing.
You did mention it to me, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
What did I tell you? It's because of the King Jew.
Yeah. Specifically, it was him that he was revving up to have a word with.
Oh,
him.
he personally
On
talked
X,
to him.
He wrote,
Yeah.
while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my
like
term.
also like because like
As
just
President
because
Harris
it's
is-
fun to do like more conspiracy brain things, like the whole thing, like if like how long was he planning on dropping out, right? Did it happen finally when Chuck went to see him, right?
Maybe.
Yeah, but like if it's been there for a while, all these meetings they had to shore up support, like I would be interested if those meetings were like, oh yeah, we're totally gonna drop out, this is the plan, and if any of you leak it, you're fucked, your political career is over, the DNC will
Like
never back you.
they planted seeds of like individual lies that they told people, so that if it came out, they would know who.
Well,
lied.
just so they would know that they continue to shore up support. Like
Yep.
he is going to stay in because they need to blindside the Republicans.
Mm,
like how many people is that conversation held with?
That would be interesting to find out how many people really were in on it.
And that would be the only way and I've seen some like Ron DeSantis the name that they've been calling her is the enabler in chief.
Yes.
Like, how long did Kamala know? How long were they lying to the American people? They were lying to you.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
She had a statement saying, "My intention is to earn and win this nomination." Mr. Biden said he'd address the nation later this week to more fully.
Did he not
explain
say
his
he was a
decision. For now,
one-term
he
president, though?
remains in
I
isolation
know the
at his
jury
beach
is
house
out
in
on if
Delaware
that's
with
true.
COVID. Now, Laura Barone Lopez covers the
sure.
White House. Lisa
Yes.
Desjardins covers Congress and the Trump campaign. And Domenico Montanaro is senior political editor and correspondent for NPR.
Unlike CNN or Fox News, the people on this panel know what they're talking about. I would think so.
She's
anyway.
like my favorite White House correspondent. She's so good.
Like, all of these people seem to know what the fuck they're
I bet you
talking
PBS
about.
pays you less too.
I bet you they do. Yeah.
Lisa, Laura, rather, I want to begin with you. How did we get from defiance to standing down?
Ultimately, as the weeks had gone on, John, since the January 27th debate, President Biden was losing support every single day. He was losing support from leaders in Congress. He was losing support from Democrats in Congress. He was losing donors.
And
all of that
the people
combined
who weren't
ultimately
shoring
made it
up
really
support
untenable for
behind
the
him, right? A lot of them were swing governors and stuff.
Yeah.
Adam Schiff is the only one that's like significant for being public about it, right? So like those are the people who they couldn't trust within the closed circles of like politics and stuff. Game of Thrones shit, you know?
That's exactly what it is, yeah.
Well, also this helped throw water on the fire that was that assassination, right? So like they handicapped themselves with the RNC right after.
I couldn't really change that.
And then boom, like nobody gives a shit anymore. Yeah, and that's what I was saying earlier, is like, how long did they know that he was definitely stepping down? Like, it could have been from the start. He was a one-term president from the start. And Kamala has had 4 years of prep knowing she was going to be the president. Which, if that's the case, to push out an agenda could be pretty savage, especially if they win a majority in the House or Senate as well. Or both. You know, she could be setting up to do a fucking like epic presidency, and Biden's already has been really fucking good.
I think they just need to stay away from guns. That'll be their big thing.
Yeah. Also, Kamala might be better on Israel as well.
Yeah, well, that's what I've been saying to people. Is she's still in support of Ukraine, but not the status policy of pro-Ukraine, pro-Israel.
Mm-hmm. But like, we could set up to have something that was like the Clinton era of like peace talks. And then if that's the case and they can push things like that, then they can start, because Trump is saying, I didn't start any wars. So it's trying to act like the Republicans are the peacemaking presidency.
Yes.
So if they can shore up and actually like finalize on a 2-state solution, even though I support a 1-state solution, I'm just more realistic that they're going to push for the 2-state. If they shore something up and push something forward there that's significant, like the Camp David or something like that, not Trump's policy that was stupid.
At this point, though, like the 1-state is obviously the preferred solution, but Israel's not going to relinquish that support, and the 2-state recognizes them in the international community, which is more beneficial for them in the short term. But the long term, less so. However, if Israel decides to not be cunts for once, you can talk about dissolving those borders and becoming a single state. So a 2-state is not a great solution, but it's a good place to start from.
It's like basically entering into the acknowledged apartheid.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, where it is 2 separate systems.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the beginning to unify that area, I would say.
Yeah, I reported on this as well. So and also she would be in presidency with like Ukraine coming to a conclusion. And also things are not great right now, like especially because of that delayed supply package.
Yeah,
you know, it's still costing people. And also the big thing is like the debt and investors is really piling up in Ukraine, where it's getting to like a very, very serious level that needs to be addressed. But instead it's fucking election year.
Yeah, exactly.
president to hold his position, even though his campaign aides, his campaign co-chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, is.
Well, I mean, AA works, right? Can't argue with results.
As well as President Biden and those around him continued to say he was in it. He was not going to back out of this race. But lawmakers and a lot of Democrats across the board had ultimately said that they wanted a decision from him by this coming Monday. Sunday evening, today, he says that he's not going to run for re-election, endorses Harris. And already I'm told that Vice President Kamala Harris is making calls to governors, to members, to other people across the party apparatus to make clear that she is trying to earn this. And we also saw that both Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton endorsed her. Notably, though, Barack Obama, the former president, did not specifically endorse her, saying that he thought that the party would ultimately come to its own decision through a healthy process.
What do we know about the circle of advisors around the president as this process went on?
So we know that as the president had become also isolated with COVID, and as the weeks had gone on since the debate, his circle of closest advisors had also started to shrink. And namely, the people that were constantly speaking to him and relaying what they were hearing from other members of the party to him were Steve Ricchetti, senior advisor to the president, as well as Mike Donnellan, another longtime senior advisor to the president. And Steve Ricchetti is also very close with members of Congress, John, and he was being told by a lot of members of Congress that this was not sustainable, that members of Congress thought that it was time for President Biden to step aside. And so ultimately, at the end of the day, facing all of that fallout from his party and the pressure campaign, the president decided that it was time to allow someone else to step forward.
Pressure from Congress. Lisa Desjardins, what are we hearing from Republicans in Congress and from the Trump campaign?
The Trump campaign quickly came out with a statement posted on social media first, in which former President Trump said that Biden was not and is not fit to serve. I raise that because we have seen these resignation calls from other top Republicans, including House Speaker Mike Johnson, saying if he is not able to campaign, that President Biden should also step aside because he may not be able to run the country. Now, Democrats completely disagree with that, but Republicans have been preparing this message for a while, since that disastrous debate for President Biden. Now, essentially, Republicans are quickly now turning to Harris. They have been building files on her, of course, since she was nominated for vice president, but now as the potential nominee, they are looking at where she does well and where they might do well against her. Sources close to Trump campaign world and Trump campaign PACs tell me that Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania are three states that they think where Harris does at least as poorly, in their words, or worse than Biden. They would like to pick up those states. Those also, of course, are states where they think that perhaps new nominee, vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance could do well. But, you know, out of all of this, they are already launching an ad against Harris. Look at this one from a PAC affiliated with Donald Trump.
Kamala was in on it. She covered up Joe's obvious mental decline.
Good health, tireless, vibrant, and I have no doubt about the strength of the work that we have done.
Something else that's important about this is I have sources in House Republican leadership and elsewhere telling me we should expect investigations in the House immediately into this topic. And also, by the way, they may extend.
Yeah, because they can choose the investigations. So this is literally the only thing they have. This is now their Benghazi situation, right?
Yeah.
They can't push the migrant crime or anything like that. They could push that she was supposed to be in charge of that stuff. But bro, look at the post that I sent you.
Yeah, I know.
She can't keep getting away with this.
It's great. I support this.
Pull it
so
up.
Good.
Pull it up. Like she can't keep, like it says it's still happening.
Yeah,
and it's really bad.
Yeah, it's still happening. It's really bad. I support this. This is how you get people to look at it. I don't know, but yeah.
God, I would love to interview her. It would be so fun.
I sent the email.
I know she's way too mainstream and giant.
She's too big, yeah.
Domenico, what does this do to the Democrats? What's next for them? There was just the convention is just weeks away, and a virtual roll call is even closer.
Well, politically, it's a pretty smart move to make this announcement if President Biden was going to make this announcement today, because it helps potentially to blunt any possible bounce that Donald Trump might have had out of the Republican National Convention when we always see a Republican or a Democratic candidate get some kind of a bounce out of that. So Kamala Harris has a lot to prove in the next couple of weeks to be able to step up to the plate, so to speak, show that she has the vigor, the competence that's opposite from what they saw with Joe Biden. And that was the biggest problem, was people saw how Joe Biden performed in that debate on June 27th, and Democrats' hair was on fire because they just thought that this was somebody who could not carry the message forward. Kamala Harris, as a candidate in 2019, struggled somewhat. She didn't really see.
That's very interesting. In her bio, she says half Chinese but uses the Hong Kong flag. That's interesting.
Because that's two different types of Chinese.
Seemed to have a core.
She's
She
from Hong
wanted to
Kong.
build herself as a problem solver,
obviously.
but now she has a record to run on, essentially, having served with President Biden. And now the party's going to be looking to her to be able to take that Democratic message forward if she indeed is the nominee, and likely will be, as we're hearing from all our sources.
Well, let me ask you about that. This party, the Democratic Party, has been split.
Like, it's not like she even has
years
that many
moderates.
followers, but it's the fact that, like I said, like after I looked into her, and like the fact that she's like an actor as well in like a lot of projects and stuff. Like, that's just like one slice of what she does.
Yeah, it's insane how well informed she is as well. I just want to know where she gets her information from, what her sources are. Because like it's stuff that we are on about the same time she's on it.
Yeah,
It's
and
honestly impressive.
maybe it's just that easy.
Maybe. We just need a chick.
So it's easy to be informed when you try.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah,
That's the thing,
maybe.
is that it takes effort, and the media has been distilled into slop.
Neglecting their job.
It's just slop.
No. I need to convince Tanya to film shit for us.
Yeah, but she
She's
won't,
more
because
liberals.
she
Is the
only
party gonna
cares about
follow
money.
behind Harris, or is she
At
likely
the end
to
of the
get a
day, it's
challenge?
only if there's no
Well,
money.
that's
She can't do it.
everybody, right? Literally everybody.
Yeah, well, that's why it's an NGO, because, you know.
300 signatures from other delegates to be able to get onto a ballot at the Democratic Convention. Joe Biden has some 3,900 delegates already on his side. Certainly his endorsement matters quite a bit with those delegates. And we're seeing already a lot of statements out from people backing Harris. So if she does get a serious
Yeah, and that's the thing
challenge,
is
it
like
might
we
actually
have
be a good thing
Tanya,
for her, because she's likely to still win
but
the
she's like
nomination, and it
too
would show
busy
she has
doing
some
all this other
insider
stuff to
political
get money.
skills, that would certainly help her on her way. Of course, if she doesn't get
Like, she even
serious
has a dog
challenge, then
blog.
it shows the Democratic Party unity.
Like, you're doing
already.
a dog
So
blog
we'll see what winds
over
up
like,
happening. There's certainly a lot of people with their eyes set on
you know,
2028.
she's
There
not,
is a potential
she's not,
opportunity
she's
here for
too,
Democrats
she,
to
you
be
know,
able to potentially gain a geographic advantage. Because when you think about the
small-minded
people who
about it, you
might
know?
be a potential Harris VP, there are some swing states,
Too simple.
you know,
Sometimes
candidates or swing
naive.
state governors who might be a possibility, or senator. Think about somebody like Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania, somebody like Mark Kelly, the senator from Arizona. Both swing states, both places where Joe Biden, since that debate, has seen his poll numbers really crater somewhat. And that's what really drove this decision by so many people concerned about whether or not Democrats could win in these swing states.
The next nominee is going to have to choose a vice presidential nominee. I know, Laura, you've got reporting on that.
Yes. So the names that I've been hearing the most from Democratic sources in terms of who could be a vice presidential pick for a presidential nominee, Kamala Harris, if she were to win the nomination, are Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. He's on this short list, as well as North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper and Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear. Of course, names like Mark Kelly have also come up, which Domenico mentioned, as well as Governor Gretchen Whitmer, who's the governor of Michigan. But those three ones that I named are the ones that I hear the most in terms of who they think would be best paired with Kamala Harris. And also, if you look at those first two, Pennsylvania and North Carolina, key swing states, people that could potentially help Harris in those key states. Now, of course, again, Harris doesn't have the nomination yet, and there are some Democrats who want an open process, including former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who voiced that, I was told, in a meeting with California Democrats a week or more ago. And so other names that have come up as potential nominee for president, again, Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan, as well as Shapiro of Pennsylvania. Gavin Newsom also occasionally comes up from California. But right now it appears as though the majority of the party very quickly is rallying behind Harris.
Domenico, I want to ask you to wrap this up. I mean, the Biden campaign wanted an early debate to try to change the direction of the
now
campaign.
I can finally talk again. Walking in away in the middle of a business discussion. Now I can finally go back.
We're
to what I
live
was touching
streaming.
on. Anyway, anyway. So you know how she is always like she has that style of just being like ooh woo, and then like says the headline in a short blurb, and then like goes into the next thing. You know,
I'm a huge fan of it.
right?
I
so
think
like
it's great.
Tanya could just do that while working out.
Oh my, she literally could. Oh my god.
Right? And the thing is, it's like we shouldn't have to give her anything. So the fact that it's like you want to spend more energy on a fucking puppy blog, like that's the thing is, it's like in her mind she sees like, oh, this is like a goal to make money right there. She has no vision behind 5th gen, right? She has no inspiration and hope for it. So she's not fucking like she'd rather do a fucking puppy blog than just have a workout blog where she fucking spits headlines. You know, and it's looking at it too naively.
I'll clip this and send it to her.
You know, it's small-minded. It's a small-minded thing because like she's like a muscle mommy, right? There's no muscle mommy news.
True.
Like this is an entire like open market. Do you know how many fucking puppy blogs there are?
He is cute.
Like just post your puppy on your main page. Like I had to spin off the chinchillas just to keep the fucking filter on my fucking main page fine. But like that page gets no views, you know? Nobody gives a
I
fuck.
see it.
Nobody
They're
gives
great.
a fuck.
Streams changing the direction. Give us a sense of your sense of the state of this race right now.
Well, certainly Trump has the edge. He's ahead.
Whoa! Did you also guys? Did you guys see him morph into an alien? Or was that just a glitch on my end? Can we go back
in those states? Now, can those numbers be made up? Absolutely.
He turned his face turned into like a blobfish.
Hold on, I have an idea.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
Yeah. I
give
mean,
me a
I
second.
would watch Muscle Mommy News. Exactly. Just send her that girl who goes like ooh woo and be like this,
Hold on.
but no ooh woo and just muscles.
Here. I'm just gonna send it to the YouTube. Go harass her on Instagram. Tell her she has 5,000 fucking followers. Like, go tell her to do it. Just don't say anything.
And that's another thing.
Just
that's another
comment
thing
on
that
her
she
shit.
doesn't-
Hold on, John. Hold on. Just comment on her shit. Muscle Mummy News. Nothing else. That's it. Just those 3 words. She will ask me what the fuck this is.
that I can tell you is that when you start reporting on things like Bangladesh student protests,
you'll get heaps of views.
Yeah, you get way more hits by doing that. And so you'll already have the captured audience of the people who just want to, like, she'll already continue to capture an audience just for the muscle shit alone. And she's going to take in a whole new captive audience and passive audience just by the news side of things. Because like I like do not give a fuck about like kawaii shit, right? But somehow that kawaii girl came on my fucking news feed because she's talking about shit like Gaza.
Yeah, it just makes the rounds.
And she's right about it. With good sources.
Certainly, this pick is going to inject a degree of enthusiasm with Democrats when you've seen a
No, it was like
really
a technical
probably the worst
glitch in his
3-week
camera.
stretch of any presidential candidate possible. With
like
the
a
worst
lag
debatable
happened, and it
performance
like
in
made
history,
him look like a
a solid
blobfish.
Republican National Convention where Trump's party showed a heavy degree of unity and confidence. And then 3, Biden getting COVID this past week. It really just played into the narrative that he's too frail to continue on as a candidate for 4 years. I think this does change the narrative, though.
Hang on, I
because
gotta
you
go
have a
type
younger
Muscle
candidate,
Mommy
if it is
News on her page 2.
I will as well.
Kamala Harris or anybody else.
Like
and I
Instagram
already hear
Reels and
Democrats saying,
TikTok.
hey, we can't have a candidate.
I just typed Muscle Mummy News when.
Candidate who's going to be 83 years old by the end of their second term if Donald Trump does win the presidency. So already sort of inverting the narrative on Trump.
Dominica, Lisa, and Laura, thank you all very much.
You're welcome.
Like, we literally go to the same gym. I'll fucking produce it and direct it. I don't give a fuck.
That's the thing. Is it's like it shouldn't have to be any work from us. Like she should be able, she should be able to handle it herself easily. And like all we would have to do is just send links to things.
Yes. Basically.
I mean, look at how look at how much you've gotten a crash course on so many things now. Like, so when those Bangladesh protests started happening, we were basically like the same amount of briefed on what Bangladesh is. Like I just had a little bit more knowledge on like fast fashion and stuff.
Yeah.
And like all about the fast fashion and fucking environmental shit too.
Yeah.
Like before
nothing specific, but yeah.
All that Bangladesh shit about the slaves and stuff, like a lot of background was already built prior to that story coming in, where you were like able to completely fully understand it. So like something like the Iraq protests that happened way back, right? Those were super confusing because they happened like after Qasem Soleimani and stuff. So like it was hard for me to like grasp even what was going on there because I still didn't have enough Iraq knowledge.
Yes.
Tell me, what did you think about the news that Biden's stepping out of the race?
Oh, I specifically added this,
but definitely it was the right. It was the right.
Just because of these two, like so, like he's clearly like African American descent, right? But then like she also like I thought it like it's just like a loose hair, but it looked like she also like had 2 skin tones on her face. And they like because you'll see that funny. Like vitiligo, right? So I thought it was like I was like, wow, these people look interesting. So I added it just because they looked interesting.
That's so funny.
Choice and a good choice. I think that he's on his way out anyways. So
like,
he had one term.
This Bangladesh thing, a great example is like in Jack's copy, he coined the term "queen of the fast fashion industry."
I think you said that.
No, I'm pretty sure I said, oh, maybe I did. Whatever. We can give each other credit for that one, I guess. We'll both say the other person is responsible. Anyway, that was a good bit, though. That line was a good line. Whoever did it.
I'm like, be happy with that. Give somebody else a shot,
Do you think this will give the Democrats more of a chance to beat Trump?
Oh yeah,
I should 100%. Hope so.
Yeah, 100%. Because definitely will give him a better shot.
I have mixed feelings about it, to be honest with you. On one hand, I think he could have stayed in the race a little bit longer, but after seeing the debate and hearing what other people were saying about him, I think it might be a good move for what he's doing. Some fresh blood. Harris polls well against Trump, so I think she has a real shot at winning.
I'm nervous. I hear so much animosity toward her.
I'm slowly finding out that people who are like generally informed liberals
They
people
found like
who
this
know
Jay
more,
Schlatt looking guy in a hammock to interview.
people who know more evolve outside of this conservative liberal binary, and people who only read headlines are conservatives. This is what I'm gathering. So like that's pretty much my analysis of politics in America. Like liberals are kind of informed, maybe not truly informed, but like know enough to be correct-ish.
Yeah, and then the online people who are on the left wrap back around to just being
Circle back
fucking
around.
crazy. They're just fucking crazy, always whining about something. And there's that ContraPoints thing where it's like they don't want power. They want to endlessly critique power.
Around the workplace, which is more conservative. But I mean, they weren't going to vote Biden anyway, so it's going to be interesting. I'm voting
What an
for
interesting
whoever
group of
isn't
people
Trump,
to talk to.
and I wish I was more excited, but I'm still nervous.
I think she reminds me of like an auntie, like at the cookout or
You'll
something.
hear me talk a
I
lot
don't know,
about
like she
how I think one of the global policies that need to happen is the Supply Chain Act, and I'll talk specifically about that building collapse that killed those people, which caused Germany to implement the Supply Chain Act. I think supply chain acts are probably the most slept on policy that everyone should be pushing their government to pass.
Yeah.
she's a very like likable.
Well, that's something that we can put ourselves behind once we're a.
Yeah,
once we
Bangladesh is
are
just so
a
important. It's
nonprofit.
crazy. It's crazy. People have
Yeah,
no
like
fucking clue.
Yeah, well, once we get registered, we can kind of use the non-profit status to put weight behind policy decisions as well.
Exactly.
That's another thing I've been thinking about is like trying to use the status and using connections.
Like I said,
and that
the goal of
unionize-
our business is to overthrow the Iranian regime.
I mean,
did you see the?
Person seems like
the. I'll send you the picture. It was just something that I put in a fucking profile.
she does have like a questionable, like, like, I don't know, like time as the attorney, like putting people in jail for like smoking marijuana and stuff like that. So it's definitely be something that I'm gonna think about.
Hell yeah.
Moving forward.
Hell yeah.
What's in between
This guy
Kamala
gets
Harris
it.
and Donald Trump?
This
I would
guy
vote for
gets
Trump.
it.
Me personally, I'll stay where I'm at in the middle.
I would pick Kamala Harris, definitely. Just because it's something different. The country, we still have not.
Exactly. I think that's the most important point. Kamala is something different.
Mamala.
At the end of the day, she's a brown woman. And that is different for America.
Wow, grape.
Right? It's not a great thing to be like elected for. True, the DEI president, right? But like
I just think think it has more
right on it,
more going for it than it does against it.
Yeah.
Like, oh no, people who like Andrew Tate might not vote for a woman.
Were they going to vote liberal anyway?
Yeah, but I would like to hear just Pearly things cope.
Yes, it would be very interesting.
That would be funny.
But like overall, it's good. I hope this is exactly what I think it is.
Mamala.
I got distracted. But yeah, it's just the more I think about it, the more that we watch this, the more we analyze the more it makes sense for Kamala Harris to be the person to sort of run for the candidacy. Who else is different? Oh, you've got Gretchen Whitmer, right? Good policy-ish.
But when I heard that
Mr.
last
Chick.
interview where she was promoting her book, I was like, this is clearly somebody who's not planning on taking.
Yeah.
She's locked in for a little while.
There really is nobody else. Like,
she makes sense. Yeah, and that's the thing. Is just like I didn't like Biden before he went in. Like I really didn't like Biden.
It's just like,
and I completely did Biden's presidency was so good. I started looking at his past, and started finding more things to like about his past, like his Iraq policy. And like, I think ACAB includes politicians.
Jesus Christ. Stephen Colbert basically endorsed Vermin Supreme.
That's why he's not responding to us. He's over there with Stephen Colbert playing around.
That's fucking awesome.
Not had a woman president yet. So what better opportunity now for that change to happen in this day and age? And plus, representing, African American, being a woman, I'm all for it.
Stephanie, you ready?
The skinny ties, bro.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming. I want to begin by commending
this guy is such a fucking joke, bro.
For a career in public service, a long, long career and representing and serving our country, and for his handling of the many difficulties and challenges, personal challenges and tragedies that he suffered during his life with so much admirable conduct and the empathy that he derived from those experiences, that he was always proficient at showing to the rest of us. I want to add that a little over a year ago, when I entered this race, I predicted that President Biden suffered from a degenerative condition that was not going to improve and that it would make it impossible for him to govern effectively.
What time do we usually start EST?
Hmm?
What time do we usually start your time?
8:30.
Okay.
8:30 to 9 is our normal start.
That obvious condition was to hide it from the American public.
And then 2 to 3 a.m. is the
power,
end.
The Democratic Party nomination process.
What I said was correct. I said 7 p.m.
Sure
to
that
3 a.m.
nobody
kind of range.
could compete with President Biden
So we're both kind of
in a way
active.
that would expose his
Who you say that to?
deficiencies. And
Vermin
as a
Supreme.
result, we are where we are today, which is
We can do any time for
period of
him, though.
crisis. And we
Yeah,
have
no,
two
I
ways-
said that. I said that this is like the normal time that we usually operate, but we're pretty flexible, like whenever works for you.
Mm-hmm.
and they both derive from the same condition, and that condition.
Yeah, I
is
wouldn't
the
have even
corporate
proposed a time like
emergence of
that.
the domination of corporate power over American democracy that accelerated.
I would have
beginning in
just said
2010
any
with the
time works
Citizens
for you.
United
That
case
works
that
for you.
unleashed the tsunami.
Look, I said as one half of us is in Melbourne, we usually balance around our guest. That's what I said. I said we work around the guest. But
Yeah.
this is our normal work time. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Of corporate money into the American political process. And both parties are now captured by that corporate money. And they've lost any kind of authentic connection to the American people or to the populist goals of the Republic and of democracy. On the Republican side, President Biden promised the last time around that he was going to drain the swamp. But instead,
I've realized I don't want to listen to 25 minutes of this.
Yeah. I just
By
put
the
it
way,
on there
Pat
mainly
Ward
to
at our
comment
White House
and laugh at him that he had his own press conference.
a unit. Fox News can now confirm
Was
that
it
the vice
released on
president.
his channel? No, it was PBS. Okay.
By the way, Pat Ward
Wow,
at our
PBS.
White House unit. Fox News can now confirm
Damn.
that the Vice President, Kamala Harris, spoke with former President Barack Obama yesterday. Obama came out with the statement yesterday following Biden's decision to drop out. It did not endorse Harris. Obama also did not endorse Biden in 2020. So presumably, he probably said, hey, listen, I'm not going to endorse you at this point. The big question, because what we've heard from the Obamas is they want an open process. They want a competition. So it sounds like at least over the phone, person to person, Barack Obama said, I'm not going to endorse you right now.
Remember, he didn't endorse Joe Biden either, ever.
Yeah.
2016,
They want to be
2020.
left
Let's bring in
alone.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's running as an independent, wanted to run as a Democrat. They basically told him he couldn't by moving the New Hampshire primary. Welcome.
You can hear him
Robert, great
breathing.
to see you. Your reaction to what's happened over the last 24 hours.
Gross.
I think it's encouraging, and thank you, Steve, and thanks for having me. I think it's encouraging that that President Biden dropped out. That was something, when I got in a year ago, I said that he was not, that his deterioration made it clear was not going to improve, and that it made it clear that he could not run the country. I think that Democrats really need to to do what President Obama said, which is to have an open process, a genuinely open process. So much of the primary process was rigged. The country knows that. It's rigged to benefit the corporate elites. And I think the Democratic Party really needs to distinguish itself from the Republican Party. President Trump announced yesterday that Jamie Dimon is his choice for Commerce Secretary, and that Larry Fink is his choice, who's the head of BlackRock, is his choice for the Treasury Secretary. And I think the Democrats really have an opportunity now to distinguish themselves as the party of the American middle class, as the party that cares about working people, that cares about the deficit, that cares about the chronic disease epidemic that is devastating the people of this country. And but I think they're going to need an open process. And I do not see that any evidence they're going to do that.
Real quickly, Robert, they say that they want to have this, and by the way, we want to confirm that first if Donald Trump has selected them. We haven't seen those reports just yet. But Robert, can you go into detail about this open process? How can you have an open process when the people don't get the vote? When the delegates get to decide who's going to be the nominee?
We're a democracy, not a republic. Okay,
but they decided not to do that.
There's a couple of ways they could do it. One is they could have ranked choice voting. If they have ranked choice voting,
Wouldn't it
would
be funny
give where the delegates choose not only their first choice.
We're a republic, not a democracy.
Right? That would be funny. But like,
wouldn't that be funny?
But like, seriously though, like the primaries are fake. The presidential primaries are fake. Like they obviously, like, the institution is going to select what the people select, but they don't have to. And that's why Trump thought in theory he could put fake electors in, because it is fake. So like the whole institution of democracy that happens with presidential elections, like it technically is more of a republic than a democracy in function there. But it is a democracy because they're going to go by the voter anyway. And like, it's also like, again, as I've said multiple times, you don't get primaries when you're the incumbent president.
No. Hi, am I back?
Yeah. Well, I dropped too. Contection of stables, so
must be StreamYard.
They could do is to base it on national polling, to do some really good polling, to spend a couple $1 million polling the American public and seeing who is more likely to beat Donald Trump. And giving that
I have all
the
the streams monitored
and allowing them to make a decision based on that. It has to be some kind of fair process, because it looks to the American public that the system is just rigged, which it is.
No, it doesn't.
So they're going to have a meeting on Wednesday, the DNC.
It really doesn't.
Going forward. To be a nominee in the process, you need 300 signatures from about 4,000 delegates. You know that.
I really want to know who is upset.
You are a lifelong Democrat running as an independent now. Are you going to be one of the challengers? Are you going to challenge Kamala Harris?
The fact we can hear him breathing.
I'm running as an independent now.
Is all I hear.
Yeah, right.
And I think the Democrats would be.
Why is the lapel mic so sensitive?
Would make if they looked at the polling, I'm the only candidate who can beat Donald Trump.
Right.
But I'm not going to get into the Democratic Party as long as the system seems rigged. If they had a fair system, I would definitely look at it.
Even though they covered it up, and we're a month away from the DNC, only 107 days away from voting day, the Dems and the media heard this news yesterday, and they started praising. Listen to this.
He has put people over politics and patriotism over personal position. And this is another heroic act.
I do love this.
Running series of heroic acts by Joe Biden.
I do love this. They're like, no, we're gonna give you the Viking burial, bro. They got the Klobuchar in there. Fox News selecting their
Today's
favorites.
Decision by Joe Biden to not seek re-election.
I don't remember
shows
this
the
guy.
difference between a selfless president and in Donald Trump.
Eric from California.
This is the guy who fucked the Chinese spy.
Oh,
the California guy.
Fang.
Yeah, that guy.
Selfish person.
I think today
Well,
we
he
should
was.
focus
I think he was
on Joe.
chair of the.
Oh, he was on Face the Nation earlier.
I think he was chair of the Security Intelligence Committee or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
While it was happening as well.
But we also did just see him on like the Face the Nation interview, and I think Aaron Brown maybe or something had him.
Maybe.
Biden's incredible legacy of service to our nation, his selflessness, his accomplishments.
Today is about what Joe Biden
Oh,
did.
we got
He gave
Warren.
America a lesson in patriotism.
I know they're so happy because they didn't
We
see
have
a
to
path
keep our
for,
country
Joe
getting
Biden to
prepared.
win. But how angry should they be? How angry should the American public be? Because they covered this up. They knew about what was happening behind the scenes, and it wasn't until the debate when they really
If
recognized
news
it
is telling you how you feel,
yeah, you know, when they were talking
that is
just
like
now, it
beyond
reminded me of
fucked. You
George
know,
Washington.
like that is like it's not just like, hey, the bridge is out. You're like already fucking on. Like you're doing a Looney Tunes running up the cars as it's driving off the bridge. Like that's where we are right now with Fox News being news at this point. Holy shit! Tell us how to feel.
Hold on. Sorry, I need to search something. Here it is.
Tell us how to feel.
Hold on.
Exactly what I hear, what Younis just said, is what I hear from all the Trump supporters that I talk to who were Trump voters and are still Trump supporters. They go, yeah, you guys are going crazy. He's doing, what are you so surprised about? He's doing exactly what he said he's going to do.
Well, and I think that the dangerous, edges here are that he's trying to undermine the media, trying to make up his own facts. And it could be that while unemployment and the economy worsens, he could have undermined the messaging so much that he can actually control exactly what people think. And that is our job.
Yeah, if you look at the issue.
Genuinely.
Of course, it's Morning Joe.
Is that not one of the best news flubs ever?
Morning
or was
Joe.
it what do they call it? Is it Pavlovian?
Oh, the like when you you accidentally tell the truth.
Something slip. Yes, something
Freudian slip.
Freudian. That's the one. What's Pavlovian?
That's when the dog drools because it heard a bell. That's Trump supporters. They have Pavlov response.
That's the trigger words and shit.
They're conditioned. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
A selfless act. Nobody expected him to leave the presidency. He could have easily won another term. The whole country wanted him to stay. And King George III, when Washington announced that he was not going to run again, King George III
Washington did run.
The greatest leader in human history. And he did something that was genuinely
I'm sorry,
selfless.
but Washington actually did pursue a third term. I'm almost positive he did. He ran in the primary.
President Biden was forced out. I commend President Biden for 50 years of service.
I want to
to our
say I
country,
would
but
look
I
this
think
up because
that
there was another thing that I found out about romanticizing Washington to make him seem more humble than he was, right?
Mm.
Sought third.
Oh, because he's supposed to be the humble king.
Yeah, because he named president.
Mm.
Was trying to stay in this race when he was clearly not capable of performing the
you know what it was? No. I remember what it was. The committee actually put him up as a nomination, even though he said he wasn't going to run. That's what it was. So it wasn't him being a piece of shit, but there was a third term for Washington, technically.
Okay.
The duties of his office were a black mark at the end of his career. I think also Kamala has a lot of explaining to do because she was seeing the president every day. Yeah. And she was telling the American public again and again and again, he's completely he's completely capable of running the country. There's no signs of deterioration. There's no signs of cognitive impairment. And that clearly was not true. And I think that she has a vulnerability there. Whoever she runs against, she has a big vulnerability about explaining because she's been the concealer in chief.
Right, and we all vulnerable because he's going to be here for the next 5 months because he still can't recognize the Secretary of Defense.
I just don't care what any of these people have to say.
Our president, Joe Biden, wanted to be here today. He's feeling much better and recovering fast, and he looks forward to getting back on the road. And I wanted to say a few words about our president. Joe Biden's legacy of accomplishment over the past 3 years is unmatched in modern history. In one term, He has already, yes, you may clap.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
In one term, he has already surpassed the legacy of
clap.
most presidents.
I can't believe it.
Please clap.
We had a please clap moment.
It's
already.
Jeb is
She
back.
already did it.
We already
Oh my
did
God.
it. Victory.
Who have served 2 terms
Victory.
in office.
Thank you, everyone.
When I first came to know President Biden through his son, Beau. We worked together as attorneys general in our states.
Hold on. I'm going to send you this video so you can pull this.
I'm not. I can't do it while we're live. You have to send it to me when I'm
I know,
editing.
but I sent it to you to
I'm not
open.
gonna remember it. Where did I'm trying to remember where I found that thing. Like,
One term, he has already surpassed the legacy of most presidents who have served 2 terms in office. And I first came to know President Biden through his son, Beau. We worked
Wait, where was it?
history. In one term, he has already, yes, you may clap. In one term, he has already surpassed. And back then,
Amazing.
Beau would often tell me stories about
I
his dad.
bookmarked it.
He would talk about the kind of father and the kind of man that Joe Biden is. The qualities that Beau revered in his father are the same qualities that I have seen every day in our president. His honesty, his integrity, his commitment to his faith and his family, his big heart, and his love, deep love of our country. And I am firsthand witness that every day,
Why is
our
she wearing a
President Joe
Star Trek pin? Weird.
Biden fights for the
Space
American
Force.
people, and we are deeply, deeply grateful for his service to our nation. And so with that, on behalf of our president and Dr. Biden, I am honored to welcome all of you to the White House to celebrate the achievements of these great athletes. Our president, Joe Biden, wanted to be here today. He is feeling much better and recovering.
And let's take a step back now to delve into Vice President Harris's record and how she arrived at this pivotal moment. William Brangham has a look at her path from the daughter of immigrants to the favorite for the Democratic presidential nominee.
In the blink of an eye, Vice President Kamala Harris went from being President Biden's biggest defender.
One thing we know about our president, Joe Biden, he is a fighter.
To the person most likely to replace him
Yeah,
on the
he
presidential
fought Corn
ballot
Pop.
4 months from now. Harris securing the nomination would be historic, the first time a black woman leads a major party ticket. But it would be just the latest in a career of firsts for Harris, a politician who rose from district attorney to state attorney general to U.S. senator.
Ew.
In 2021, she became the first woman and first Black American and South Asian American vice president.
While I may be the first woman in this office, I will not be the last. Because every little girl watching tonight sees that this is a country of possibilities.
Harris is the daughter of immigrants from Oakland, California. Her mother was a scientist who immigrated from India to study at UC Berkeley. Her father was from Jamaica and became a prominent economist at Stanford. In elementary school, Harris was bused from her predominantly black neighborhood to a white one, part of an effort to desegregate local public schools. She lived in California until she was 12, when Harris moved with her mother and sister to Canada. Harris later enrolled at Howard University, a historically black college
Canadian.
in Washington, D.C., where she studied political science and economics.
Yeah.
She then returned to the
So-
Bay Area for law school. And it was
So
in San
I got
Francisco
it right here.
that
I
Harris's
actually
political career began.
got a source to back up what I just said. Okay. So this was literally when they were like just the Electoral College. As you can see, Washington, right? Independent. He's received 2 electoral votes. Now, also, so I was reading above. So what they did at this time is that the electors got 2 votes and they made no distinction of whether it was president or vice president. And it was just whoever got the top 2 votes out of
First
everyone's.
past the post.
Yeah,
Or-
but it
or
was,
just
but
first
everyone
place.
got to have 2 votes though. They picked 2 candidates, right?
Oh.
So that's interesting as well because like, can you write the same name twice to get double votes? Because if that's the case, it potentially could have been one person who is like Washington.
True. Interesting. Democratic Republican. That's a funny. That's. Hey, Clinton. Funny. Democratic Republican is such a funny name for a party in today's world.
It's the first Republican Party is what it's really referred to nowadays.
Jeffersonian Republican
so
Party.
Look, they literally won it. They have the same logo. The Federalist was a conservative and nationalist party.
Interesting.
John Adams, he was a nationalist. This meant something different back then.
Did the city's district attorney.
To be a prosecutor is to really be engaged in one of
The argument was around the Constitution replacing the Articles of Confederation. So I believe the Federalists were anti-Constitution, and that's how the divide happens.
Yeah.
the most noblest professions that anyone could do and have.
Her career in law enforcement helped propel her to higher office, but also has earned her a good deal of criticism. California's police unions were livid when she didn't press for the death penalty for a man who killed a police officer. She also championed providing a path for some nonviolent, first-time drug offenders to get education and job training to prevent them from reoffending.
When we're talking about serious and violent crime, lock them up. But when we're talking about nonviolent crime, that is actually the crime that is occupying the bulk of our public resources and beds in our state prison system.
How many did you help put there to bolster your prosecutorial record? A lot?
And we need to have a meaningful system to reduce the likelihood that that revolving door will continue.
In 2010, Harris was elected Attorney General of California, overseeing the largest state justice department in the U.S. Harris's office took on predatory for-profit colleges and also secured a nearly $20 billion settlement with banks following the 2008 foreclosure crisis.
It was imperative that we not give a blank check of immunity to the banks for their wrongdoing.
Harris's tenure as Attorney General also coincided with the rise of the Black Lives Matter movement and the emergence of criminal justice reform as a major issue. In 2015, Harris didn't take a position on a state law that would have required independent investigations when police killed civilians. Harris's office also tried to prevent nonviolent prisoners from being released after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that California's overcrowded prisons violated inmates' constitutional rights. At the same time, her office launched implicit bias training for law enforcement officers in 2015.
We have developed and implemented a policy on implicit bias and racial profiling.
In 2016, Harris was elected to the U.S. Senate in a landslide, becoming only the second Black woman to serve as a U.S. Senator.
I intend to fight for truth and transparency and trust.
As Senator, Harris shined in hearings with her pointed prosecutorial questioning of witnesses, including Brett Kavanaugh, after he'd been nominated to the U.S. Supreme Court.
Can you think of any laws that give government the power to make decisions about the male body?
I'm happy to answer a more specific question, but
Male versus female?
there are medical procedures.
That the government has the power to make a decision about a man's body?
In 2019, with a growing national profile, Harris joined the wide field of Democrats who lined up to challenge President Donald Trump.
I stand before you today to announce my candidacy for President of the United States.
But her bid for the White House struggled to gain
What was
traction,
she
especially as she
thinking?
faced questions about her record as a prosecutor.
She put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. She blocked evidence. She blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man from
It's
death
so
row,
funny
and the court
because,
forced her
like,
to do so. And she fought.
There's like I reading just about these parties. It's like you find stuff that's like really bad because it's like for the time period. Obviously, there's bad decisions, but it says some Federalists advocated strategic support of the Haitian Revolution. Right,
Interesting.
and then up here, you know, the Whiskey Rebellion when they fucking killed all those people. So I gotta scroll to it again because this is just a really interesting tidbit. So after that shit happened, right? So it says angry petitions flowed in from 36 Democratic Republican societies created by Citizen Gannett or Genet. Washington attacked the societies as illegitimate and many disbanded. Federalists now ridiculed the Republicans as Democrats in quotes, meaning in favor of mom rule, or called them Jacobins in reference for France's reign of terror.
No
They
shit.
literally were calling them commies, bro.
That's amazing. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed.
But like also like, so, and also I guess they started as kind of anti-Mason, anti-Freemason, but they did do the Alien and Sedition Acts, arguably one of the worst policies.
True. Interesting.
To keep cash bail system in place that impacts poor people in the worst kind of way.
As the elected Attorney General of California, I did the work of significantly reforming the criminal justice system of a state of 40 million people, which became a national model for the work that needs to be done. And I am proud of that work.
Harris dropped out of the race
I wouldn't be using California as an example.
before a single ballot was cast.
And I will keep fighting every day for what this campaign has been about.
That's my favorite thing she did.
Yeah.
For the people.
Harris eventually endorsed Joe Biden and was then chosen by him to be his running mate.
In this election, we have a chance to change the course of history. We're all in this.
What southern border? The one that Biden built more of the wall of than Trump? The one that Al-Qaeda got through and attacked US soldiers? Like, which one? You know the numbers. You know that these numbers that they stopped at the border just camped out at the other side, and then when the COVID restrictions dropped, came through? Crazy, right? It's almost like all of these people were there and it stopped nothing. And it would have been the same numbers for the last 8 years had there been no stop. You should look at statistics and use your head.
This fight, you, me, and Joe, together.
In 2020, Biden and Harris won a contentious election.
We did it. We did it, Joe. You're going to be the next president of the United States.
And as vice president, Harris's tenure.
She's the vice president. What are you talking about? Also, Donald Trump ordered the border bill to be shut down and stopped. The bill that he approved of and got everything for, which then allowed.
Well, I mean, it was
the
House negotiating who got all that shit pushed, and then at the last second, he told them to fucking throw it into the fire because it would help him electorally.
Yeah. I don't care about the border, to be completely honest. There are bigger problems than some people who you guys need.
Also, if we cared about the border, we should have supported that bipartisan border bill.
Exactly.
So we don't want to fund Border Patrol or ICE now? That's what the Republicans specifically voted against? Epic. Sounds like they're full of shit.
Got off to
like
a rocky start.
It's like a classic authoritarian thing, right? You have to create the problem and then present yourself as the solution.
Exactly.
So they specifically make it worse just so they can advertise themselves as the solution.
Yeah. And that's why they also ban more gun law. They implement more gun laws than the Democrats do because
we've already talked about the Know Nothing Party.
Like
like I've been saying that we need to refer to MAGA as nativist, and I'm talking about the Know Nothing Party when I say that because they were literally they were an Elders of Zion party. Go ahead.
Tasked with stemming the root causes of migration to the U.S., Harris's first trip abroad as VP was to Mexico and Guatemala.
I want to be clear to folks in this region who are thinking about making that dangerous trek to the United States-Mexico
Do not
border.
come.
It was gun control. The Republicans pass gun control and then say the Democrats want to pass gun control, vote for us, then pass more gun control. And people are like, oh, but the Democrats are taking the guns.
Yeah.
No,
and also
more
more guns are sold when Democrats are in office.
Yes.
It's just a fact.
It's very funny. Like this is all stuff that you can acknowledge and understand and also be against both of the parties. Or just party politics in general. Like I am. I think you're a bit more involved with, a bit more willing to involve yourself with politics than I am.
As far as dropping this solving the crisis. Okay, first of all, that we have to acknowledge, it would be saying that there is a crisis to begin with, right? So that's part of that too. So like, well, I personally am like, I do not give a fuck about a borderline, right? Ideally, the best policy would be a policy that would make it so these people didn't have to leave their countries in the first place. And most of the stuff like that bill, a lot of it was giving the Republicans everything that they wanted, but that also meant that like, you know, like asylum processes speed up, expedited, like why that's what they literally have advocated for forever, is that the asylum process is too long and arduous and it needs to be like sped up. Like they talk about funding Border Patrol, funding ICE and all this stuff. And like technically there's like that, like if you're like really, really open border, like it's not some of the best policy in there. But like from like an analyst of the average American perspective on things, that bill was like perfect for them. Like it would have been one of the best policies too. That's probably why they nuked it. And it didn't matter anyway because he's not running against Biden. So and also all that was tied up with killing more people in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Because they kept trying to tie aid to it, so then they would purposely then keep fucking it over and drag out aid.
I mean, look, it's concern is our word for it, but I also understand why this happens. Like they will implement these big bills and then try and sneak things from bills that have been killed, like the border bill that was killed, right? So the border bill, bill that was
the border
killed,
bill had Ukraine money because the Republicans asked for that.
I'm explaining why, right? So the bills that get killed, like the border bill, right? The border bill that Trump ordered to get killed, right? Had Ukraine money in it because the Republicans were holding up Ukraine funding, and this was the only way to get it through. They had to put it in a bill that the Republicans weren't going to vote against so that Ukrainians stopped fucking dying. That's why. It's also why the Ukraine aid bill has Israel aid and Taiwanese aid and all other aid inside it, because it's an aid package. It's just called Ukraine aid because that's the main topic, right? Like just understanding how things work demysticizes everything, right? And that's half of the thing that we do here 3 times a week at this point, right? We're just demysticizing what is happening in the state. Because we don't like the state. I don't want the state to have the power it has. So I want to understand how the state works so I can avoid it. It's like, yeah, we might be talking from a state perspective, but it's explaining how the state works. And the state, the way you're explaining the state sounds like the liberal agenda. No shit. No shit. This is how government works. Learn it or shut the fuck up. Right? You can't, unless you're a vanguard revolutionary fucking idiot like Marxist-Leninists who think that the only way to take down a government is by killing people and destroying the systems, burning it to the ground, and then building nothing from the ashes because they have no fucking plan, because the people who plan shit they put bullets in the head of. Like,
I mean, Stalin did rebuild the country after World War II.
Sure. Was it a good plan? Not really. As soon as he died, they redid it. I think they just agreed because they didn't want to die.
That's so funny. He dies, and like the next day, Khrushchev's up there, and be like, "That guy was a dick, huh?"
And now there's 16-year-olds in America that defend him.
The fact that Khrushchev basically got his position by playing the like jester, right? And like that, he would go home and his wife would discuss like jokes to tell Stalin to get Stalin to laugh, right? So like his entire thing from the start was not acting like a tyrant, like Barrera, right? Who was like just doing all the executions and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, imagine if it went from Stalin to Barrera. That would have sucked.
Yes. Yeah, that would have not been good. One extreme to the other. Everybody dies from whiplash.
With increasing numbers of migrants coming to the U.S.-Mexico border, Harris was criticized for not visiting the region.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I mean, I don't understand the point.
Like, it's such a bad example, because as this guy said, she was the border czar. I don't
But
actually give
also,
a fuck, but also
like,
she was.
what is she gonna do? Look at it and be like, "Wow, people are crossing."
Yeah,
Like, you go visit the border to do a fucking photo op. Where you either take pictures of migrants crossing or cry at the fence.
Yeah.
Like, what is she gonna do down there? Be like, "Wow, it sucks."
Like,
she's also not visiting a front line in a battlefield, you know? Like,
yeah. Like, do we want these pictures from her? Like, do we want Kamala Harris of this? Like,
I mean, I do. I would like to see it. It is funny.
It is so funny.
Nothing can beat the Melania Trump, do I look like I care jacket, though.
Yeah. Oh, no, actually, this might be the best one she did. This might be the best one.
I want to see them go do this at Guantanamo. Get the fuck out of here with this shit. It's a fucking chain link fence.
That's amazing.
You can literally break through those with just your hands. Just fucking shake it and work it until the metal starts to snap.
Fed into the perception that the Biden administration was not doing enough to curb illegal border crossings. In 2022, Texas is...
Penn and Teller's bullshit show. I remember the skit that they do where they have 3 walls that they set up as like the standard. This was before Trump, but it was like the standard border wall that they had. So it's like, it's like razor wire at the top, and then it's like a chain link fence underneath, and then sheet metal on top of that. And
so they can only climb a little bit.
Well, they had 3 teams. One is going over it, one's going through it, and one's going under it.
Okay.
And like the under it, they were the fastest. Through it was almost just as fast, and over it took the longest. But like the under it, all they had to do is cut the fence a little bit and roll it up on itself.
Oh, that's amazing.
Like, that's why like the border wall that they're doing now, that Biden has built more of than Trump. That one, like, it's like not climbable really, right? You can still like get through gaps in it and stuff, but it's not. It's making sure that you can't go under it because they're like steel beams, you know.
Yeah.
Why?
I'm very anti-debate.
Why?
I see no point in debates. It's literally just trying to convince people that you're right. It's not about being correct. If it was about being correct, we'd never lose. So it'd be like Sam Cedar. People would run from us, right? But it's not about that. As soon as we get paired with somebody that has 60,000 subscribers, we're fucked, because it's not about who's correct. It's about who has more followers. So, you know, we can be correct and call out PSL and all these groups all we want. But at the end of the day, we have 7 people watching. Right?
It might be a way to expand an audience. Yeah. And that's the thing is that also like I would do debates. It just depends on who it is. Because like I also fucking hate it. I can't stand it. Like I already have to just like my mom frustrates me so much with the dumb shit she says. And then I have to go look up how she even got on such a fucking like the thing is like they start arguing things that are like way outside my wheelhouse. That is like a one-up like undercut punch, right? And it's because it's so outside of like rational things, and they'll like, you know, it's like that team video about Ukraine, you know?
Yeah. That's what happened with me with the Aussie Cossack fuckwit when he dropped the Melbourne biological lab helping with bioweapons. Like, you're fucking retarded. That was just one of the dumbest things I've ever seen come across my feed, and I just had to look into it.
But like I've said before, like
unfathomably
I would talk to Sam Cedar and tell him that he needs to straighten up on and be careful around information narratives.
You can literally call him. You're in the US.
I know.
Call
I
him.
know I could, but that's like so like it's like setting aside time to specifically calling into his live show and then like being prepared for my call to answer.
Sure.
Like I know. Like I would like these are things that I would do. Like and like it just depends who it is. The thing is it has to be somebody who's rational enough to be moved from a position already.
I just have no interest. I would call him a fuckwit and leave.
Yeah.
I would just be like, you're a fuckwit and just leave. Like, there's no point. Jackson Hinkle is not only is he disingenuous, he's a bad actor. So that wouldn't be worth the time.
Like you look at me with like gun policy. Like I wouldn't describe myself as necessarily pro gun. Right? Like I have no interest in owning a gun. I support any type of like obviously not racist laws like New York's handgun law, but like if New York, I've said multiple times, is like if New York wants to ban these things, that New York can ban these things. Like I could care less if like gun control happens to me locally, basically, right? But still, you can sit here and like you want to pull me up on like a national gun ban, and I'll be able to pull out just as much information on like gun control as Jack would, right? And it's like we don't even have remotely the same position, but we can still argue on why a policy is bad. And we've also like looked at local policies, like it was one that was like in a central state like Michigan or something like that, where they passed laws that was specifically like the red flags laws that they had were like temporary holds, and like it was all these like laws that were actually really good. That and I said, okay, now we have to look at this and see if it reduces anything, because it was like policies that both of us agreed on would be like a good policies to push forward. And like gun control is one of those things where people are irrationally, viscerally divided on it because they fucking kill people. Like, of course people are against them. Of course.
And that's why it's so hard to have the mass shooting discussion, and why it's so hard for people to actually rationalize what we've rationalized into 4 categories. Like categorizing mass shootings is a thing that I haven't seen anybody do.
And it's such a unique phenomena that it really needs to be studied in America.
Yeah, and it's like I've had this idea for a hot minute. When I was when I went to South Carolina, I missed one of the classes because there's lots of bad fucking communication on the school's point, but I missed out on a couple classes, so I signed up to a class that I was way too unprepared for. Also, I didn't have a car, so I couldn't really travel the state and like talk to people or do anything, so it made it a bit hard. But I started looking into the gun stuff in around then, and that was very interesting, finding out the information that I eventually found.
Okay.
On the American side of things, it's very interesting.
It's a whole field of study, breaking down gun violence. That's not what we're doing, though.
No, we're breaking down mass shootings specifically. The aspect of shootings that nobody categorizes correctly.
Like how
everybody
things get
overestimates.
connected.
Yeah, like this is the other thing and it's people are like, oh, you need to, mass shooting is 4 or more injured. Well, no, it's not. It's 3 or more dead, and we have to use the correct metric to actually
and that it's what we're
find out what isn't
Jack
mass
is like
shooting.
going off on some different tangent that I'm not talking about. I'm talking about what we look at as the mimetic links, which is severely underreported. The only stuff you'll see it on is like the connections between like the manifesto shooters.
Yes, but even then they don't connect it properly, and this goes to what I'm talking about, which is to categorize mimetic shootings is to categorize mass shootings into different categories.
It doesn't though. It does not exist.
What do you mean?
We like the amount of research that we've done in these specific things does not exist. Like the links that we made and have started putting forward and stuff, we have not seen other people do. And like the amount of archives that we have looked through and all this shit, it's not categorizing types of mass shooters. Okay.
No, it's categorizing the events and the like events.
So like if
into
we
separate
would go, like
categories.
you go on Mother Jones and they have it sorted like that too already. They do have sorting.
Sort of. It's just more. It's more in the correct definition. Therefore, it's closer to what we're looking at than anything else is. Like gun violence archive is 4 or more injured. 1, it's 1 over the threshold. 2, it's injuries, not deaths. So that is an inaccurate statistic that almost every single media source uses, and they use it to create a scoreboard, which creates gamification of shootings. So this is why John came up with this one, but why we think that the Trump shooter fits the profile of a mass shooter over a political assassination. There's just more fitting that profile that we've found than anything else.
Anyway, my mistake for bringing up guns to get Jack into an entire tangent. You're not listening, and we're moving on. I think being able to debate something and you don't even hold the position that you're debating from is like something that you don't see a lot of.
No. You don't.
Because like to be something like, I don't care, but I can still debate like most of the arguments on gun control and like why they're just like delusional.
Governor, Republican Greg Abbott, bust migrant.
Also, again, it's not the shooters. It's not the people, right? That's the core problem, is that people focus too much on the people, on the outside subjects.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can literally bring up the inverted news pyramid and prove to you why mass shooting reporting is bad journalism. It's in the basics of journalism why it's bad reporting.
It's literally to her front door in Washington, D.C.
Kamala Harris was saying there's no problem on the border. She said the border was secure. And so I felt the need to be involved in the education process.
Okay.
And with Harris now competing for the top spot on the Democratic ticket, there is an opening for a new running mate. And several names have come to the forefront in the hours following Biden's announcement that he'd no longer be running. 2 potential picks, Governors Roy Cooper and Andy Beshear, spoke about Harris in interviews this morning. Take a listen.
I think Kamala Harris soon is going to be in a position where she can really take off. And I'm excited about it and feel confident that she can win this presidency because she has to.
The vice president is smart and strong, which will make her a good president. But she's also kind and has empathy, which can make her a great president. And the contrast between her and those running on the other side couldn't be clearer.
Well, here to talk about those contrasts are Kevin Sheridan and Chuck Rocha. Kevin is a former RNC spokesperson and a former senior advisor to the Mitt Romney 2012 presidential campaign. Chuck is a Democratic strategist who was a senior advisor for Bernie Sanders' 2020 presidential campaign. Gentlemen, good to have both of you. Chuck, I'm going to start with you. What do you think Harris is looking for in a running mate?
She's looking for somebody who will do no harm. She's looking for a safe alternative, and she's also looking for somebody who could add a little something to the ticket. I think that's why you see the states of like North Carolina being mentioned with Roy Cooper, also with Governor Beshear, who won a state in Kentucky that Donald Trump carried by 20-something points, but he also carried as a Democratic nominee for governor twice. So I think that she's looking for something, and with people who have looked and done VP vetting before and worked on presidential campaigns, as you were saying earlier, you want somebody who is fully vetted, who brings no drama, who will help accentuate everything that you're doing, but then we'll take a step back and let you shine, which is do no harm, and hopefully from a battleground state.
See, but
we're moving on.
No.
We're moving on. No.
Extremism.
We're moving on.
Different.
Moving on.
This is an interesting discussion, though, even outside of the guns.
Moving on.
Because like extremism is one issue.
And Kevin, want to get your reaction to that in terms of the vice presidential pick, especially given that polling is lagging. Really, it's trying to catch up with all of the different things that are happening in the news cycle. Do you think a strong VP pick might help Harris actually best Donald Trump, even though they're really within the margin of error? But the latest national polls show Harris still behind.
Yeah, at its best, a vice presidential pick indicates the direction that you're going to take your candidacy. Specifically, it's the first big decision, and if you get it wrong, that's a bad omen of what's to come. Generally, that's the only way it really affects a race. But I think we'll know whether or not she's thinking of going with a Southern strategy of trying to get, the North Carolina, Virginia shored up, Arizona. If she goes with the Mark Kelly, if she goes with a blue wall state governor like Whitmer or Shapiro, then she's going with that direction. That'll be a little bit of a tell, but VP picks rarely ultimately impact the race at the ultimate level, but it will provide us some direction of where she's going.
Chuck, let's talk about some of these endorsements that she's received.
I don't care.
With all the divide that seemed to pop up during this campaign, do you feel like this is the unifier that we needed?
I think this is a moment where people are going to now say, okay, this is a different scenario than I thought we were up for. Let's take a look and start to really get engaged earlier than maybe people otherwise would have. And I think that's a good thing. We saw, a convention that happened in Milwaukee. Now we're getting ready to go to Chicago.
Silver Streak, like
Rogue from the X-Man.
No, fucking Tulsi. Tulsi had it too.
You see her tits a lot in True Blood.
Yes, you do. It's a very gay show.
I don't know. I haven't watched it.
For the Democratic convention, and I think when people see
it's just corny. It's like Riverdale. It's just corny.
And I don't know what the ticket is going to look like. I know it's going to be Kamala Harris at the top of it, but I think when people see all the Democratic leaders will be on that stage talking about our future, trying to bring us together, having someone who knows how to get things done. I mean, she's a prosecutor. She has devoted more of her life to public service than the combined total of what's on the other ticket. This is I think, a moment where we need someone who's experienced, who cares about people and knows how to get things done, and that's Kamala Harris.
Better hold
President
on
Joe
tight,
Biden
Spider
ending
Monkey.
his run for re-election shocked Georgia voter John Diggs.
I think a lot of people like me in the United States, who are particularly maybe in the middle, undecided, or even leaning Democrat, we're still in shock.
Biden should have quit sooner, says Georgia voter Johnny Bester.
I was a little nervous about the direction of our country because of Biden being in office.
That fucking white shirt is super bright.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to see that again.
They must have one of those lights.
Yeah, well, it's
but then we think about candidacy and we look at Trump, and then who else do we have?
Like there's like an aura around him.
He's an angel.
Yeah.
Democratic voter Richard Freeman says Biden would have lost to Donald Trump.
Fuck Kroger.
Well, I think it's
like
a good decision.
Like imagine having a Kroger instead of a
too many people were
Wegmans.
concerned about his age, which I was too.
In Nebraska, voter Kathy Lindmeyer says Biden has lost some mental sharpness since he was elected.
I'm sad because
Hang on, go back.
Feel that Biden did a good job.
Go back to that like engraving.
Which I was too.
In Nebraska, voter Kathy Lindmeyer.
Okay, I wasn't sure because I saw Franklin there, and the way the posture was on the other side, I thought for a second it was like the Seneca meeting with Franklin and that happens in Albany. I was about to say like, whoa, why do they have shit from my state on their shit?
Says Biden has lost some mental sharpness since he was elected.
I'm sad because I do feel that Biden did a good job, and he really came into this wanting to unify the country. That didn't happen.
In South Carolina, voter Mariana Hall says Biden's decision does nothing to change her support for Trump.
I think it's going to be really interesting to watch the Democratic Party kind of scramble to determine who they're going to put in his place. I was seeing there were some things that they weren't really comfortable putting Kamala Harris in there because of all the negative against the current administration.
Vice President Harris is the first choice for Washington state voter Jill Holm.
Root for Kamala. Love to see a female up there, and I think Kamala is incredibly sharp. Speaks well. I think that she's ready. She has some really solid experience behind her.
In the Pacific Northwest state of Oregon,
is that a racist
Strong
dog
is
whistle?
ready to back Harris.
It's not a given that Kamala Harris is going to be the nominee. If she's not, then I think there's going to be more bad blood within the Democratic Party.
In New York, voter Stacey Fritz says it will be hard for any Democrat to beat Trump.
We need somebody who's younger, who will seem more competent at least. Whether or not
or whoever it is can beat Trump. No, it's better though. I feel like we actually have a chance.
New Yorker Madeline Mills says Biden's decision may have come too late.
I wish that
I'm
the
not
Democratic
going
Party
crazy.
had figured this out earlier so that it doesn't feel so rushed and chaotic
Anyway.
at the moment. But I think that if Biden had stayed as a candidate, like he would have lost to Trump anyway.
I would have
Biden
to
is
find
backing Harris to
somebody
replace-
who's small enough to even care. Like Jonah, we could debate Jonah, huh? He just he ignores. I comment on all of his stuff, and I'm like the only guy who interacts with him, and he still ignores me. Like, what a total pussy. He would never agree to it, but that's somebody that I would debate.
I think that's because my comment replying to him. I'm not sure if anybody. I'm not sure if people saw it. It was petty. we spent hours.
No, we literally went through it and just to and that's what I think is funny is any type of who the fuck is Jonah? Okay, it's
Propeller
a long
Hat
story.
Man.
Propeller
It's
Hat
Propeller
Boy.
Hat Man. You know Propeller Hat Man.
But he got mad. He's like, I tagged him saying we reacted to his video, and he went to the channel and he saw it and he was like, "This is awful. You just made fun of my voice or something." And then I was like, did I make fun of his voice? And it takes a while, and it's eventually when I'm getting really sick and tired of the video, and I'm just going, yeah.
I'll see if I can.
Well,
I'll see if I get because I left it on my other with my other account, right? I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, but Jack left it. He basically said you guys didn't even criticize what I said, and we Jack sat here and went through the entire video and wrote point for point with time codes about where we criticized him specifically.
So petty.
But it was so funny though, because we were trying to fucking entice him to get into this.
Yeah.
Other people that I would love to debate is the Vanguard, right? And sit there and just to explain to them how life works, right? But they're already too big to listen, right? And that's the thing is it's to find somebody who's small enough to actually care. And I can tell you one person I could easily do it, and it would be tomorrow. Is that one fucking guy who constantly is changing his politics, but he's always fucking dumb and annoying. I want not Legal Eagle. What the fuck is that guy's name? He used to be anti-trains and now he's suddenly pro-trains or something.
Trains.
I don't know what in the autism is going on over there. And his content is really bad too. But he's just constantly being confrontational and he's always in the comments of shit. He's got the bird icon. He's
That's
a
funny.
bird. He's a cartoon bird. What's that guy's name? Liberal Hawks, the Liberal Hawks guys.
Oh, that Kevin something.
Kevin, yes, Kevin.
Ugh.
See, I could get it. He anytime you challenge him, he just goes, "Debate me," and I could debate him, but why would I want to? Because he doesn't actually debate. He just and he thinks, and the Vanguard guys are so funny because they're yeah, we won that debate against Sam Cedar. That was so fucking funny. That they believe that they won a debate against Sam Cedar when he called in on his day off for 30 minutes. That video is so good.
Okay, I found it.
The
it was Propeller Hat guy calls H3 a Zionist Nazi. That's the video, right? Now he leaves this comment. Let me see if I can shoot this over here so I can actually see, right? Okay, so he shoots us this comment. He goes, I don't know if I can zoom it in more.
Go ahead and read it.
He goes, I was excited to see someone react to my content, but this is just boring. You guys didn't make any points. Half of what you said was just making fun of how I talk. You guys would have been better off watching my shit from 2022. We did that on stream. It was worse.
Did we?
Yeah, because you literally said yesterday's was better. Right? And
but that was the more recent thing.
Yeah.
Where we weren't criticizing him, really.
I think we did go back, and it wasn't worth criticizing.
Yeah.
I go, hi, Jonah. I always start my very petty, very condescending tweets or comments with "Hi name."
Jack also reposted this to Twitter and tagged him there too.
And nothing.
And he has he posts on Twitter frequently and has no engagement besides me.
He totally saw it. The first thing I want to point out is that this was a live reaction recorded during our information warfare and media literacy show that we run 3 times a week. Your video was chosen out of dozens, specifically covering this PSL narrative around Ethan Klein and Aaron Bushnell. On top of this, our audience wanted to see us interact with you more, so here we are.
Which was true. This guy specifically is why we did this, just for you, just to try and get Jonah to interact with us, because it would be fucking good. It would be such good content for us, even if Jonah come in here, every Friday to come in here to come, then we already fight enough, Jonah being added to the mix would be so good. But he's too personal about it, he's not content brained enough to make it work.
We may come across as aggressive, but this is purely because in the space that we work, it is full of malicious actors. Thus, we match that energy. We are not YouTubers. We are journalists building towards establishing a 501c3 to aid journalists around the world and implement accessible media literacy to everyone. So we are not interested in any drama. However, to address your point of just making fun of how I talk, here is a list of part 1. 48 seconds. We explain how we came to get our logo. 250, we move a critique on your audio, making fun of a critique on your audio than making fun of how you talk. Audio standard for YouTube, and we basically tell him how to standardize his audio. 555 agreeing on your point, then expanding on it. 740 explaining information warfare tactics of PSL. 910 blown away by how this is even creating anger. 1050 talking about how Bushnell is another death taken by, for the most part, Israeli conduct. 1112 to 1340 romanticization of suicide is bad, but Ethan is correctly using romanticization, talking about how self-immolation has been used historically for context. And then furthermore, another 2 time code laden comments. There are a few here where there was one here that was funny that I remember typing because I'm like, yeah, we kind of were making fun of you.
No, because I started doing it. Because I was so sick of it at that point.
No more needs to be said than jokes do not need to be funny, but I'll expand. A joke can be funny to just you and you alone. It's still a joke. A joke can be made inside joke between 2 people that only those 2 people find funny. You won't. It's still a joke. I said it earlier in the video. You can joke about anything. Grow up.
No, joke about Emmett Till.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, he's a boy who was lynched. But that's what Norm Finkelstein does to the one guy, Adam.
Oh, okay.
And he starts telling an Emmett Till joke. And Norm stops him.
You're pro-Palestinian.
So this one just references the time code. It says, I don't know. That's just funny. I'm kind of curious what that is.
Genocide. If you call Ethan a Zionist online, that is the most self-absorbed, insane, nasty, horrible, shitty take I think I've ever heard.
Because you can't even have you can't even have any kind of dialogue where everybody isn't walking totally aligned with you. I never said a single bad thing about
saying that slaves like their
other
masters.
than compliment, and not even compliment because it's weird to say, but his.
So I guess that's what that was. I said while I admit John did mock you a number of times, as did I. But in a 50-minute video covering two of your videos, because we covered 2 of his videos in one, with the amount of information we delivered, I don't think this is a valid criticism. I hope you actually take this comment seriously, as we do not come in bad faith. I hope that you re-examine the video. We are genuinely fairly blunt, and that may lead to the reaction you had. So basically, sorry you were offended.
Yeah.
We hope you have a good day. Peace out.
So like it's not like we ain't trying. Like if I could actually find somebody that would be worth debating, but it's hard. They got to be small enough to actually care.
President Joe Biden.
And then there's always those like mass debates where it's like 9 people in there.
Oh, they're the worst. Unless there's an actual moderator who's good at moderating it. Like you hit a button to make your screen light up and you're talking next kind of shit, right? Hard time limits sort of thing. They're garbage.
Announced Sunday he's ending his campaign to seek re-election in a move upending the presidential race just 4 months before Election Day. In a letter posted Sunday, Biden wrote, he was
and like we try,
aside,
and
quote,
that's the
in
thing
the
is
best interest of my party and the country. Biden,
Look, we're trying to get guests as well.
Like we're constantly emailing people, and it's just that because we're so tiny and they're size queens, they don't. Because at the end of the day, people only care about themselves.
What was that nuclear scientist?
Oh, I'd have to look up what her name is again.
Yeah, look up her name, find her Twitter, send it to the chat, and brigade her. Tell her to come on.
Send your chat to harass people. That's our new strategy. Okay. It's a friendly neighborhood physicist or something.
Biden endorsed his vice president, Kamala Harris, who quickly received the backing of many powerful Democrats, but could still face a challenge for the party's nomination. If elected, Harris would become the first woman to serve as U.S. president. She made history in 2020 when she
hasn't made a video in a month.
Person of South Asian descent and first
And
woman
the video she made a month ago is
Yeah.
literally part 1. Or no, it's end of the end at the end part 1. Oh, that's the name of the episode that she's reviewing. Never mind, I'm dumb.
81-year-old Biden faced tremendous pressure to drop out following a disastrous debate with Donald Trump that raised questions about his physical and mental health, as well as his ability to beat Trump. Biden announced the decision while at his beach home in Delaware, where he has been isolating after testing positive for COVID. Biden's decision makes Trump, who is 78 years old, the oldest presidential nominee in U.S. history. Questions about Biden's candidacy have been growing since at least last year. The activist group Roots Action launched a campaign called Don't Run Joe 20 months ago. During the primary season, more than 500,000 voters chose uncommitted instead of Biden to protest his support for Israel's war on Gaza. Biden's decision comes just 4 weeks before the Democratic National Convention begins in Chicago, August 19th, though the DNC has considered holding a virtual
Her Twitter's
roll call
kind of
vote to lock in a
inactive.
nominee before the convention.
Oh, really?
But it kind of. I mean, she reposted something from March, and then the last post before that is a year ago.
Interesting. She could just not post.
Democracy Now! Will be at the
let me see
convention,
her
expanding our
Instagram,
coverage
how-
to 2 hours daily in Chicago. The DNC Rules Committee will meet on Wednesday.
Her
It will be
Instagram
a
account
public
is
meeting.
private,
Hmm.
and she only has 470 followers.
Can you message her?
I don't think so.
Hmm.
Oh, she also has she has a public Instagram. That one has 1,000 followers.
That's still low.
Post on May 24th.
Not unusual.
Mhm.
I don't post on Instagram. I use Instagram all the time.
So let me see if she has a friendly nuclear scientist like that, like public page for her Twitter.
Meeting that is live streamed on YouTube. The last open Democratic convention took place in 1968 in Chicago after Lyndon Johnson decided not to seek re-election over increasing protest of his support for the war in Vietnam. On Sunday, Kamala Harris wrote, quote, "I am honored to have the president."
This is an interview with Mehdi Hassan. Do we give a shit?
I mean, I put it on there because it was Mehdi Hassan, and I figured if we're going to hear about anyone, maybe it's that one.
But I'll keep it for Friday.
Doesn't matter to me.
No. I'm going to move on.
With some breaking news that just came into us here at CNN. The verdict is in the trial of Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich in Russia moments ago. A Russian court found him guilty of espionage. You can see Mr. Gershkovich there inside that glass box
naughty.
In Russia. Found guilty of espionage and sentenced him to 16 years in a maximum security prison. Moscow had accused Gershkovich of spying for the CIA, the Wall Street Journal, and the U.S. government strongly denied those charges, continue to do so, and Gershkovich pleaded not guilty. Sama Abdelziz still with us. She's been covering this story for a very long time. One of the things that we've been looking at earlier was the fact that this trial really got speeded up, didn't it? It wasn't supposed to even start yet.
I mean, this is extraordinary. We've had there was an earlier date when this trial was set, but really we've had 2 days of hearings. Yesterday, evidence was presented. Today, closing arguments and a sentencing. I mean, usually these types of cases you would expect would take many, many months. But in some ways, Fred, this might be a positive sign for Gershkovich. And why is that? Well, throughout the Wall Street Journal, his employer, U.S. officials, State Department, White House have said this is a sham trial. What you're looking at is essentially a hostage. That's what the U.S. says. This is a man who has been taken by Moscow, essentially to be used as a bargaining chip in a future prisoner swap. So now that this step is potentially complete, the trial is over, 16-year sentencing in a penal colony, very serious, very concerning.
People want to go to their Instagram.
Hopefully one step closer to negotiations.
Instead of their Twitter. There you go. Go comment Muslim Mommy News. I mean, wait.
Could bring him home.
Yeah, and the U.S. of course also has been accusing Russia of essentially stockpiling Americans in Russian jails. You have Paul Whelan, for instance, who's also
a podcast.
It's not a podcast.
Please,
if anything, say it's not a podcast.
Please go on 5th Gen's not a podcast. Please, something like that. Just please, God, don't call it a podcast.
Serving time in Russia for alleged espionage. You have Evan Gershkovich now. This is a serious issue between
when we start. It's just been a fucking hectic month. The Let Them Eat Cake is not a podcast. It's a show. It is a long form interview show, a long form news show.
Podcast.
It's also available in podcast format.
Yes, like it's available on podcast platforms because that's where
there's also an audio version that is a podcast format of the show.
Yes, but we also have the news on top of it as well. Like it's a full produced show at this point, right? Yeah. Sometimes we even have bonus interviews.
Podcasts
like this recent episode, which we've been getting pushback on, which I knew was going to happen because I'd been talking to that person about the episode for a little bit.
Yeah, but fucking, did you see on our other account Gaza's reaction to it? He was so spot on.
No, I didn't.
He's like average 16-year-old in Afghanistan. And then he was like, I could get you people who are actually like in Afghanistan and pro-Taliban. And then have somebody who's anti-Taliban that's also in Afghanistan. I said, yes, I want people to fight for my entertainment. Like that would be a fucking hysterical debate, bro.
I would have moral issues doing that. But
why? Because one person is actually like
fighting for a very bad thing. Yeah,
but you know, like it's just like I'm on here defending Al Qaeda like once a week at least, right? It's like literally one of the most generic milquetoast young person opinions. You know, like that guy is very young.
And that's why I'm like, it was a better idea to do a younger person because it's more of a pure ideological thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a hatred thing. It's a immaturity thing more than anything else.
Yeah, and also if you actually listen to it, most of it is saying like he'll reference in his past growing up this happened. like there's a complete profile on like how he came to these opinions.
Yeah.
Right. And like another thing is like for the narrative that it's like you shouldn't platform them ever, like these people, like there's certain people I can't platform. Like there's no way I'm going to be able to platform somebody who's pro Assad. They just like rational ones just don't exist.
No.
Right. So like but like Hamas, the Houthis, there's people who are rationally backing them.
Yeah.
Even with Erdogan, I could probably find somebody before I found Assad, right? And it's like this person was specifically selected because I've changed their mind on several things. Because like, and then like also like to act like it would like present narratives that would make somebody like the Taliban, like literally the stinger is him talking about how he was watching beheading videos and those people were his avengers. Like that's fucked.
Yeah.
I don't know who we're convincing with that shit.
Recently said there was irrefutable evidence, but so far we really haven't seen anything from the Russians.
Moscow has not provided any public evidence, but the way that Sergei Lavrov, of course, the foreign minister, was speaking just a few days ago made it sound like it was a foregone conclusion. He also spoke about the negotiations that were ongoing already, because there's already names circulating for how this prisoner swap would occur. Who does Russia want in exchange for Paul Whelan and Ivan Gershkovich, as you mentioned? But the fear is that this sort of solidifies this system of prisoner exchange. And it means that journalists, Westerners in the future in Russia might be more at risk of winding up in a jail just like this.
One of the things that I found interesting is that Vladimir Putin has been asked repeatedly about all this, among others by Tucker Carlson in a recent interview. And even he hinted that they wanted a swap. And there was one name that kept coming up, and that is Krasikov, who is, of course, Vadim Krasikov, who's in a German jail right now for a murder in central Berlin.
Yes, an FSB operative, as you said, in Germany. He was convicted in 2019 of murdering a Chechen in Germany. Now, this complicates negotiations further, because if indeed that is the individual that Russia has determined that they do want in exchange for the journalist, for Ivan Gershkovich, well, that involves a third country now having to step into these negotiations. So it becomes extremely complicated. But again, we did see these prisoner swaps occurring in 2022. You'll remember, of course, Brittany Griner, the basketball star, being released. We've seen other releases. So it is possible, and his lawyers have expressed hope. But it is about that continuing relationship between Moscow and DC. Does this disintegrate further? Does it put more Westerners at risk? Does this, in a way, de facto make this prisoner swap deal something that we continue to see in the future?
And that's, I think one of the points that you made there is so important, is, of course, right now, relations between Washington and Moscow are at an absolute low point, and they have been essentially since the full-on invasion of Ukraine. And that does complicate things as well, doesn't it? Because even some of the most basic contacts between these governments aren't functioning the way that they used to.
Absolutely. And forgive me, I'm going to reference our conversation we had off camera. That might change if we have a President Donald Trump. So that also begins to impact negotiations. That also is, as you can expect, in the mind of officials in the Kremlin who are determining how to move forward with this. And it's also important to understand, when it comes to journalism, when it comes to the media, the restrictions that have been put on them inside Russia since the start of the Ukraine war. So how much more difficult will be in the future to report out of Russia when we see cases like this? Ivan Gershkovich, over a year now in prison, now facing 16 years potentially in a prison colony in Russia, awaiting, of course, that promise from the White House to bring him home.
Samuel, thank you very much, and stand by on this because obviously it's a very important topic. We also have our chief global affairs correspondent, Matthew Chance, who's also standing by here in London. Matthew, you've obviously covered this trial from its very beginnings very closely. What do you make of the verdict and of the speed at which this trial was carried out?
Well, that's right. I mean, look, there's been 15 months,
sham trial.
More than that now, 16 months.
Sham trial. The thing is that conversation with that person is like, if anything is going to make people reconsider perspectives on groups like mainly Al-Qaeda, but like the stuff I talk about with the Taliban and like I've done a great deal of defense on Mullah Omar. And it's only because of like it's not exactly defense, it's understanding the situations and the conditions that Afghanistan was in at the time. It's more of a defense of the people, how the people turned to him, and explaining why people had that. And that's why I compare it a lot to Robespierre in the French Revolution. Like, how did people suddenly turn to those guillotines and become so extreme in their values, right? How did Robespierre become like this godlike figure among the revolution like that? And it has similar things with Omar. And the thing is that nothing that's in that interview is stuff like apologetics and stuff like that. Like, if anything, most of it always comes from me. And like, it's like if we talk to a Palestinian, right? So there'd be certain things like if they started talking like anti-Semitic, I would steer away from it, right? But that's not to say like why would they though?
Yeah, like where does that belief come from? It makes sense.
You know, why would they actually go into that if it just stayed with like, you know, the Israelis and stuff like that? And that's the thing is that this person was exposed and normal enough that they were like coming to rational conclusions as they were coming of age. And like, then there's groups like HTS where these guys are like, they're no different than Al Qaeda at the end of the day, but like, I don't see any problem in platforming HTS because of what they're fighting against, you know? Like, they're not good with women. If they had power, it wouldn't be any better than what the Taliban was doing, you know? And then the like the Chechen brigades as well, fighting against Russia. It's like because of what they're fighting against. But then there's groups like Hamas where I'm like not feeling the same, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I feel better about the Houthis than Hamas. And like, we tried to get somebody from PSL in. It was the only person who like wanted a pre-interview to talk to us about what we're about ahead of time. Very cult shit. Very cult shit.
It was very strange. It's like anytime you see people going to protests and shit, it's the weird people who like guard them. It's those people, the first point of contacts that you have to deal with, the cult people. It's always the same.
Gershkovich was arrested while on a reporting assignment in the city of Yekaterinburg, and there have been sort of, you know, every month or so there have been, you know, court appearances where his detention has been extended. I think this very rapid verdict, though, which comes just 3 weeks after his trial formally began, took us by surprise.
You want to see
extent.
some real
originally,
controversial
the next hearing was
on Patreon. We got those reviews of documentaries and stuff made during the Iraq War by the insurgents. Oh howdy!
It's great. I've never seen those videos.
We rate beheading videos at one point. Not really rate, but we're like, that one was pretty good. It had good focus.
I think it was once we get to
but I think that's more the Mondo one.
I think it was when we got to Zarqawi is when we were like, because we watched the Chechen ones at the same time, I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Mondo
who
one
did
might
it better,
have had
the Chechens or the
and I'm trying to like be like, where is this? Oh, this is Chechnya.
Yeah,
this beheading video is filmed here.
They're always talking about PSL.
The history of beheading videos we get into on that one.
Scheduled for August. The defense team had asked for it to be brought forward, but to have the verdict now so quickly after this case really got underway properly in court, I think probably tells us a couple of things. One of them is that it points to the politicized nature of the legal system in Russia. The fact that this is such a serious offense that is being tried, and the fact that it took less than 3 weeks and just a couple of court appearances for the court to reach its verdict of guilty and to hand down that 16-year prison sentence to Evan Gershkovich, I think for critics sort of points to the idea that, you know, perhaps due process wasn't properly carried out. That the facts of the case may not have been properly weighed, and that's how the authorities were able to reach a verdict so quickly in such a what I expect would have been a very complicated case. On the bright side, however, if there is a silver lining in something like this, the fact that a verdict has now been reached potentially opens the door to the idea of a prisoner swap. The Russians have made it very clear there would be no
was also a nightmare.
Prisoner swap.
I didn't even cut the news separately from it because I was so fucking done with working on
exchange
it.
Of everything.
Fuck that episode.
I do want you to cut the news from it though, because that one is a good one and we should post it separately.
It's already on there. It's already uploaded on there.
Sure.
Gershkovich and others in Russian prisons until a verdict had been reached. That's now happened, of course, and so theoretically it means that
haven't done any workshops since then. That's the issue.
Yeah.
And the one workshop we did, it was waiting around for an interview. We could have done more shit then while we were waiting around for hours.
Oh well, I also did a lot yesterday. a lot of like sorting and thumbnail, and I think I'm going to be a lot more critical on what we upload as well. I'm not just going to upload everything. So what I'll do is I'll go through videos and just sort of check them and be like, do we talk enough? Is what we add relevant enough, and is the video long enough? And based on that, I'll just put like a delete in the title or something and just delete them. Also, you tend to upload doubles a lot. So dealing with
what happens is I set it so it's supposed to, like, I already do it because I'm not sure where it left off, and the upload will fail exporting from like Resolve, but sometimes it will go through. I need to go back and switch it so it's just off, because more often than not it does not complete the upload.
But
that's something I need to deal with as well, but we'll get to that.
Because I never know where I left off because I'm cutting up so sporadically.
Now, a Russian court has found U.S. journalists.
They're never consistent. I have to wait around, and then I don't remember where I was.
Fair enough.
Evan Gershkovich guilty of espionage, sentencing him to 16 years in prison. Russian investigators claim the Wall Street Journal reported he collected data on a Russian tank manufacturer for the CIA. There's speculation of a swap deal between Russia and the US may happen in the near future. Our correspondent Steve Rosenberg is in Yekaterinburg for more.
The Wall Street Journal, US officials, Evan Gershkovich supporters call this a sham, a bogus process. It's important to keep in mind. It was held behind closed doors, so that means the media weren't allowed in during the proceedings. Friends and family of Mr. Gershkovich wouldn't have been allowed in. Diplomats, foreign diplomats weren't allowed in. We were allowed in a group of journalists for the verdict. We went into the courtroom, and Evan Gershkovich was standing there in the metal and glass cage, which is known as the aquarium in Russian courts. In came the judge, read the verdict, guilty. He was sentenced to 16 years in a high-security penal colony. Now, I suspect that that's the kind of verdict and sentence that Evan Gershkovich would have expected from a Russian court. Certainly his supporters were expecting something like that. As I say, they say that this was a sham trial. But I think we should pause for a moment just to think about what just happened inside that courtroom. An American journalist convicted of espionage in Russia and sentenced to 16 years in prison. That is unprecedented in modern Russia. I can't remember anything like that happening at all. And now I think attention will turn to whether there is going to be, whether there has been some deal between Russia and the United States.
Okay, so basically what we've got is guy in jail, apparently CIA, no evidence, sham trial, Russia is a fake country, this guy is bait to get prisoner swaps, is basically what I'm gathering. Got the story?
We are a superpower, but we do not have super patience.
I'm sorry, but that guy, Emre Saleh, like we're not carrying water for that piece of shit, you know? Like fuck the old Afghan government too. I guess like it's like they're better than the Taliban. Okay.
I have seen this man dragged through hell and back. In and out of courtrooms, indictments, impeachments, mugshots, and even an assassination attempt.
Not mugshots.
And yet, he has never backed
That's the
down.
line.
That was a
He
moment
got
late
his
last night in
picture
prime time.
taken.
The RNC co-chair, Laura Trump, she got a big...
Huh?
I said not mugshots. That's the line. He got his picture taken.
Big job right now, trying to get her father-in-law reelected. Last night was not just a family affair. Several of Trump's former Republican rivals also on stage in a show of unity. The House Speaker is Mike Johnson out of Louisiana, and he is our guest here in Milwaukee. Good morning to you, sir. How you
Great
doing?
to have you.
Good morning. Great to be with y'all. Just 2 nights, 2 shows, 2 performances, however you want to characterize it. How would you rate it so far?
I would use that word that you had there in the graphic, unity.
I would rate it about a 7 out of 10. 7 for my 7 mountains theory. Do you want to hear about it?
It's a great...
I've got 7 tenets of the Republican Party too. Fuck this guy.
Feeling among the people. We've got friends from all around the country.
This is a different interview than that, right?
Yeah, no, that was his speech at the RNC.
Oh, right.
I'm saying that, like, because he's like, oh, rate the speech from Lara Trump. I'm like, oh, 7 out of 10.
Yeah, it's always 7.
And people here participating, and there's a real energy in the place. It was such an experience to sit in the box with President Trump on Monday night when he made his debut, the first time he had really been out in public since the assassination attempt. It was like walking in, those videos when he walks into a USC fight.
Yeah.
Is that kind of energy?
That too.
It hasn't stopped, as you know. It's a really exciting time to be a Republican.
I read this morning that Rich Hudson, who is the congressman from North Carolina,
It's
heading up
even
the
more exciting when they're all crying because they lost.
to reelect Republicans to the House, has sent a warning to Democrats that if you are in a Biden +3 district, meaning that's a district that Biden won just by 3 points, that the Republicans are coming after them. So maybe you don't want to forecast a red wave, but are you guys feeling confident about taking the House back?
We're feeling very confident.
Keeping the House?
Yes, we're very bullish about November. We believe that Donald Trump will be reelected president, that we will take back the Senate for the Republican Party.
But I don't trust you guys because you live in unreality. So if you guys believe that this is going to happen, I'm implied to believe the opposite.
I'm convinced that we will grow the House majority as well. We'll have a unified government. We'll be in charge of all 3 of those.
How do you think you are going to seriously win? How are you so deluded that you think running on a theocratic fascist platform is going to win you everything? We've already seen that theocratic fascism should be violently opposed. America violently opposed it. Hold on.
No.
America violently opposed it in Afghanistan for 20 fucking years.
Anyway, speaking of theocratic fascism and Seven Mountains theory, did you see the updates on what happened in Singapore with the Singapore cell that we covered?
I did not.
So I'm gonna forward that to you because she just posted updates. She got like what they interrogated the person they pulled in for, and like if you've been on the the website, there's like names, like code names and stuff from the Justice of Harvey, and they're like the log that they're able to get from the leaked documents. And so like she posted the questions that they asked the girl that they brought in, like specifically looking at how they communicate when they've met, where she is, stuff like that.
Does not sound good.
No, I mean it just. I sent it to you, so
yeah,
maybe share it or something on the main page.
Senators.
Yeah, share it to the 5th Gen account. So.
Yeah. So what is this? What they asked? Like, what's?
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I am not going to read this here.
Yeah. Well, see, like Odette is talking. Odette is now talking because that person is like, for safety reasons. So
understandable. That's right. It was on. Can you send it to the 5th Gen account?
Sure.
Thank you.
And we'll have a moment to unify the country. And that's what President Trump is talking about. That's what all the folks here on the stage are emphasizing. And I think it's a really important thing for the country.
Here's the House Majority Leader, Steve Scalise, on accountability, because what he was talking about there was trying to figure out the answers from what went down on Saturday night. As we shift our focus to that dark moment, here's what Scalise said on stage.
One of the things we've seen from the Biden administration in so many areas of failure is that there is no accountability. And at some point, if somebody doesn't do their job properly, you need to bring in somebody else. This is too important of a job. Your one task is to protect the presidents of the United States and former presidents of the United States.
Now, what's next?
We're going to move quickly. I'll be setting up on Monday a task force, a special task force within the House. And the reason we're going to do it that way is because that is a more precision strike. It goes quicker. There's not a lot of the procedural hurdles, and we'll have subpoena authority for that task force as well. It'll be compiled to Republicans and Democrats to get down to the bottom of this quickly so the American people can get the answers that they deserve. Since the assassination attempt, within hours, I was on the phone with Secretary Mayorkas at Homeland Security. He did not have satisfactory answers at that time. I've since spoken to leaders at the FBI, the Director of National Intelligence. They also have there's real questions. Let's just put it that way. The answers have not been forthcoming. I think they're gathering data. We're going to do it as well. We have to have accountability for this. It was inexcusable. Obviously, there were security lapses. You don't have to be a special ops expert to understand that. And we're going to get down to the bottom of it.
Do you think the U.S. Secret Service director should resign?
I'm going to call for her resignation as well. I think it's inexcusable. Just beyond the classified parts, the things that we all understand. Her explanation to the media. That,
yes.
Plant on the roof.
I've seen this flag. The appeal to heaven coconut tree. I mean, if that one crazy lady who's married to the judge can make her own flags.
It can't be that hard, right?
Nazi variants.
And for the shooter too.
Come on, I mean,
exactly.
It doesn't wash, and I think she's shown what her priorities are. I don't know her personally, but we'll be asking lots of questions.
Have you reached out to her to speak with her?
I haven't. She's lower on the totem pole in the chain, so to speak, of the persons I've talked to. But obviously, the buck does stop at her desk on some of this.
There is a public hearing scheduled for her to appear on Monday.
Yes.
As of now, is that going to happen?
Well, we certainly hope so. I mean, it was the right step for our oversight committee and Homeland Security committees to step
I'm
forward
bored.
and notice hearings. But
This
we're hearing
man is
rumblings this morning
boring.
that Mayorkas may not allow her to attend.
But does the
there were sufficient resources
What did you just
that
say?
were given to
Did you just say there were
former
sufficient
presidents
resources? President Trump got
prevent that
shot in a contentious House Oversight Committee hearing Monday. U.S. Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheetle admitted that she and her agency
That's the
failed when
one
a would-be
guy from
assassin wounded
Batman,
Republican-
like the one villain that you kill first in all the Batman games, Victor Zsasz. That's that guy. That's who was literally just talking to them.
presidential candidate Donald Trump at a campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania.
I take full responsibility for any security lapse of our agency.
But she signaled that she had no intention of resigning despite bipartisan calls to do so.
Do you think you are the best person in the country to head the Secret Service?
I think that I am the best person to lead the Secret Service at this time.
Cheetle declined to answer specific questions about the day's security plan,
Imagine
saying the
asking
matter was
somebody
being
if they think
investigated,
they're the best
frustrating both
person for the
Republicans
job.
and
What a
Democrats.
dumb question.
I can tell you on our mission assurance,
That is a dumb
internal
fucking
investigation,
question.
we are targeting to have that completed within 60 days.
So the notion of a report coming out in 60 days when the threat environment is so high in the United States, irrespective of party, is not acceptable.
Have you provided all audio and video recordings in your possession to this committee as we asked?
AOC spanking her.
I would have to get back to you. That is a no. You're full of shit today.
The shooting on July 25th wounded Trump in the ear, killed one rally attendee, and injured another. The suspected shooter,
You're
20-year-old
full of
nursing
shit
home aide
today.
Thomas Crooks,
They're gonna go
was killed by
harder
law
on these
enforcement.
people than Boeing. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to continue down that vein. You have been here sitting today, Director Cheetle, definitively able to dismiss
Cheetle.
erroneous information and speculation. However, you are refusing to answer questions that we now know that you have the information for. You are saying that you are wanting to answer questions that the Secret Service has information to. Well, ma'am, you are the Secret Service. You are the director. You have said that you are the best.
My whole face with her shrieking. Go ahead.
We're suffering
for
through
the
it.
job. So I'm going to ask you some questions now knowing that you do have answers from the FBI, whom you have been passing the buck to this entire day. And I'll start with something that, maybe the FBI doesn't know because it has to do with you personally. You said you spoke with President Trump after the assassination attempt. And I want to know, did you apologize to him directly for nearly having President Trump killed?
Yes, I did.
I appreciate that.
Of course she did.
I appreciate that you recognize that this was your failure. Now, since the assassination attempt, you are under oath, reminding you, have you communicated with anyone at the White House on an encrypted messaging app like Signal?
And?
Yes or no?
No, I have not.
Are you willing to surrender your personal phone for analysis?
If I am required to do so.
Okay.
Yeah, subpoena.
I
it.
will look into making that request because I would like to see your personal phone to see if you're
why
communicating over encrypted
What is
messaging apps.
Have you
ever
have to
turned-
subpoena it? You can't they're just gonna hand over their fucking personal phone. Subpoena it. Fuck off. Pisses me off.
down enhanced security requests from Donald Trump's detail, his special agent in charge, Sean Curran. You ever turned that down?
No, I have not.
Have there been, has your team, has the Secret Service? Maybe not you personally.
I believe, as I mentioned earlier, there are times when requests are made for
And you have
assets,
denied them. They have been denied.
And a denial doesn't
Has the Trump
necessarily
campaign
mean-
made requests for additional assets that have been denied?
Denial doesn't mean vulnerability.
Have there been additional requests for enhanced security at Mar-a-Lago?
We have made a number of enhancements to.
You confirmed that there were bomb sniffing dogs that were provided. You failed to confirm if there were aerial security surveillance assets that were provided. So yes or no, was that provided?
At the rally?
At the rally, yes, ma'am.
We had Overwatch provided at the rally.
You've confirmed that the assassin was identified as suspicious 57 minutes prior to the shooting. Was the suspicious individual ever approached by an agent? Was any contact ever made with him?
Not to my knowledge.
Is that the standard protocol for someone who is identified as suspicious?
The protocol would be to locate the individual and.
And you said that he was
conduct an interview.
located 2 to 5 times approximately?
No, I said that the information was passed potentially somewhere between 2 to 5.
He was never located by an agent?
To my knowledge, that individual was not located by an agent.
We have dozens of rally goers who have identified him and not one agent on the ground. There are many, many, many agents on the ground, local law enforcement, Secret Service. No one was able to identify him and have sights on and see him.
What I'm saying is that the agents that were on the ground at the time, I have no knowledge that they were able to interview him or locate him.
Thank you. Was there a local law enforcement officer who approached the roof and saw the shooter and saw that he was present on the roof?
That is the information that has been shared with me.
Have you spoke to that local law enforcement officer?
No, I have not.
Are you going to?
It is part of a criminal investigation that the FBI is interviewing those individuals.
God.
Were agents stationed on the water tower?
No.
Why?
That would not be something that would be included in a security plan.
Has the man who is reported to have been present wearing a gray suit who allegedly requested a photo of the dead body of the assassin on top of the AGR roof been identified?
I don't have that information.
Is that something that you've heard of?
No.
Were ATF agents present at the rally?
To attend or to work?
To work.
Not to my knowledge.
How long did the counter sniper have crooks in his sights before the shooter opened fire on President Trump?
I don't have that specific timeline.
Will you be able to tell us if he communicated with other agents on what he was seeing through his sights?
Once I have that information, absolutely.
Because we need to know why he waited for multiple rounds to be fired at President Trump before the threat was neutralized. We need to know if he was given an order to hold fire. Now, it's you've excused the roof of being unmanned because of the slope of the roof. Do you continue to assert the slope of the roof as a credible reason for leaving this position undefended?
Yeah, they said, hey, there's
First,
a guy about to shoot Trump.
There
Make
was
sure
no
you let him
order
do
to
it
hold
before
fire.
we return
Our
fire.
agents and officers
like, what do you think?
have the ability
like, what do you
to
think happened?
neutralize a
Fucking idiots, bro.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Fallon from Texas.
Who is Mr.
How did a 20-year-old loner with a week's notice pick the absolute best location to assassinate President Trump, and the entire Secret Service missed it? Director Cheadle, in your leadership, your agency got outsmarted and outmaneuvered by a 20-year-old. How can we have any confidence that you could stop a trained professionals from a nefarious nation state?
That's a funny question. I like this question.
Yeah, of course, to aim.
Those are
like,
absolutely
we also,
questions
like
that we
one of
need
the
to have.
counter snipers, we literally talk about how he has to drop his rifle a certain amount of degrees just to even get it. And like, I believe the counter sniper B is the one that shot him, and I don't know if we have video of counter
it's
sniper B.
confirmed that it was not the guys in the video. It was the team
Yeah, those are counter
directly
sniper
behind
A.
Trump.
Yeah.
And then there was also a third team like 200 meters up from Trump as well. So which had
But they only had they didn't have like what did they use for sniper? I assume the SR-25.
No. It was the Accuracy International 300 Win Mags.
Okay. So the
it was
other
literally
guys,
the rifle
the other guys,
that Brandon Herrera used.
Oh, cool. Accuracy International is a good rifle. Anyway, the other guy, I think they just had like a AR platform.
The
other guys weren't counter snipers. They were like they were like marksmen, but they had AR platforms, not like not like a longer sniper platform.
Close.
Yeah,
range.
so they were looking more close than the snipers were looking. Like
they were looking probably in the 100-meter range, not even past that. So
they're probably looking more at the crowd below.
Exactly. So that's kind of interesting. Yeah,
I want to know what the compound was in there. I want to see the design and stuff, but good luck getting that. Who knows if we'll ever know what kind of chemicals, because they said there was chemicals involved, but that could, like ammonia nitrate could be chemical, and that could, and that could be a powder, and that would still be considered a chemical, maybe. Who knows?
No, the fact of the matter is we can't have that confidence. Director, do you have the ability personally, and do you have the authority to beef up security of any of your protectees?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So were you also aware there was a credible threat President Trump was facing? He was facing a heightened security threat to a foreign adversary?
Yes.
Okay. So given that there was an increased threat to President Trump's life, was he provided a full security complement akin to what a sitting U.S. president would receive?
No.
He was provided a full complement of security based on
This actually came out later, and they said that they denied him expansion of security. Is what I heard.
He's not the president.
Well, yeah, that too. It's the B team, right?
Yeah.
the threat assessment that we had.
That's not my
and
question.
the venue.
My question is, if he
We've been over this.
the same
We've
security
been
he had
over
on July
this, and
15th
this is
over
like when we talk about the profile on it. The more that information has been revealed, the more my initial profile on him has been confirmed, and especially the fact that he Googled different political rallies to look for. That this was more about like one of those like last stand events. It was like because like a lot of mass shooters end up doing it to die, right? It's the rare one is like Parkland where they survive and try to get away with it. Like he literally thought he could just do it and get away with it. That kid's wild. If anything, that's what made him insane. Right.
Yeah.
So like I think it's way more like I think when he hit Trump and saw Trump drop, he purposely started shooting at the crowd because his goal was a mass casualty incident, not just an assassination. And that's what I think is a little bit unique about it, is that it's way more because that's what you see with mass shootings. You'll see these guys, they'll shoot up a grocery store parking lot.
Yeah.
But they actually had a plan that's way out in advance. Like the one guy who shot up the parade and also had a music video about how he's going to shoot up a school and stuff. He also had detailed plans for future plans, like 6 months out. So they're planning these mass shootings like it's going to happen. I planned the day when it's going to happen. And one day they're just like, it's today. And they just shoot up some random shit and kill 2 people and then get domed by the police. You know, that's kind of the vibes that I've gotten from this. Like, as in it wasn't terrorism. It wasn't politically motivated.
This is exactly what happened. In my opinion, this is exactly what happened. They're looking for professionals. This was just a dude. At the end of the day. I don't agree. I think he had limited time and he knew that the police were there because they were. Reports have said that they were on him, and that's why he didn't get the accurate shot. It was because he only had so much time from the time that he popped up, because obviously people saw him as well.
Yeah, the Parkland shooter did get arrested walking calmly down the street after leaving a McDonald's talking to victims.
Yeah.
Who died from his gun.
Wild.
Have been beefed up.
There is a difference between the sitting president.
So your answer is he didn't.
And continuity of government.
See, that's what I thought initially as well, that maybe it was an accelerationist. No motive makes me.
Yeah, that's why it's more.
It instantly took that out of it. Was like accelerationists always have a motive. They always write it down. They're almost always that white nationalist.
And still, we don't know what the FBI knows still.
True.
So currently, the evidence that has been revealed looks it to be more like a generic mass shooting where these people are doing it, where they're trying to get like a kill count and die. Because like it also, you have the bullying aspect, all this stuff. There's a lot of aspects that like fit the profile. White male.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's always what I said it was.
Like he's obviously wanted to kill Trump, but the main goal was a mass casualty incident, not a.
But apparently his searches were for any event. It was Biden or Trump.
It doesn't matter.
First.
It didn't matter because for him, he's thinking like, oh, this will heighten him above the rest of the mass shooters, right? If he actually got a like serious target like that.
Yes. So yeah. So I
think the hastiness is also what shows that it wasn't like a planned assassination.
Yeah.
That's what we see in these Rust mass shootings where they end up just shooting up a parking lot and then getting domed by police.
Yeah. Almost every time.
It's rare that they're planned as much as the Parkland shooters was. They normally can't wait any longer. They can't even get to that date and they end up just going for it.
You know what the inspiration is? Remember what I said before about gamification of mass shootings? It's the scoreboard, right? That's the inspiration. People realize that they get their name and face plastered.
So, why is it always the people who like? And that's the thing is like you miss the profile of white males if you include crime. Like it's all white males.
Yeah, like there's a specific profile. It's like The specific thing that I really want to hammer home is how culpable the media is for the current rise of mass shooters.
Mhm.
And the other thing that I really want to look into, and I think you mentioned it the other day, is the prominence of serial killers in the 80s. And
Yeah.
the media surrounding it. This is a
Because
research
there's just as
topic.
many serial killers today.
This is a topic of
They just get caught
standalone
sooner.
complexes and memetics, right? Literally, this is what it is, right? And I'm not
Like bombings used to be the trend.
I'm not educated enough to conclude this this theory yet. But this is another reason why I want to get to the United States, is because that's the only place that this can be studied, because it's the only place that this happens. Right? So I need to get to the US. I need to talk to people. I need to figure out a theory, a thesis behind the theory
I see
before
that.
going into it.
That's I didn't think about that specifically, but that's a pretty good one. But he was already they were already on him. The heat was already on him, so he was so panicked that he didn't even. And also, potentially he didn't even use the ladder.
Yes.
That he brought.
Mm.
Which is like, why would he place it and then not use it?
Maybe it was a quick getaway.
Ended up being a quick getaway for the cop he almost shot.
And the responsibility.
So he did not. Okay, there wasn't a CAT team, the full CAT team on site. There wasn't counter surveillance teams on site. But this is the thing. You just said you had the ability to beef up the security. You knew about the threat, and you didn't. And that's as telling as it is chilling. We have satellite images from the Butler Fairgrounds. Have you visited the site?
No, I have not.
9 days and you have not visited the site. You should have been there that night.
Maybe he was going to try. Maybe his plan was to use that distraction so people would get distracted and he'd be able to slip down the ladder and get away, you know?
Yeah, I think what fucked
It's
up
a
is
stupid
people saw
plan,
him-
but the whole thing
Yeah.
was so hastily thrown together. It's like people who murder people, like the way they dispose the body and like figure it out afterwards and like try to come up with a story. It's always so hasty and full of holes that they're able to see through all of that and like.
It's the premeditation that people will get away with. They plan everything.
Did you talk to the team, the heroes that surrounded the president? Did you call them that night?
They were still operational work.
So that's an answer is no. Did you call them the next day?
Yeah, did he?
Yes, I spoke
Another
It's a
thing,
stupid
how many
question.
mags did he have?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's one thing I haven't looked at.
How many rounds were left in the mag?
Very next day, not the day of, or was it?
I don't agree. I think that's a far too simple solution for such a problem, because it's clearly a repetitive problem. The the methodology has just changed. The 90s,
It
was
used to
bombs.
be bombings. It used to be bombings.
Now it's mass shootings. The last 20 years, it's been mass
Like
shootings.
the
Why?
space between like the two big mass shootings, Columbine and then Virginia Tech. It's a long time, right?
Yeah.
And then also before Virginia Tech, there's a serial killer that appears, and it's like he like indoctrinated this kid, and there's like gay stuff going on, but it's the DC sniper. Super interesting serial killer, right? But like what Virginia Tech happens, and that was like the biggest shooting since Columbine.
8 years between.
Yeah. And now it's like they're always in those Columbine and Virginia Tech numbers. It's not just like a few people.
Yeah, not always, but they're far more common. Like so common that it's not really
the ones that are in those numbers are, you know, it's not.
Yeah, like Parkland.
Anymore.
Parkland was 27, I think. Pulse was 49. You know, big fucking numbers. The one thing that I like is that I can't remember any of the shooters' names except for the guy who shot up the black church in Charleston. And
Dylan, I think his name is.
Yeah,
like
Dylan
that.
Roof. And that's only because
I was going to say Klebold.
I put a lot of focus on him because I was in South Carolina. So I was focusing on that shooting and researching that one a bit when I started looking into this sort of stuff.
So, like, here's a Hillary Clinton take. What if it's Call of Duty? And they keep using the RR-15 in there. But, like, yeah, like Columbine, like, I think they had a fucking Uzi, a sawed-off, you know?
It was a Tech 9, actually.
Tech 9, yes, Tech 9, Tech 9.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it was a Tech 9, I think.
So it's like now it's always like the AR-15 is always like part of it too. Like the AR-15 is like attracting people who want to do these types of things. But like in Russia, they had one that is like, it's a crazy one. It was all with a shotgun, and just a beat cop came in and shot the guy in both of his knees and took him in alive, and he stood trial. Like it was like good police work in response to a mass shooting that we don't see here. And I think it's because they didn't have training for that situation. They just went in, because I think the training is like being counterproductive in some of these cases.
Sure. Again,
but then
it's
there's
coming
also
to a conclusion too easily.
There's
my
other
problem.
there's other phenomena that happen that these crimes against society fall into. So like China, why does it happen so often that a crazed guy goes into a kindergarten, barricades the door, and stabs a bunch of children in there? Right? It's not a mass shooting. It's a completely different thing. Then you look in like I want to say like Sweden, one of the northern
Grenade
Nordic
attacks.
countries. Grenade attacks all the time. It's like a trending grenade attack type thing. Right.
Yeah.
So
and China's stabbing issue as well is not just like those particular crimes against society moments, but like general conflicts will just escalate to a stabbing so quickly. I could be overexposed to it, but it seems like it happens a lot. You know, at the same rate that Americans get shot, kind of thing.
It's just the trends that can appear in these things.
Yeah, and that's more what we're talking about is the memetics of it, and that's why I say that this is too simple of a solution, because like yes, environmental pollutants, sociology of like all of it goes into it. Media, as played out as it is, right? I don't think actual video games have anything.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say all the people who do this aren't happy.
Yes. Or they're disturbed, obviously. But it's like there has to be connections in these people. Like it's not something that can just be explained away with guns, or it's a society issue, because it is a societal issue, but it's
well,
not.
then you look at look at Japan, right? It's a completely different type of crime against society that's happening way too much there. Jumping off buildings and hanging people and stuff. Like it's these trends that appear. It's like it's literally like a mind virus that infects people depending on like their cultural and geographical situation that they're in.
I think it also revolves around like friend groups and influence as well. Like that all has to do with it as well. And this is why it really isn't an easy thing to solve. And this is why people always go after guns. It's like, yeah, guns are an easy solution. Ban the guns, right? It's not that easy, and it shouldn't be just like click of the fingers, ban this because this problem solves. No, the problem doesn't get solved. It just gets moved to a different avenue. Right? So let's say, okay, they're not shooting people anymore. Now they're making pipe bombs and setting them off in schools. Were we going to ban fertilizer now? Like where's the solution now, super liberal? Like you have to fucking face the problem, or the problem's going to persist.
There's a deeper societal thing going on that's not being addressed, especially in China. They're not addressing it. Like there's something going on deeper underneath stuff. We do regulate fertilizer, correct? We regulate chlorine too, but still, furries were able to use a fucking chlorine bomb in that hotel.
72 hours after.
I don't know the timeline, but I spoke with them
you're under oath.
immediately following.
I think it was 72 hours.
No, I said ban, not regulate.
Hours after you waited 3 days.
Because the argument is they want to ban specifically AR-15s, which actually won't stop anything, because the way a gun looks doesn't actually impact the functioning of the weapon, which is why I always argue that Australia's gun laws are fucking retarded, which is also why
I say, like, if they want to do it, go ahead and see what happens. See if it starts preventing stuff. Go ahead. Do as long as it's immediately clear something at this point. I really don't care.
You know what they'll do? They'll change the furniture on the outside so it looks different. That's all.
is that there are a number of structures that need to be secured. Of these, Director, other than the first, immediate 4, what's the most dangerous site?
Is this
that
open
should have been
source
secured? Because
intelligence?
security 101, you got to mitigate the high ground.
Yes.
What?
I said, is this open source intelligence? Because he has Google Maps
Okay.
open.
Do you know what the next most dangerous site? What was the closest structure to the president, other than the 4 immediate ones that?
I think the third team was on this building here, from pictures that we've seen.
Mm-hmm.
And because it was it was that angle, right? Because they took a picture of the rifle barrel, and it was that angle, but they didn't take the shot. It was the guys here behind the chair.
You had your counter sniper teams on?
There are a number of structures around that event site.
You know who the shooter did?
It's
The
like
shooter has visited the
offensive
site
that
2 more
they're,
times than you
like,
have.
the
And he had a
waste
drone.
that they do to fucking make these posters, you know?
You know what I also don't understand about this line of questioning? Like, she's the head of the Secret Service. She's not going to go down to personally monitor the B team's security.
Yeah.
That's delegated, you fucking moron.
And he picked the AGR building. So you said, do you remember in an ABC interview you did that you didn't have people on the roof of the AGR building because you were worried about safety because of the slope?
I recall that statement.
Okay. Does the Secret Service have written policy you can share with us about slope roofs?
No.
Okay. So why'd you act like there was one? Because is it your practice to comment on enormous events of enormous national implications when you're ignorant of the facts? That's rhetorical. So here's the thing with the slopes. You go all up to like 1812. You can go to a 112, which is about as flat as you can get without it being completely flat. And you're saying that there was a danger, safety concern there. But the problem is
112 is as far as you can go without it being flat. Wouldn't that be 91?
Director,
he said
basically
basically.
What a doofus.
On a 312 roof, which is steeper than the 112. And by the way, the 112 is ADA compliant. You can build a ramp for a wheelchair on a 112 roof. So these are nothing but pathetic excuses, and they make no sense, and they're a bunch of cow dung. All the law enforcement I've spoken with over the last 9 days are amazed that the AGR rooftop was not secure. You want to know why? Because it's dangerous. I have never had any long gun training in my life.
I already know.
Oh, so you don't know what you're talking about?
What the situation is, and it's because I'm aware of things, and it's because the local police were staging out of that building. So why would they? Granted, it's a lapse, right? It's a false security, because why would somebody shoot from the top of the building the police are in? But
I own an AR-15, and last time I shot it one time my whole life. It was 6 years ago. That is until Saturday, where we recreated the events in Savoy, Texas. We recreated what happened in Butler. I was lying prone on a slope roof at 130 yards at 6:30 at night. And I knew that he had a scope. I didn't know what kind, red dot or magnified. So I shot 8 rounds from both. You know what the result was? 15 out of 16 kill shots. And the one I missed would have hit the president's ear. That's a 94% success rate. And that shooter was a better shot than me.
Congrats. He's literally being like, this is what I scored when I shot my gun. Okay, humble brag, moving into Congress. Look at how accurate I am and deadly with my rifle, and I've only shot it one time before. I'm a natural marksman.
Also, aren't you questioning the Secret Service who had sniper rifles, not AR-15s? Did you just want to shoot a target?
No,
like,
he's
what are you
simulating
fucking
the
talking
shooter.
about? Yeah, but
I
why?
think,
He's
right?
talking about the Secret Service.
Oh. Well, no, he's simulating the shooter, showing that he can get all those shots. I don't know, bro.
He's arguing that the Secret Service should have been on the roof.
Yes, I know. And he's
why is he now?
He's pretending he's the guy shooting the president in this scenario, is what I just want to be clear on.
So
okay?
he's laughing. He's just laughing.
Yes,
to laugh.
that's what I'm saying.
He's
It's
not
the humble brag. I would have been able to
actually
kill the
have a
president,
point.
and that shooter was a
Cool.
better shot than me.
But he
How
wasn't,
do you let
though.
this happen?
Objectively, he wasn't.
So, no, I want to know, what does this have to do with this line of questioning to begin with? Because, maybe that's why you were so thrown off by it there, because it's like, what does this have to do with the roof? The fact that you
I
can
believe
hit
this is what they
16
call
kill
a red
shots.
herring.
There it is. It's red. It's circled, too. That's the red herring right there.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And let me just pick up where my
Hell
colleague
yeah.
from Tennessee left off. Director Cheadle, Was the incident on July 13th due to DEI, or rather systemic failures in communication and potentially safety protocols?
This is a dumbass question, honestly.
The incident on the 13th has nothing to do with DEI. The incident on the 13th has to do with a failure or a gap, either in planning or communication.
Thank you so much. In fact, I have a few articles that I will enter into the record once I wrap up that actually acknowledge a number of women specifically for their valor in their service, whether it's been in various levels of law enforcement. But, I want to stick here for just a second, because earlier you had a conversation in which there was a discussion about training. And I want to talk about training, and I want to talk about the fact that there's been a little bit of dancing around as it relates to this being a suspicious person and this being a situation that was perceived to be a threat. And it seems as if there's a different analysis that takes place. One of my questions has to do with if you have any bias training that your officers undergo. And the reason that I ask that, because as a civil rights lawyer, I have learned so many times in having to deal with law enforcement that there usually is not a perception of a threat when it is a young white male, even if they are carrying a long gun. Yet a lot of times, at least in this country, when it comes to law enforcement, there is a perceived threat just by somebody having a little bit more melanin in their skin. So I'm curious to know, because a lot of times, one of the things that we have consistently pushed for on my side of things, and when I say my side, is once
this
we are
is her best. We get it. Let her answer the question at this point. We get it. What you're
looking at a tragedy in which law enforcement made an error is the bias training and whether or not our officers are getting it. So I'm curious to know, in some of the training that you talk about,
that was like her fourth. I'm curious to know, like where the person should start
part of your budget.
Answering the question.
Has bias training been part of that?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. I know that today is a rough day, and on that day in Pennsylvania, it was a rough day. And the reality is that I understand it, and you may or may not know the answer to this question. In the space in which this event took place, it was an open carry space. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So I hail from the state of Texas, and interestingly enough, I was serving in the state house right after there was a mass shooting in El Paso. We had an opportunity to do right by our citizens in Texas,
okay,
but
I'm
we
done
did
with
not.
Crockett.
Instead, they passed permitless carry. And what my colleagues kept trying to get you to answer, because we want to come up with solutions, we don't want to keep pointing the fingers. Right now, you got a bunch of fingers.
Just fighting with Marjorie Taylor Greene or Bobart or whoever, because this is like
pointed at you.
Can you all seriously like take it serious and not fucking do the fucking performative shit?
But our job is to solve problems for the American people.
Like, why are we running a circus after somebody was almost assassinated? Like, you're not the fucking news. Like even she's doing performative shit. Like, like, can we take this fucking seriously? Imagine this shit at a fucking 9/11 committee hearing, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. It's funny. I've like, in all, like, really thinking about it, I don't care, right? I don't give a shit.
That he was almost assassinated? Neither do I.
The Secret Service, the failure of the Secret Service, like, if they failed with Trump, what's to say they can't fail again? You know what I mean? And realistically, if the president gets his head blown off, it's a crisis. Right? So the fact that because I doubt she gives a shit either.
Sam Cedar was like, Biden should be smart and take this as where you need gun control. And I'm like, you want them to lose. Do not run with that. Do not run with that. You understand that voters you need are swing voters.
Yeah.
Like, do not do it. It'd be like fucking pushing abortion. Like, you know, like, it's such an extremist policy on one side.
As a person who has experienced.
Yeah.
Even though most people would agree with, because they accelerate the rhetoric with baby guillotines, the rational person who hears something like baby guillotines would be like, that sounds fucked up. Like, additional information would have people like up to speed and stuff. But we're talking about that would be the swing voter on the abortion issue. Like, they would say something that's middle of the road, like, oh, you know, but they're having all these late term abortions.
Experienced an enormous amount of threat incidents, including incidents that have never been reported publicly.
Okay. Here we go. I had to hide with Katie Porter on Jan 6.
There's a common pattern that happens here, whether it's Secret Service, FBI, Capitol Police, local departments. After a critical security failure, we often hear there will be an independent investigation. That independent investigation gets set up. Usually the expectation is between 2 to 3 months after the incident, and then nothing really occurs from there. The report is usually not satisfactory to the questions that are usually being raised here. And most importantly, corrective action is rarely taken. If I were to state anything that I think is profoundly important, is that we need to have answers to the public. Ideally, I would encourage you and the agency to be more forthright with the members that still have yet to have their questioning, because the public deserves to have full confidence, and the stakes are too high. The violence that could break out in this political moment, regardless of party, in the event of someone getting hurt, constitutes a national security threat to the entire country. Thank you, and I yield back.
Could I go back to
that was okay?
Yes, please feel free, Director.
That was the best one so far.
Something you said at the outset.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's been.
Do we care what she had to say?
Not really.
No.
Not really. I mean, like I said, how many of these do we really want to look at before we fucking go crazy? I fucking hate these committee hearings. They're interesting just because sometimes there can be some good lines and shit, but
that before former President Trump got up on the stage around 6 p.m. on Saturday, July 13th, that the local police had identified and even photographed a man who was acting suspiciously. And this man, who turned out to be the gunman, had been flagged as a potential threat. Is that accurate?
Take this fucking serious.
What I can say is that the individual was identified as suspicious.
So he was known to be suspicious before former President Trump took the stage.
That is the information I've received.
Why was he allowed to take the stage with a suspicious person having been identified in the crowd?
So I appreciate the question.
All Trump supporters are suspicious, sir.
If the detail had been past information that there was a threat, the detail would never have brought the former president out onto stage. That is what we do, and that is who we are. We are charged with protecting all of our protectees.
So you distinguish between someone who is suspicious and someone who's threatening, is that right?
Do. There are a number of times at protective events where suspicious people are identified, and those individuals have to be investigated and determined what is it that identifies that person as suspicious.
So did you deny a request for additional resources that had been made by the Trump campaign?
There were no assets denied for that event in Butler on the 13th.
I see. So you're saying there were requests made for additional assistance for other specific events rather than for the campaign as a whole. Is that right?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
Well, you seem to say that there were not additional resources requested for that event. And forgive me for being unfamiliar with this. Is it requested event by event, or is it requested just in general for the campaign?
So if I can explain the advance process, when an event or a venue is identified by, in this case, campaign staff, then the campaign staff works together with Secret Service agents who go out and conduct in advance. Generally, that is a 5-day time period where those discussions are had about what the perimeter is going to look like, what the size of the event is, what the venue is, and then from there, there is a request made to mitigate potential risk and threat. And I'm saying that on that day, the requests that were pushed forward were granted.
So the Secret Service did not know that the gunman actually had a weapon before President Trump was allowed to.
Yeah, that's why I was like, that's why I put Rex on there
To the
specifically, because I was like, if one person is taking this seriously, it's got to be him.
Best of our knowledge and the facts that we have at this point, that is correct.
So can you answer this question, which I think is on the mind of most Americans thinking about this? How can a 20-year-old with his father's AR-15 assault weapon climb onto a roof with a direct 150-yard line of sight to the speaker's podium without the Secret Service or local police stopping him?
So again, sir, I will say we are 9 days out from this event, and I would like to know those answers as well, which is why we are going through these investigations to be able to determine that fully.
Okay. It's been reported that the shooter was not carrying a driver's license or any form of identification. They had no idea who he was, but then he was quickly identified, I think within 30 minutes, by using the serial number on the AR-15 under a tracing system that is now controversial. Some people say we should get rid of it. Some people want to keep it. But is that right, that the serial number was the key information which led to the identification of the shooter?
You can
that is my understanding, sir.
That's
yes.
the thing.
Okay.
Hang on. You can fucking trace any serial number for any product, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how is that controversial? Like, stores have logs of sale and stuff.
Yeah,
and
it's more the registration that's an issue.
It's maybe not the specific house, but like when you find murder weapons, you go to the store and then you're like, oh, when were all these products sold? Do you have security of that day? It may not be instantly where they can figure it out in 30 minutes. But like serial numbers, like I mean, they're traceable. Is the point?
If
Yeah, I know that's
if an
what he is
American
saying. But like that's what I'm saying. It's like I really don't understand how it's that
It's
controversial.
only for the lowers.
Like,
it's literally only the lowers.
citizen were just to stop you and
crime,
say
it should be able to be traced. That's why they file the serial numbers off for crimes, and then you can get a bigger charge for just filing those numbers off.
Yeah.
Director Cheadle, we support your work to the tune of billions of dollars and thousands of employees. What went wrong? What would you say?
Again, knowing that we're 9 days out, I would say, as I have said from the very outset, I accept responsibility for this tragedy. We are going to look into how this happened.
You would have
we are going
resigned
to
if
take
that was the
corrective action
case.
to ensure that it never happens again.
Well, I appreciate that, and I hope you will act with vigor and focus and intensity, and it seems you understand the gravity and solemnity of this to the American people.
The system they refer
millions and
to
millions of Americans
isn't
don't
deemed
feel safe with all the
controversial. I
AR-15s
know,
that are out there.
I
We
get
thought
that
at least
it's
the president of the
controversial. I'm
United
just
States or a
saying
former president of
it's
the United
dumb
States
that it's
would be
controversial.
safe,
Like
but
if
now
you
that's
like
not even
if
clear.
you're a gun owner
Thank
and
you,
you're like,
Mr.
my gun doesn't kill people, it's only stopping legal gun owners, blah blah blah. Well, if your guns like
Ms. Cheadle, I'd like
if you don't plan on having your gun used in a crime, why does it matter that it has a serial number in the first place?
Yeah, exactly. The registration, I don't agree with. The serial number, I don't give a fuck.
Remind you that you're under oath. The site team has
And
a
also, if your
senior
gun is
supervisor, an
used in a
advanced
crime
team, a
and it
protective
was
intelligence
stolen
team.
from you,
You want the serial number.
yeah, you're like, oh, my gun was used in a crime. That's fucking serious.
Oh, well, the registration shouldn't, like, why should the government have a list of every gun owner in the country?
Yeah.
It seems like counterintuitive to the Second Amendment.
Yeah, that's why it's like, I don't even see the point in that specifically when you already can just look at serial numbers.
A counter sniper element and detail. Who was the agent in charge? How long has she been the agent in charge? And what is her Secret Service background?
So I'm not going to provide a name.
Why not? You're here to answer our
Why
question.
not? Oh my god, are you fucking dumb? That was
Why
a
not?
rhetorical question.
Forum. I'm not going to provide names.
You stated in your testimony,
I
you
want to
said,
know.
I am here today
everyone
to answer
who
your
was there
questions.
when they shot Bin Laden.
That is correct.
Answer the question.
I'm not going to provide names of our personnel.
Why not?
Today.
The American people are demanding these answers from you today, Ms. Cheadle.
Boo-hoo.
I will do the best to provide you accurate.
She is literally asking her to dox a Secret Service agent.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Information based
Moscow
on the facts
March.
Like, Jesus
that I have at
Christ.
this time.
You're not answering our questions. The advance element coordinates with other intel or law enforcement partners, identifies threats and weaknesses at the
It just
sites and
makes me,
movements.
like,
We'd
Splinter
like a
Cell
copy of the
Blacklist,
advance
the
report. Have
plot
you
is,
brought
like,
it here with
so
you today?
good.
We will
Yeah.
comply with the request for the documentation that has been requested.
When will that be, Ms. Cheadle? Because you should have brought it today.
Oh
I
my
am certain
god.
that our
shut
personnel are working on
Remember when games
obtaining
had
all
good
of that
plots?
documentation.
I don't believe you, and neither do the people watching this hearing. You're not doing well, as Mr. Moskowitz informed you. You've been sitting here for over 3 hours, and I have you know the entire country is demanding you resign and demanding that you be fired if you do not resign.
You should
Things are not
resign.
going well for you. You need to answer the questions. Was there a protective intelligence team, and what technical resources were utilized for that event, specifically drone or helicopter assets?
There were a number of technical assets that were deployed for that event,
Oh my
and there
God.
was a protective
Is she gonna ask for predator drones like the idiots on Twitter? They should have drones monitoring everybody. Predator drones.
intelligence team that was assigned to that event.
Why was Crooks able to fly a drone over the entire area the day of the rally and the day of his assassination attempt?
To my knowledge, he did not fly the drone over the entire area.
How did he fly a drone over the area, period? Any part of the area?
Again, I would have to go back and check the timeline of when that took place and when the event.
Why didn't you bring the timeline with you today to answer our questions?
I don't have all of the answers on the timelines based on the criminal investigation.
Were you not prepared today to answer our questions?
I am prepared to answer the questions based on the information.
I don't know how they keep their cool when this idiot is asking them questions. I'd
I mean,
be like,
these
can I,
people
can I
are
have
trained
questions
to
from-"
like, they have counter interrogation training.
Sure.
Like they're Secret Service.
Sure. I would just be like, I would just sit here like, can I get questions from somebody else? This belligerent idiot is making no sense. Can I just get questions from somebody else? Like, can I like, if I was being questioned, could I ask that question?
I think what would be funnier is if her response was around the realm of the Turkish ice cream man. You know those videos where they try to get the ice cream and he keeps doing tricks to pull it out of their hand? That's how I think their tactics and counter-interrogation should be deployed.
That would be funny.
And wanted to be able to provide.
Do you have a timeline at all from any of the day?
I have a timeline that does not have specifics.
That's shocking. That is absolutely unacceptable. That means you are a failure at your job. Let's talk about things that are prohibited in Trump.
Let me teach you how hierarchies work, sweetheart. She's not involved at all. The people who work under her, right? She's the boss. I know this is a strange concept for you, right? She's the boss.
Let's just also think about something here, right? So they want them to like give out information on how this was able to happen before they do a full analysis of their tactics and they're able to patch the hole.
That's exactly what.
So they literally are trying to kill President Trump or ex-President Trump.
Yeah, they're trying to expose the hole so it can happen again, is what I'm gathering here.
Traitors.
Yeah, so as I was explaining, Marjorie, woman on top. I know, very strange. There are people under her in charge of other things that they get data compiled for by other people under them who compile the data from the people under them who are the cops, right? And then they send information up the chain, and then the person at the top gets that information. Now, the person at the top can't get that information if the people at the bottom haven't got that information. You fucking moron.
When you're tweeting about we don't need gun control, we need cracker control, are you meaning we need to get the white folks under control? And
it truly is a fucking miracle that this person is in the United States government. It's a miracle.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's that the Republicans control investigations. Yeah, so that's why, especially this year, it's been a fucking circus. You wonder why nobody pays attention to Congress. It's like 1 in 10 or something people know what's happening in Congress.
Crazy.
And how many of those
I've been to a lot of Trump rallies.
Are dumb and believe whatever Moscow March is saying in Congress, you know?
Backpacks and bags. Bicycles.
Firearms. Bicycles.
Any type of weapon or any other item determined to be a potential safety hazard, like a rangefinder would be one. At 5:10, Crooks is first observed by one of the snipers, AGR Sniper 1, at the building. 5:10. President Trump was shot in the face at 6:11 p.m.
His ear was clipped, but we'll ignore that specific. Show us the ear, please.
5:28, AGR Sniper 1 takes a picture of a bicycle and 2 bags. Those belong to Crooks.
No, they don't.
5:32, AGR Sniper 1 spots Crooks looking at his phone and using a rangefinder. 5:55, Butler ESU Command confirms receipt of photos and states they have been.
God.
That we know where that bicycle went because we watched that rapist coverage of it.
I just realized what happened. You know the narrative that they're like the police told them not to shoot. I bet you what she's talking about now, where the snipers were observing, they probably asked, "Do we shoot this guy with a rangefinder?" Right? And they said, "No, don't shoot him. It's just a rangefinder," right? And this is where that fucking narrative has come from. That's my assumption, right? Is something has come out where this narrative has gotten hold and they've just run with it. That's my assumption here.
And relayed on. 6:05 p.m., AGR Sniper 1 later communicates that Crooks is seen moving northeast in direction of Sheetz and that Crooks has a backpack. 2 minutes before the shooting, while President Trump has been allowed to take the stage,
people see Crooks laying on his stomach in a sniper position on the roof, and they're yelling he has a gun, and they are trying to alert law enforcement and Secret Service. Why was Crooks?
I hate it when politicians try to be specific. Just say he was laying down on his stomach, army crawling up the roof.
He was a tactical sniper stance.
Like, why is that so hard for you to say?
It sounds like it's
I
like,
don't get it.
like the anime move they have to announce.
Not shot by the snipers.
A snooper?
Why was he allowed to be there?
Not the snooper.
As soon as the individual was identified as a threat, they were.
No. What do you consider to be a threat? A man with a gun laying in a sniper position, a man that had a backpack, a man that had a bicycle, a man that.
Marjorie, owning a bike and a bag is not a crime. I know you and your fascist little dictatorship want to be able to just like execute people for no fucking reason, kind of like China, but
I mean,
or Russia. But
I
you know,
don't know.
that's
I think
how
cyclists,
your country works.
I think cyclists are criminals.
I agree.
had a rangefinder.
Actually, no, not just criminals. They're terrorists. We should rectify all of our terrorist tier lists and put bicycles on there. Put cyclists on there.
At what point is he determined a threat?
An individual with a backpack is not a threat.
Thank you.
An individual with a rangefinder is not a threat.
Please
What
say
about a man laying
snooper
on
is not
a
a threat.
building that has direct line of sight of President Trump with a gun that people are screaming and pointing out? Is that a threat, Ms. Cheadle?
One said
The police were on him. You should read the news.
Bro, you ever see Ghost Dog Way of the Samurai?
No.
Bro, that's what we should be doing right now instead of listening to MTG. Watch Ghost Dog Way of the Samurai. You know, like Boondock Saints?
Yeah.
Imagine that, but it's like a good movie. And instead of Irish people, it's just what's that guy's name? With the lazy eye.
I don't know.
You know, save the rebellion, save the dream. Forrest Whitaker. So he's Ghost, right? The samurai. And what it actually is that this guy is like a mob hitman, but he reads the book that samurais read. He so he sticks to like the samurai code, right? It's not actually like they're trying to make him a samurai. He just follows a specific samurai code. And then the mob hires him to kill a mob guy. And even though they hired him, they're like, well, you killed a mob guy. That means you have to die. Right. So even though they hired him, that sets up the plot of him deciding that he's just going to kill the entire mob.
That's funny.
And that's the movie. It's like really good, though. It's like Boondocks if it was like good and had like a deeper meaning to it.
Fair enough.
Right now, couples in all 50 states who want to end their marriage can get what's called a no-fault divorce.
Yeah.
Either side has to prove that the other did something wrong, like committing adultery, abandoning their spouse, or
Let's
treating
get-
them cruelly. But some Republican lawmakers in a
Let's
handful
get
of red
slave
states want to get
contracts
rid of
while
it.
we're at it.
They say it makes divorce too easy, and they say it's unfair to men since it's estimated that 69% of
Not
divorces
the
in
men.
the United States are initiated by women. Joanna Grossman teaches family law at
Maybe
Southern
men should
Methodist
be better.
University Dedman School of Law.
Maybe.
So, Joanna, what's the history of no-fault divorce? Where did it come from, and why did it come into being?
So California was the first state to adopt no fault in 1969 after about 200 years of every state using fault-based divorce. And it came about because California studied it and found something that probably most people in the field already knew, which is that the system didn't work, that fault-based divorces were often involved perjury and fabrication, that people were fleeing their jurisdictions to get divorced, and that it did very little to sort out between good marriages and bad marriages.
And what's been the result? What's changed because of it?
So when no fault was first adopted in California, it then sort of started a revolution. And within 15 years, every single state had either switched completely to a no fault system or added at least one no fault ground. We saw some early effects, one of which was that the system of divorce became less troubled. There were fewer cases of obvious perjury and fabrication, et cetera. There were people who got out of marriages where they had been stuck. And then we also saw some real impacts on women. The female suicide rate went down dramatically. The female homicide rate by intimate partners went down dramatically, and the rate of domestic violence went down. Those were somewhat unexpected results, but very, very clear impacts of the change.
Now, among the critics of no-fault divorce is J.D. Vance, who is Mr. Trump's new running mate. Now, here's...
Wait, you mean Christian fascist right-wingers are against no-fault divorce? Why? Is it because that they would almost always be at fault for the divorce? Interesting. Are they also pro-cop? What's that statistic about cops?
Kamala's what he's had to say about this in 2021, and this video is from Vice News.
This is one of the great...
Kamala is a cop, and she's... I can't even say the joke. She's the domestic abuser.
Tricks that I think the sexual revolution pulled on the American populace.
Yeah, see?
40% admit to beating their wives.
Crazy.
Which is this idea that, like, well, okay, these marriages were fundamentally...
What is that, 2 in 5?
You know, they were maybe even
Don't
violent.
forget, these people think that it's fine to hit your wife as well. Don't forget.
Yeah.
And so getting rid of them and making it easier for people to shift spouses like they change their underwear, that's going to make people happier in the long term.
Shift spouses like they change underwear. What do you say to that?
I mean, it's a pretty odd comparison since, of course, most people have at most 2 or 3 spouses in a lifetime and hopefully changing their underwear a little more often than that. But I think it really misses what no-fault divorce is. It did make it easier to get divorced. But for the most part, people were getting divorced anyway. It's just they were jumping through hoops to do it. And what we have found is that no fault is a better fit for our society's ideas about marriage. People actually want to get divorced because they think so highly of marriage. And if the marriage is disappointing, they want to be able to get out and often go on to a new marriage. So I think it's just sort of missing the point about the relationship between...
Counteroffer. Don't involve the state in your life. Then you won't have to get divorced. Huh?
In divorce law and people's happiness or even the stability of marriage.
What do you make of the argument that no-fault divorce deprives men of due process because most divorces are initiated by women?
What due process? She wants to leave. You get no choice. Suck shit.
But then she take my tings.
Okay.
I like my tings.
You take the kids too then. Oh, now the tone changes, huh?
So divorces have always been initiated more often by women, going back all the way to the very first divorce laws in after the revolution. And that's by and large because marriage is an institution that works less well for women than it does for men. The idea of a due process claim is pretty weak because what they're really saying is that
because of the patriarchy, women initiate more divorces. That's I never actually thought about that. Like that's so true, right? It's more unfair to women, of course. So the fact that their whole framing is that the divorce is unfair to men.
Yeah. It's just very funny.
Over her objection. There is no recognized support in the law for that kind of a concept. So I think what they're frustrated with is this feeling that maybe women have too much autonomy and too much power, and that changing the divorce laws might be a way to pull that back. But I think there's really very little relation between the two.
Why do you think this focus from social conservatives on this now?
I think part of it is it gives some good talking points at a very abstract level, right? To suggest that the Republicans are in favor of traditional conservative values. They care about families. They care about children. And so they can use those sorts of claims about this, even though there's, as I have said, there's really not that much relationship. I also think it's part of the sort of culture wars that are, trying to...
Apparently I chose wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. Amazing.
Bring back a more patriarchal society. I think most of the people...
I hope she takes all his money. I really do. I hope he's begging like Alex Jones for money.
Oh, you think he already hasn't?
Stop it! People who have advocated for repealing no fault in the current era are really interested in having men have more control again.
What would be the effects of getting rid of this, of repealing no fault? Who would be most affected? Who would be affected?
I mean, the most obvious effect would be on family courts, right? Which are already backlogged and dealing with high numbers of litigants who don't have lawyers. No fault makes divorce quicker and it makes it cheaper, in addition to what other effects it has. And so I think that...
Again, if you don't involve the state in your fucking relationships, it won't cost you anything.
And
you can still get married.
Also, if you're already Christian, like the
the
divorce may
church.
happen through the state, but you have to have the reason annulled by the church. So like,
Yes.
and their values still exist already. If they want to be theocratic dominionists with Christian law, then they would have to get divorced through the church as well.
Yeah.
Because, like, even still,
Even more.
you want the no-fault divorce, you would still have to go to the church to get it annulled anyway. You're not streamlining your process by making it, like, at that level of the state.
Yes. Yeah. Which is even more reason not want that.
In terms of individuals, the impact would be on people who, some people would be stuck in marriages as they were before the adoption of no fault, but mostly people wouldn't be stuck. They would just have to pay more or jump through more hoops to get the divorce that they wanted. So I don't think it would have any impact on
Sounds
the
dumb.
average divorcing couple beyond cost and expense, and it would really backlog the family courts.
Oh, so it just makes everything more expensive for poor people. Cool. Surprise, surprise.
Well, maybe they should have thought of that before.
Illinois is due to collect more than
Yeah. These are quick. We'll end on these.
$430 million as part of the Biden administration's ongoing efforts to reduce climate pollution. Illinois is one of 30 states sharing in more than $4.3 billion in EPA grants. The money will go to 25 projects targeting greenhouse gas emissions. They include transportation, electric power, industry, agriculture, and waste management. The grants are paid for by the 2022 Inflation Reduction Act.
Nebraska is set to receive more than $300 million to help set up emissions-reducing programs. In total, more than $4 billion in grants are being provided across 30 states.
Nebraska.
The projects look to include measures to limit energy costs
what a cheery-looking place.
Across 30 states.
Damn. That
I mean,
looks
that's
very attractive.
I mean, that's our fucking industrial plants, you know? Like, it's what coal and oil plants are gonna look like, you know?
The projects look to include
nuclear sites are pretty, at least. That's the thing, people. We have to look at those ugly windmills. Have you seen a fucking coal or oil power plant? What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Ugly
Like,
windmills.
Even everything else, it just makes it gross.
Yeah, that's because you don't fucking develop nice shit around an industrial district like this.
Measures to limit energy costs and
Also, if you
incentives
play,
for sustainable
you know those city games, right? A lot of times you can put all your pollution at the edge of the map, and most of your pollution will be off the map, so you get lower overall pollution inside the city.
That's funny.
Culture practices and livestock waste management. Nebraska Governor Jim Pillen signed off on the grant planning process, saying those funds will help farmers make more money and it will impact the state both now and in the future.
The governor is celebrating a massive federal grant to reduce climate pollution. Ariel Salk tonight going beyond the headlines with details on this grant from the EPA. Ariel, this was highly sought after.
I want to know, out of all the ones we put on
Absolutely,
here,
out of-
who actually gave coverage of what they're going to do with the money, you know?
Hundreds of applications.
None.
That's what I figured. This one has
Tribes,
promise.
territories, and states. Oregon is one of 25 to receive this federal grant funding.
Okay.
Now the pot, $197 million. This is the largest award announced in the Pacific Northwest from this federal program. This money will go towards several projects identified in Oregon's Priority Climate Action Plan,
Which are?
including heat pump initiatives, garbage and recycling,
Okay.
and rebates for zero-emission vehicles.
Ah, interesting.
Well, these
that's so
resources are
far.
going to go into some
Oh, they even have a fucking interview in here. Way to
very
go,
important existing
Oregon.
programs, like making the
I was like,
rebate
do they really need this
to-
stand up? Or could this just be a desk story,
That's the
right?
governor.
Now they justified it by also having a fucking interview here.
Yeah, interview with the governor.
Good
of all
job.
people. Mm.
if you buy an electric vehicle, making that easier. We're talking about
Please don't
There's multiple
subsidize
people talking.
Chinese
this might be a press
EVs.
conference.
Like, imagine
They can't
imagine
bring
if
them in
they
anyway.
imagine if they tariff EVs from China, then subsidize them. That would be the dumbest thing America's ever done.
I don't think so. I can probably find dumber shit. But this might even be a press conference the governor had. The other ones, it's like, were the other ones red states? They didn't want to know that they're getting money for DEI and environmental stuff.
Illinois and Nebraska.
Okay, Illinois could have done better, but Nebraska, okay, I get it. You don't want to. All they
programs to
showed was
help people get
pollution.
heat pumps.
Yeah.
That one was bad.
homes, so they can have lower energy usage, lower bills, and be good for the environment.
That's great. See, all that the governor said
plan
was
breaks
why
down-
it's good for you, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna fucking help you lower your bills, and it's gonna give rebates on electric cars. Like, that's stuff for you.
Mm-hmm.
3 categories that the state classifies as the largest contributors to Oregon's greenhouse gas emissions. That's transportation, residential and commercial buildings, and the handling of waste and materials. Now, the on-the-ground funding will occur over the next 5 years, according to the Department of Environment Quality. Reporting
Great.
She
Good
said
job.
she had
over
500
the
years.
next 5 years,
Uh-huh.
according to the Department of Environment Quality. Reporting live in downtown Portland, Ariel Salk, Point 6 News.
Thank you.
EPA announcing a $450 million grant that would help reduce emissions right here in New England.
Jack Wu with the 22 News Storm Team explains how this organization will electrify homes in Massachusetts.
Well, with this large grant, the EPA is heavily relying on community.
That was beautiful.
The word electrify makes it sound like we're booby trapping.
You see that? What do you think about this? This shot?
Oh,
right?
introducing him in the wide and then
Jack
cutting
Wu
to
with
him. No, that's really good.
22 News Storm
Right?
Team
Because
explains how
as soon as they cut to this, I'm like,
cameras,
if they fucking pan to him, I'm gonna lose my mind.
This
organization will electrify homes in Massachusetts.
They might have 2.
Well, with this,
That's
Maybe.
Snap too. You can tell where he's looking beforehand.
this large grant,
Yeah, maybe they moved from the first camera, moved the first camera over.
Yeah,
then
so
had
that's the
the
thing is
second
they either
camera.
have they either have 3 cameras or
Quick movement.
mm-hmm.
EPA
there was
is
enough time
heavily
that I would
relying
be able
on
to move a camera there.
Yeah.
community efforts to make green.
His name card is great.
Jack Wu working for you.
efforts to make greener homes in our area.
Why
This grant
is
focuses
it
on
supposed
converting
to be
residential
green or blue there?
I don't know.
heat
Yes,
pumps
it
and
was- his
HVAC
thing-
systems
it's green
to
energy, but it's got a
electric.
blue
The change is
graphic.
expected to eliminate 2.5 million metric tons of CO2 from the atmosphere. One Northampton homeowner expressed his thoughts on the move to cleaner energy.
Okay, we got a random
I
guy.
think the whole
This is
initiative
fine.
definitely bringing money into the Commonwealth. I think electric is the way to go, just with cars and heating in general.
This is
So I
great.
think that's just a new wave. I think that's
Random
just the
guy
way
in the
things are going to go
street
towards the
interview.
future.
Yeah.
Less than 500,000 homes in Massachusetts
We're going
heat their
back to this
homes
chimney
with
shot, though. We
electricity,
could have picked
according
better-
to the
we
U.S.
could have picked
Census
a better
Bureau
shot,
survey
editor.
taken in 2021. And I spoke with the EPA administrator in our
Okay,
area,
nice.
and I'll give his plans for this grant on 22 News at 5:30.
Hang
Working
on,
for you,
we
I'm
gotta
Jack
go
Wu with the 22
the
News
shots
Storm Team.
the shots that he like because he's probably has he's one guy, right, and then he goes out and he has an editor. He just submitted a whole package, but we got to look at some of his package shots. The last one was real funny to me. Go back a little, like, because like I understand like that we're getting power lines, you know. Like that's such because it's like, oh, it's about electricity. I guess I'll get some power because you just need fucking B-roll to cover the fucking audio, right? Like
Yeah.
who gives a fuck? But like, wow.
I think that's just the way things are going to go towards the future.
Less than 500,000 homes in Massachusetts heat their homes with electricity, according to the U.S.
With
Census Bureau
electricity.
survey.
It's
taken
so
in
funny because
2021.
the edit
I
you're
spoke with
trained
the
to
EPA
edit on
administrator
words
in our
like
area,
that, right? But
and I'll
right
give-
here they
Yeah.
cut to a closer of the transformer. So cutting to electricity when the word electricity is in the copy, like that is fucking classic template shit right there.
plans for this grant on 22 News at 5:30. Working for you, I'm Jack Wu with the 22 News Storm Team. After Friday's CrowdStrike outage,
So he's
Mass
got
General
more
Brigham
coverage later.
says
Crazy.
there.
That's cool too to tease that you have.
Moving
more
on to other
coming
news
up, like an
tonight.
interview coming up. That's
Okay.
great.
Okay. That's it.
What
Move on.
about? Hang on, one thing.
Mm.
Mass shooting in Europe.
Yes.
The Croatia one. This might be just text, but hey,
It's just text.
that's fine. I still want to. Nursing home,
Yeah, nursing home is fucking
including
wild.
his mother.
Crazy.
But like honestly, we've seen a lot in the Balkans region. There's been a lot of mass shootings lately. Christian media reported that the killer was a war veteran and was arrested after fleeing the scene.
Evo naša mama, tu smo sestra i ja i brat i ja, 90 godina čekamo, ne znamo ništa, stvarno za jedan mali grad je strašno što se dogodilo. Pogotovo kad imaš nekog i kad toliko čekaš, ne znamo, evo baš svi smo u šoku, ja mislim cijeli grad u šoku.
I swear there's been more mass shootings in
Europe. He had to have put his own mom in the nursing home, I would think, right?
I mean, possibly.
Like, so it's not like he did it because he hates his mom, right?
No.
I would, maybe there's other people in the family that put her there and he hates her or something. Like the fact that it's like it's got to be he fucking went there and killed his own mother. But then he also like he left too. Like he was it maybe the mom and the nurses? Was it was there other like patients that were killed? A lot of information that could have been in this story that was left out here, but very bad reporting.
Yeah, welcome to fucking Reuters most of the time.
Yeah.
I think we is done.
Maybe we'll hear more about that on Wednesday.
Yeah, maybe. Sex is only for children.